1. Hello, chat.
Hi.
Sorry, we're late. But this is a.
My fault.
It's fine though. This is a huge deal. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
I'm so excited. I know where I want to begin. We have 2 things of housekeeping to do before we jump into Thousand Year Vampire tonight. But before I jump into the housekeeping, I do want to just quickly introduce my lovely guests tonight. I'm sure there is so many people in the chat now from yours that everyone knows who you are at this point. But for those who don't, this is the lovely RosetteBloodthornVT of twitch.tv/RosetteBloodthorn. No? Okay, never mind then. RosetteBloodthorn. I wanted to put your full username out there. Just put the full username out there.
That's fine. You put it in the title, people can click on it. It's not a big deal.
That is true.
I'm gonna remove the VT anyways. The only reason it's still there is because other stuff.
Fair enough. But yes. Really quickly, Rosie, what do you do on Twitch and other places?
Okay. Right, I forgot that this is a thing people still do during collapse sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm RosetteBloodthorn. I'm a VTuber. I stream on Twitch, and I make YouTube videos. That's my big thing. I play a bunch of video games, and I'm very excited to be here with you today, Hero. There are a bunch of people coming in from my community, too, and I just want to say real fast that Hero also plays video games, and he's very chill and genuinely a lot of fun. And someone I consider to be a pretty damn good friend. So.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I've been told by chat thinks you're a little quiet, so I'm just going to turn you up in Discord. That should now be easier for other people to hear you.
That should help, yes.
Definitely. Again, chat, let me know if things are a little quiet, and I will turn things up according. To be honest, it might even still be too quiet. I will just crank it all the way up to. I'll put it at 175, and hopefully that should be better.
That's great.
Yeah, if it's still a little quiet, chat, do let me know. But yes. Speaking of people coming over from your community, I have this is where we go into the housekeeping. I've had 2 new follows since the last stream. Snarky Mond, thank you for the follow. And within the last day or so, one of my favorite Twitch usernames of all time, Johnny Anime. It's such a fucking good username.
It's really good. Well, when I saw that, I was like, did you just? Because he followed me on stream. I was like, that's such a good name.
Can't believe we got followed by Johnny Anime.
It's him. He's real.
He's him. Well, so that concludes the housekeeping. So, without further ado, Rosie, are you ready to jump into the game?
I am, yes.
Amazing. So, is it going to load? Hold on. There we go. We're back. So, this is. Oh, sorry, you were going to say something before we jump straight in.
About as ready as someone can be. I had a bunch of ideas going into it, and then I think like 4 or 5 days before I thought about it, and I was like, I actually don't want to have a bunch of stuff prepped beforehand, because one of my favorite things about this, and whenever I see you do this with other people, is seeing you talk through things with people.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I kind of actually just want to go in as unprepared as possible for my first game with you, because I was like, I think that would just be more fun, because I really like how collaborative your streams are.
Yeah, cool. Let me quickly. I've been told that you are still a little quiet, so I'm going to turn you up a bit, and I will turn myself down a bit.
Alright.
So let's quickly just knock down.
This
There we go. That should be more equal now.
might also be a thing or two that I can do.
Potentially.
Oh, so for some reason, my input volume was slightly lowered on Discord. Let's see if that helps at all. Can you hear me better?
I can hear you. I can hear you more. Yes.
Excellent. Okay.
Sweet. And I think that should now be good for Twitch chat as well. So, first thing we need to do, as part of this game, as always, I probably should start with the the disclaimer, the safety warning that happens at the start of the stream. I read this out every
I
time.
don't need it.
I know you don't need it, but Twitch chat needs it. So
Twitch chat needs it.
So, Twitch chat, this is going to be your first and only warning. While playing this game, you will encounter themes of death, selfishness, and predation. Your character may be injured, victimized, trapped, or killed. Your character will murder and victimize people of all sorts, possibly including children, animals, loved ones, marginalized people, or themselves. You might find yourself exploring themes of imperialism, colonialism, or oppression. Characters might engage in self-harm or drug abuse. Illness, debilitation, and body horror may come into play. Your character may have their memories altered. They will certainly forget important things. Some of these will emerge from the prompts. Some will emerge from your choices you make as a player. This is a personal, challenging game for mature adults. Please play hard, but be aware of yourself and your feelings. Some good thoughts about safety in solo games can be found in Appendix 3. So that is your only warning. So, in order to play, Rosa, you need your D10 and your D6. Have you got those?
Both. Would you like to see them?
Yes.
Okay. Don't turn the camera on because I don't feel like putting on my fucking opera gloves to show them. But here they are.
Wait, hold on. The chat won't be able to see this. That's so cool. They're so pretty.
They're so cute.
They're so
got them for
pretty.
me.
Beck, you did a great job. Those are stellar.
Right?
That's so good. Right. I love it when people have the physical dice too. So, I already have the character section laid out here. So we have your attributes, your memory, skills, resources, characters, and marks. So we will have... I need to skip through all of these because we basically know what the gist is at this point. Diaries.
You can still explain it to
skills.
everybody. There are certainly a few people here who have never seen this game before.
That is very true. I feel like we will sort of come into it naturally, though, as we sort of go through this. So, vampire creation. Start by imagining a person in the distant past. This could be a Roman emperor, a Mesopotamian midwife, or a French knight. This person will become your vampire. Imagine when and where they were born and who they were in life. So, who, Rosie, is your character?
That's a good question, because as I said, going into this, I kind of wanted to go as blank as possible. So the big thing that I was thinking is that everyone I have seen so far is from, like, somewhere around, like, medieval Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And just, like, contained within the same relatively very small space.
Okay.
So I was like, I kind of want to go maybe a little different from that.
Okay. I'm here for it.
I'm not sure where. I think that I was like, I kind of want to pick randomly and go from there. But
okay.
then my first idea was like, okay, I could just like throw something on a map and then go with wherever it lands. And then I was like, the issue with that is that you don't own a map, you stupid fuck. What am I gonna do? Tip over my screen? So I'm not sure what to do about that. I was wondering if you perhaps had any suggestions for how I could go about doing that.
A lot of the people who I have played with, a lot of people who have run this game for, yes, they tend to choose sort of medieval or like early Renaissance era Europe. The earliest I have, the earliest,
understandable.
The earliest start I've had.
Fuck with vampires. That's where they get fucked with a lot.
The earliest start I've had is ancient Rome.
Ooh,
like pre-Christianity ancient Rome, like the Roman Empire times. That was wild. That was Lacey's game. We ended up going through that one into Russia and then like Tang Dynasty China, which was wild.
Is the coolest thing ever. Holy shit.
So basically, it might help first if we pick a point in time and then we pick a location. So what year do we think it is for this character? How far back do you want to start? Because
random number generator.
Okay, pick a number between.
Like I truly was like, I don't want to. I was truly like, I want this to be random. Mm-hmm. So.
Thing is, we don't want to get like the 1970s because that's like in the last 50 years.
I was was gonna like say like we can't do anything like before like in the most recent 500 years. We
That's
can't
a
do any of that
good.
shit.
That's yeah. So anything like 1500 or less.
Yeah.
I think the latest start we had was 1400. That was either Foxes and Gems, or that was Marx, Cathrax.
Yeah.
Because Cathrax started in like Napoleonic era England.
All right, we have a number.
We have a number. What's the number?
1197.
1197. What was going on in the world in 1197? 1197 AD. What happened in the year 1197? There was a crusade. That's fun.
There was a. That's. Huh.
So let me have a look in. So there's a whole like article about this. We're going to Wikipedia for this. So okay, by place, Europe. So Henry VI is the King of England. Oh, it's the time of Richard the Lionheart. It's
that's pretty cool.
It's before the So it's before the Magna Carta, I believe, was written, because that was in 1200s, I think. But yeah, so it's the time of the First Crusade, Richard the Lionheart in England. So it is early medieval, I believe. So based on that, it's also the time of Genghis Khan. So if you wanted to go to Asia.
Okay, that would be pretty cool, though. I don't know anything about that, so we would be looking stuff up a lot.
We would be. So like, it is a thing as well. Like, a lot of people go with the history they know the most about. But I'm happy to turn this into like a research project.
So honestly, it was going to be a research project no matter what, because my biggest issue is I'm very American.
Mm-hmm.
And in addition to that, history was the last class I had every day. I was not paying attention. I don't know what's going on. I'm kind of just here. So no matter what, it was going to be a whole fucking research project. Trust me.
That's cool. We have a date at the very least. So let's slap this down here. So date is 1197. We're in medieval Europe. It is just over a century after the Norman conquests. So that puts us... Yeah, so Richard the Lionheart. Hang on. William, Henry, Stephen, Henry, Richard. Yeah, so... Richard the Lionheart, he's not dead yet. Let me have a look at this. Or is this before the Crusade? When was the first Crusade? German Crusaders launched a raid. Henry VI dies of... What? Okay, that's not a... It's not English Henry VI. So I guess we can go by continent now if you wanted to. So we have America, Europe, Africa, Asia. So there's 4. Roll me a D4. It's the pyramid shaped one.
That's the pyramid shaped one. You got it.
Mm-hmm.
You got it. 1.
1. We're in America, baby. What's happening in America? And then
what is happening in America in 1197?
America. 1197 AD. I'm assuming it's going to be a lot of Native American stuff. Or is this during... it's mostly indigenous people. And... I morally, I don't know how I feel about creating a Native American vampire when neither of us are Native American.
We don't have to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. We're making... There are 2 options here, as far as I can see right there, is that we're making a Native American vampire, or we're making a Viking vampire who will explicitly be victimizing the Native Americans. And
neither of those are vibes, honestly.
Those just don't sound fun.
No.
Like, that just doesn't sound fun. That just sounds like a huge fucking bummer, and they're already going to be doing a bunch of bad shit anyways.
Definitely.
So, like, I don't need to bring that...
I
don't need to make that too real.
We'll veto that. Realistically, the most interesting places, the most interesting sort of continents that we can think of here is Europe and Asia. Because if we pick somewhere like... If we pick somewhere like China... so it's like, have a look at what's going on in China in 1197 AD. It's the Jin dynasty.
See, I saw Isaac in chat. He'd know something about this shit. I don't know shit. I don't know anything. Which, I think you should get on. I think you should get him on here at some point. I think he'd have a blast with this.
If he sticks around, maybe he has a watch of the stream, sees the content. We'll maybe do it. I'm now just looking for the cliff notes of the Jin dynasty in
right?
China.
Just, like, real
it's
fast.
like, what was it known for?
I'm just checking in.
Yeah. Okay, so this was around the time of the Mongol invasion, basically. I think, to be honest, I mean, this is my like horrific skim reading, not at all accurate interpretation of this. To me, this is the Chinese dynasty that just got kicked the shit out of by the Mongols.
It would be it would suck very much to be anyone here.
Mm-hmm. So let's go with Europe, shall we?
Yeah, let's go with Europe. Let's go with Europe. You know what? I understand why everyone's making a goddamn character in Europe. Jesus. Let's do that.
Yeah, let's do that. So it's 1197. We've had a lot of characters start in England. Obviously, Beck and Kafrak started their journeys in England. We've had one vampire start their journey in France. That was Fox and Gem's character, and we've had one vampire start their journey in Italy. That was Lacey's vampire. Do you have?
I was originally, before we started, I was like, I kind of want to start in Italy, but
we can start in Italy. Like, there's.
We can start in Italy.
Yeah.
Sure,
So hang on, 1197, Italy. Hold on. 1197 Italy. What was happening?
It's while you're doing
Rome?
that. I was gonna say I was thinking about doing that because I was trying to think about anything I actually care about, and I was like, I don't know anything about history. But one time when I was a kid, my grandparents, my grandparents are very well off, and they a few times did take me on vacation as a kid. And I think one of the places that really stuck with me the most was we went to Italy for a few days, and I just thought that was pretty fucking sick.
Mm-hmm.
In particular, there was this is a bit of a regret that I have, honestly. It's a very silly regret, which is how you know I've had a good life.
Yeah.
But there was this place that we went to. It's like, you know, there are places there that are decently famous for their glass work.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to see someone work, and I'm like, why the fuck would you buy a shitty little $10 crappy figure that's supposed to be like, I think I have one of like it was supposed to look like the birth of Venus, and I'm like, you should have gotten something made of glass. You should have gotten something there. But I was also 10 years old and enticed by pretty things, and $10 is a lot of money to me. So it's okay.
Yeah. Italy in 1197. So it is just after the death of the Holy Roman Emperor. So Italy's kind of in a sort of state where there's not really anyone in charge. Which means this is a great opportunity because you can kind of go anywhere and do anything in Italy. You don't have to deal with an emperor. You don't have to deal with anything like that. Isaac says, oh my god, this would take place after the Barbarian Wars post 8 Princes period. Probably, yeah.
See, you could actually get him in on a vampire that's not explicitly just about another European. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He actually knows a lot about history.
I'd love that, honestly. There's chaos all over Europe. Yeah, so basically, Europe's in ruins because the Holy Roman Emperor's just died. So let's start in Italy. Any particular place in Italy?
Roman mods are asleep post-vampires.
Back, hang on, wait. There we go. I'm bringing the meme back. It's the Roman meme. Drake, where's the body of Christ? Anyway.
If it doesn't come up at least once during the stream, did the stream really happen?
That's, you know what? Fair and real, actually. Drake, where are the vampires? So, okay, actually,
Drake,
no, it's still a
where's
lot.
Malatitia?
Drake, where's Lab? Just opening the cave that Malatitia was sealed in. It's just, Drake, where's the Malatitia? It's fucking Willem de Pope centuries after it happened. Oh my god. Oh, what a fucking throwback. That's so funny.
There's like probably 2 or 3 people who get that in chat right now, and that's enough for me.
If you don't get it, the VOD's up on my YouTube channel. It's
The VOD is up on his YouTube channel.
It's Toria's Thousand Year Vampire, The Tragedy of La Malaticia. That's a fucking gut-wrenching story.
That one's probably still my favorite.
Really?
I'm undecided. Yeah, it cycles day by day. Sometimes Beck's my favorite, sometimes hers is my favorite. I like 2 things about vampires. I like it when they're in love, but even more I like it when they're sad. And I think it's bonus points when they are in love and they are sad because they are in love.
I on a completely sort of furthering the tangent away from the game, I was basically asking people around, like, hey, because I want to create, like, a section in the Discord server that commemorates all of the characters and all the people who played them. And I messaged Toria being like, hey, do you have an idea for a theme song? Like, do you have, like, a piece of music that represents the Mother Teacher? And I sent her, you know, the song Edelweiss from The Sound of Music. And I was like, this one springs to mind as a piece of music.
I have not, so I don't actually remember the specific song you're talking about, but I love The Sound of Music specifically because it makes me think of my lovely grandmother, because she likes it a lot. She's not dead. I saw her a couple days ago.
Edelweiss is the lullaby that the father sings to the kids. He plays it on guitar, and it's the first time he sings in the musical. It's like the song of like the Swiss homeland or something. It's heartbreaking, basically, and it's poetic for the Mala Teacher. Do you have anywhere, back to the game, do you have anywhere in particular in Italy that you wish to start out? Obviously, there's Rome. You could start out in Venice. There's a lot of water in Venice at this point.
Which I think is really funny.
Venice.
I kind of want to start in Venice just because it's so bright and there's so much water, and I just think that's really mean.
Venice.
I think that's really, really mean.
Venice, known for being damp.
The Dampires! Not to be confused with Dampires. You know what I mean.
Not to be confused with Beck's character either, who was just kind of damp the whole time.
Yeah.
So we have a time and we have a location. So hang on, Venice I think comes up in the summary here. So Venice I think is its own independent city-state now that this sort of area of now that Italy sort of collapsed in the fall of the Roman Empire. Sicily's rise of city-states. Northern Italian cities driven by trade grew economically and politically, asserting self-governance. So, oh shit, this might be going back to Genghis Khan. Obviously, the Khan rode all across Russia and eventually made his way down to Venice. And the reason why it's the reason why we have the word quarantine to isolate somebody who has been infected with the disease, because basically ships would have been kept out of during the Mongol siege of Venice, which they didn't win. Basically, ships infected with the plague were trying to dock in Venice, but the Venetian state basically made them stay out of the harbor for 40 days. The quarantine. To basically make sure that they were completely rid of the plague by the time that they came in. So, fun history fact there. That doesn't happen for another few hundred years, I don't think. So, we shall see.
That's good, because I was like, that does seem like an interesting thing to play with, but it also feels like towing the line a little bit in terms of like foreign invaders bringing disease.
Yeah.
You know?
Didn't that all happen in 1200 or later? It did. Because, I mean, Genghis Khan didn't invade China until 1211, as we found out. And so that is in just under 20 years from this point. So I guess we'll see how long that takes. So we're in Venice. It is 1197. Who is your person? Let's start with their name. What is the name of your mortal character?
on. Looking up Italian names on Google. I was like, I can't think of anything. Okay. I'm forming ideas here looking at lists already.
Okay.
So one of the first ones I see that I gravitate towards originally for reasons I might come back to and touch on another day. That I'm curious how much people know about this. I am immediately gravitating towards Ada.
Ada, okay.
I see on the list. It is, quote, originally a short form of Germanic names such as Adelaide and Adelina that begin with the element edel, meaning noble, which I think is a neat thing. I think that's interesting. And this one's added on here, but this is also something I already knew anyways. But this is specifically the name of one Ada Lovelace, who is famous in her own right, but is also relevant to this, a daughter of Lord Byron.
Oh, okay. Lord Byron, famous playboy, poet.
Yeah, which I was like, that feels kind of relevant, not necessarily in the sense that, like, I'm going to use that directly, just that I thought it was a fun allusion.
It is a fun illusion, and I like the name. I'm happy to call it. We can go Ada Lovelace. I think that's a
no,
fucking.
not the full thing. Just like the first name. I don't necessarily.
Ada Love. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh well, first name. Okay.
Yeah.
What were you thinking for surnames? You don't have to. I guess you don't have to pick a surname if you don't want to, but.
I kind of just like didn't really want to do a surname.
Okay, well, let's start with Ada then. You are Ada.
It doesn't feel particularly important.
Yeah. Who is Ada in this case? Well, what are they? Who is this person? What do they do in Venice?
Good fucking question.
So Venice around this time is an enormous mercantile power. It's probably one of the wealthiest cities, like wealthiest individual like city states in. What did she do? Eat people.
Yet. Not yet.
Not yet.
The gun here. Give her a minute. God, let her live a life before she dies.
Ada was already eating people. She became a vampire for the love of the game.
She was like, it's happening anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, they're a very, very powerful mercantile city. I suppose really do without what you will. It is the one of the wealthiest cities in Europe, I would go as far as saying at this point, probably. Good thing about Thousand Year Vampire is we can just sort of kind of play fast and loose with history a little bit. So while it is loosely based on history, it can be whatever we want.
Yeah, especially because you already have some very, very real made-up history.
Oh yeah, true. That is very true.
There is to play with. Is there just a giant fucking floating island of ships at this point already? Is that a thing that's happening?
That's an excellent question. Let me pull up Mark's thing real quick.
I don't remember.
That's Google Sheets.
That one I was like very tired for, and I had to nope out of parts of it, so I did miss portions of that one.
So well, so that the floating island of ships. When was the floating island of ships? Off the coast of Portugal. The Lost City of Duty. That's the name of the ship. The name of the island. Fuck. When was this? It was. I don't think the Lost City of Duty is there yet. No.
Okay. Yeah.
Because it sort of occurs towards the end of the Industrial Revolution, I think.
Okay.
Because like it ends with that was like one of the final prompts to be done, and it ended with it being what was the year that it ended? 1916 was the year that it ended. So there's quite a bit of time, I think, before the floating city of pirate ships appears.
Okay, I'm gonna say this real fast. Isaac, I'm gonna need that guy to like, I'm gonna need to like pick him up and shake him and just like fucking throw him, because he's saying not exactly the idea that I had, but he's alluding to ideas I had before I have a chance to get to them.
Oh, is that
So
Elizabeth? What's her name?
that wasn't the idea I had, but specifically the second part where he's like, she became a vampire by biting a vampire and not the other way around. Not quite the
Ooh.
idea I had in mind.
Yeah.
But like it is alluding to an idea that I had.
Okay.
Because you mentioned that there is like a lot of mercantile activity,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a few things. You mentioned there was a lot of mercantile activity. I saw Ada and I immediately thought that was really cool. In addition to like the illusions, one of the things that I specifically like about it is it's a prefix. It means noble.
Mm-hmm.
But I specifically was like, I like that, and I like keeping it just the shortened version instead of a full version, because it's supposed to be a prefix, not a full name. And I like the idea of her being very much like a merchant who's maybe a little too big for her britches and thinks she can get way more than she deserves, and
Okay.
kind of gets herself in a situation she should not be in.
Okay, so she's a merchant. What is her trade? What does she trade in?
What do they do? I don't know anything.
It can literally be fucking anything. What is that?
It can be fucking toothbrushes for all I fucking care.
Hey, Google. When was the toothbrush invented?
When was the toothbrush invented? Yeah.
So, I mean, just to spit out a few options there. I mean, it could literally be you could literally be trading in gold. You could be trading in silks, like fabrics, pearls.
Yeah. You know what? I actually like the idea of it. She trades in blood. Not yet. Did it?
Isaac's really out here.
Keep ahead
Like,
of her.
I'm so like ready for if Isaac ever decides to come on the show to be like, so like, okay, who's your character? I'm like, he's a vampire, and I'm like, not yet, dude. you gotta jump. You gotta have a life before you become a vampire.
I could be trading in pink. The color pink.
Just the color pink.
Just the color pink. You know what? I do like the idea of it being like silks and fabrics and pearls and just like
Yeah.
a lot of very, very superficial things. I think that fits.
Fine goods merchants.
Yeah.
So like jewelry, silks, pearls. I'm imagining it's sort of like you sell your goods to like jewelers and tailors. Like you are a supplier for that sort of thing. You're an intermediary,
Yeah.
but it's an incredibly lucrative business. Fine goods merchants selling to jewelers, or selling raw materials to jewelers. Cool. So that is who you were. We start by creating your first experience. This is your basically encapsulates who you were in life. So where did Ada come from? Did she inherit this family trade? Like, did she come from nothing? Was she an apprentice that now inherited her master's work? Like, what's the story here? How did she come from nothing to being this aspiring merchant, this incredibly wealthy merchant who just wanted something more?
I think that I like the idea of it being a family trade, something that she was very much like born into. I think that she thinks she came from nothing, but she's very much a middle class wealthy kind of person. You know the kind of person.
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
Was born into the merchant life, inheriting the trade from family, inheriting the trade of fine goods family, but always aspired for more, surrounded by the affluent nobility of...
Isaac's taking the words right out of my mouth yet again.
You started with a small loan of $1 million. And you should have trade. Oh my god. Was inspired from or surrounded by the affluent nobility of Venice. Oh, Venice at the height of its trade. At the height of its influence. Family was by no means poor, but was not, but also wasn't the elite. Okay. And it is that hunger for more that I'm assuming would drive you to seek out your immortality, perhaps, or perhaps the immortality comes to you. We shall find out later. So that is the first experience for now. Broad summary of the vampire's life before becoming an undead thing. This experience will be slotted in the character's memory slot. So we have one active memory slot. Next, we need at least 3 mortal characters for your vampire to know. So, who are these mortal characters?
Well, first of all, I think she's got a dad.
A dad,
I think
cool.
she's got a dad that she works with. Yeah.
Okay, what's your dad? What's your dad's name?
All
Again,
right, going back to that list.
Again, it can literally be anything, but go for it.
Yeah. No, I want it to be like specifically. I'm like I want it to be very like stereotypically Italian. Because I'm like, I want it to be the kind of name that's like fun to say.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, I think this is a funny one to pick.
Yeah.
Giovanni, which means
Giovanni.
Apparently God is gracious.
So we have Giovanni, who is your father. And is he sort of like is he like the patriarch of the business? Is he like
I would say so, yeah.
Rose is a bit quiet still. Could you quickly turn your volume up a little bit? I think people Twitch chat is saying you're still a little bit quiet.
Hold on, let me see if I can do something. Does this help at all?
That does, yes. I think that should be chat, does that sound good? Might have to wait a couple of seconds for them to actually tell me. That's certainly louder for me, and I hope that is just as loud for you guys.
Hello?
There you go. I mean, well, I'm sure we'll hear about that. So, father, he is the patriarch of the family business. There we go, it's better. Yeah, good stuff. Of the family business. Do you reckon he got the business from his father before him? Is it
I would say so, yeah. I think it's a long running thing. I think that it's probably like maybe his father started it. Very much alluding to the like.
So he's like second generation of.
I would
this
say
family.
so.
Yeah.
Like someone like the kind of person who would see how hard his father worked and wants to maintain that and maybe shield his family from that a little bit.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So like, okay, yeah, definitely. He wants his family to reap the fruits of his labor while also not having to deal with the actual nitty gritty and hard work of it.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah.
I like this. Next character. Who is this?
I don't know. I think this would be a customer, maybe someone that
Regular customer.
Ada's not. Yeah, like someone that she works with, someone who maybe she's not necessarily. I guess someone who's probably particularly difficult to work with.
Okay. Right. Yeah. So what is this person's name?
See, this is my issue. I'm very bad at coming up with names. This is a specific issue of mine.
You've got the list if you want to go back to the list.
I do have the list up still. I could be on the nose here because I have a very specific idea of who I want this character to be. I want it to be.
You can be as on the nose as you want.
Okay, so I want this to be someone who is very noble. And who is very much like a noble. She's very affluent, and I think she's maybe a bit of an asshole.
Okay.
And,
yeah.
But it's like Ada doesn't really like working with her, but it's like great customer, probably someone who's been with working with her family for
Yeah.
generations.
Or is that
right?
like her
I've
family's
lived for a
been
long
buying
time.
from them for fucking
Exactly.
years? Yeah.
And I think that there's also very much a personal feeling of like growing up seeing this person. I think I'm kind of jealous of them, and and specifically because of that, I have the name Adelaide pulled up. I think she draws this connection and specifically kind of develops this complex of like I want to be better than I am, for like
Okay.
her own relative comfort.
Right. I love
Her
it.
name is
I love it. I love it so much. So
yeah.
Adelaide, repeat customer, source, envy, Ada.
I think that
Basically, like, is she like a particularly difficult customer? Does she have a lot of like, what
I
is it
think
about her aside from being better off than Ada that she not like? Is there anything,
I
or is it just
think
I
she's
hate that you're better than
picky.
me?
I think that she's just generally very picky. The
Okay.
customer is.
Yeah.
So she's maybe just a little difficult to work with because of that. I think Adelaide probably doesn't hate her, maybe even likes her. But Ada kind of is very jealous of her.
Yeah. It's difficult to work with customer. Um, repeat customer. Very picky. Difficult to work with customer.
The old
Source.
Karen.
Of
I don't think
envy.
so. I'm
Yeah.
actually, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, I think Adelaide explicitly likes Ada because I think that in my opinion Ada's quite good at her craft and quite discerning, but is also just so blinded by how different their circumstances are that she's just pissed off, and instead of seeing it as someone who admires her skill, she just thinks that this person's an asshole and a pain in the ass to work with.
I like it. I like it very much. Your final mortal character.
Too many ideas for this. The first two came to me very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But the third one I am not sure of. I think. I think maybe she has a younger sibling, maybe a younger brother who's I would say probably like 10 or so years younger.
Okay.
I would say
what is this person? Is it a sister? Is it a brother? What's the
I
vibe?
would say it's a brother.
Okay.
I think that he would be like I would say that she's, in my opinion, probably in her 30s and he's probably in his early 20s, or like at the youngest like 19, like considered old enough to be considered an adult.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I would say at this point in their lives, she's probably someone who's I would say she was very much raised to take on her father's craft, and I think he might feel it, like by the time she was learning this stuff, he was probably a baby, right?
Yeah.
Or like a small kid, but he feels like because he's the first-born son, he's being cheated out of
Potentially
something
like
here.
an inheritance. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, an inheritance. And it's like, they have a very doting father. Realistically, he would be fine. I think he probably just feels he's been cheated out of something, and
Yeah. Okay. What is your brother's name?
back to the list.
Mm-hmm.
Back to the Italian names list. Back to the names we go. See, I like picking on the nose names, so I gotta look through.
Again, you could be as on the nose or off the nose as you like.
But they gotta keep their noses. They gotta keep them. One of the names on here is Allegra.
Allegra, that's a great name.
No, that's it's wait, actually, no, hold on. That would actually be kind of. I saw that one and I was like, it's funny that that's a medicine name. But now I kind of want to name him that, even though it's a female name, because I'm looking at the names and I told you why I picked Ada. The description says it means cheerful and lively, and it was born by a short-lived illegitimate daughter of Lord Byron. So
Okay.
I was like, okay, that was kind of funny, but that actually does seem like, I guess we'll just make it a second daughter then.
Okay.
Because Yeah.
So which name are you going with? Sorry.
Allegra.
Allegra. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I think I think that perhaps she sees means cheerful, lively. I think that maybe she's someone who is a very bright and friendly presence
Mm-hmm.
to most people, but she's got a really big, spiteful. I think she's probably very spiteful and very short-sighted. Something that they clearly have in common, but I think that maybe she lets it get to her more, and also she's just a lot younger, so
Yeah.
perhaps Ada is the older, favored daughter in this situation.
Yeah, because like Ada's like if they do go out on the town, Ada's like the respected older daughter who's like due to inherit the trade, you know. And then you've got maybe Allegra's seen because she's sort of younger and doesn't have that same responsibility. She's sort of seen as like a sort of like loose cannon type thing, and it's like maybe that's getting to her a little bit.
Yeah.
Spiteful and
I think
short-sighted.
I think that Allegra. I think Ada perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
I said before that I think Adelaide would be someone who maybe likes Ada
Mm-hmm.
and respects her. I think Ada in turn respects Allegra a lot.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And sees a lot in her. I think that it's like yeah, the sisters kind of have that in common sort of deal.
She or inheritance, both sisters respect each other. Like and respect each other. And
No. I would say Ada respects Allegra, but Allegra fucking hates her.
Ah, okay. Ada respects Allegra,
Yes.
but Allegra hates. Okay, cool. I will remove this from the sheet then. Cool. That is your 3 mortal characters. They're on the record sheet. No, okay. Know that these characters should be very important, but will not be around for long. Okay, now we need to give your vampire to be 3 skills fitting for their lot in life. So these are skills are like abilities, so like things that your character could realistically do, and they can be sort of flavored. However, there's not really a sort of set archetype for this. Like you could have a literal you could literally have a skill that is just like merchant. Like you're good at swinging deals and stuff.
No, this one I've definitely got ideas for.
Okay, go for it. Hit me with them.
Well, first of all, I think that it would just generally make sense if she had a lot of connections in the area. I think it would make sense if she just like, just generally had connections that she maintained consistently.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, like for the procurement of resources, I think she's just quite literally able to do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, so like the skills,
yeah.
skill. So the first one I mentioned, the skill is called like well-to-do. Like you're known around town. You have a lot of connections. People like you. Like people are willing to do stuff for you. You're a well-to-do individual. As for like seeking out other resources, I was going to say like discerning. So like you have an ability that's like, you know what's a good deal. You know what's a bad deal. Like you know you have an eye for these.
Not entirely.
Maybe not entirely, but like.
I mean, because here's the thing. I was thinking about it, and I was kind of like, well, the character that I'm making seems like the kind of person who... I think that she might be... She's so focused on doing things, she doesn't necessarily always think about if it's the best idea long term. I think that she's very good at, like, immediate short-term gains.
Okay, right. So she's like...
Yeah.
I see. So she's very good at identifying like the best outcome in the short term.
Yes, I think that.
I guess that problem solving would probably be the skill I'd put in that one.
I suppose so. Yeah, I think that she's a good problem solver. I think she can find a good immediate solution to a problem.
Okay. So you have good connections that you maintain really well. You are good at solving you're good at like patching immediate issues. Problem solving also means that it's like applicable to other areas because you might like then check that skill later. The other thing that came to mind was like crisis management, which was just like if something goes wrong, you know how to fix the problem. But I guess problem solving works with that as well. So good solution finding, good connections. What's one other skill that you think your vampire would have, or your that Ada would have in life?
I no longer have ideas. I talked it up, and then I was like, I don't have any ideas anymore.
That's all right. I mean, it could literally just be like,
I have a knife.
you have a knife.
Uh,
I mean, that would go in resources. It's just
that
you'd
would go
have
in
a knife.
resources. That's not a skill. That's a resource. You're right. You're right.
So my thinking. You're a merchant. You're literally peeking the microphone. It's not yet.
Turn noise. I had noise suppression on because I'm still eating. Right?
Yeah.
I have my food. But if it's gonna peak, we can't miss this content.
We can't miss this content. So my thought was, but like literally, just as the fact that you're a merchant, you would have like good handling of money. Like you would know like how to handle money and like, I guess like security maybe, because like if you're working in a family business, you'd have the ability to like, you would know like where certain things are stored, like you'd know where money is kept. You'd have a good like insight for like keeping assets safe. Basically, I'm gonna put security in there as the final skill. If you have no objection.
I have no objection.
Sweet. So that's 3 skills, and then we need to do 3 resources as well. So these resources can be anything. Like, we made the joke earlier that you have a knife. That is a very valid option for a resource. It can also literally be your family's business.
I think like, that works very well as a resource. I think that is 100%, yes.
Family business. This is like a source of passive income and stuff. So, like, basically, for as long as the family business remains, if you have an answer.
As long as it remains, I've got it.
If you have a, if you have a problem that requires money to solve, you can just say, oh yeah, we just hand wave it. Like you've made money with the family business. And any other 2 other resources? What are you thinking?
2 other resources. I think she'd have like a ring or a necklace, like some kind of jewelry that's just like, it is very nice looking, maybe nicer than the kind of thing she would usually have.
A necklace would be very out there. Like a necklace is like a statement piece, whereas a ring is something.
I would say a ring, yeah. I would say a ring because I think that it's something that she probably. I'm torn between saying she wears it all the time and saying she like hides it away.
Did she buy this ring herself? Was it a gift? Was it perhaps kept from an engagement that was broken off? What's the story behind the ring?
I think that you actually, hold on. The idea of it being an engagement that was broken off, I think, is very interesting. I think. So I know that I want the ring to very much be a symbol of her desire to. It's very much symbolically something that is tied to her desire to be very much a social climber.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that she holds on to as kind of like, so I think she would wear it all the time, right?
Yeah.
I think it's something that she wears that's maybe like unseemingly, like it's like unsightly in how nice it is, in the sense that like she's at work, she's wearing this thing.
She strikes me as a very she strikes me as a very practical woman. Like she's the type to wear trousers in this in this age where women were mostly wearing dresses, that sort of thing.
Yes, I think that she's a person who is both very practical, but maybe has some very unrealistic desires as a result of the fact that she is very much a go-getter. She gets things done. She's out there. She's like, I deserve this. I should have more.
And this is so. This is so it's above her station. Is this? I know you said you like the idea. Is this because of an engagement that was broken off, or is this something that maybe she bought with her own money as a way of like aspiring to better?
I think it was given to her.
Okay.
I'm torn between 2 things because I had my own idea, but I also like the idea that you had, because I think that could be something very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say I think it was something given to her by a family member, like maybe her father, as something that was like something she held on to very young. But I
Okay, yeah.
also specifically do like the idea of her possibly being engaged to someone who was like some member of nobility, and then maybe it was broken off either. Hmm. This is tough because I think there's a lot of really interesting ideas there that could go forward very nicely.
Yeah.
Um, because I do like the idea.
It's up to you. It's
Hmm.
whatever you want to do.
I'm talking through it right now,
Hmm.
and I want your opinion on it and what you think would be most interesting.
So I think
Because
I'm of the
I'm
opinion that if the ring was given to you by your father, I think that's a really cute thing that ties you, this like already existing character, to your memories. And like, because when we go through these things now, we have to create 3 more experiences that tie together 2 of any of these 3. So
yep,
it would be an easy way to get an experience down if your father gave you the ring, and then that was
this
like,
is true.
it's like a souvenir that this beloved character left you.
Hmm.
Um, the the result of it being a broken off engagement, to me, I think speaks more to her personality as someone who is sort of like maybe ruthlessly aspiring to be more than she is, and like it speaks to me of a person who has that in the front of their mind at all times. Like, that, yes, there's an element of nice sentimentality to the ring being given by her father, but like, if you were, it depends on what angle you want to take
Hmm.
her, really. I suppose. Like, is she
I think actually, hold on. I have an idea that I really like.
okay?
That I think ties into both of the ideas that you were kind of playing with. I specifically, it's a few things,
Mm-hmm.
so you're gonna have to give me a minute to talk through all of it because I had a couple of different ideas, and I think that there's actually, with what you said, a way to tie them together very nicely.
Go on. I'm here. I'm
Um,
listening. I'm
I
listening.
like the idea of there perhaps being an engagement that she broke off, and that being what the ring is for.
Okay.
And I specifically like the idea of like her sister, who I said I think is, she's, Ada is very much the one who is in charge. She's set to inherit the family business. It's a foregone conclusion. Her sister's maybe a lot of her worst traits amplified, and also I think she's maybe considerably less hardworking.
Yeah.
Um, I like the idea of the family business being something that was explicitly entrusted to her and given to her by her father, and I think that is very much a symbol of her love for her father
Gotcha.
and something that
Understood.
she continues for him. And I think that the ring very much represents a struggle between doing the right thing and following her own very selfish, like, social climbing desires and
Yeah.
stuff. I think that it's an ex fiance specifically because she perhaps made the right choice in the past, continuing on with her family business
Okay.
instead of an engagement. So
Yeah. So she
it's
broke
something
off
that's still there.
she broke off the engagement because she wanted to focus more on the family business.
I think
Okay.
that,
Understood.
yeah, I think it's perhaps something that she would have had to move away from, and
Yeah.
I think she probably just didn't want to do that. I
Cool.
think that I also think that that's really interesting in the sense that I think she wants more power, but she very much explicitly, like, she wants to have that power. I don't think she wants to be like a figurehead who just has it, you know?
Yeah. That's yeah, cool. I like it. And then the final resource. What are we thinking?
Um, hmm. One more thing before I say that. I want to say this thought before it goes off my head. I think one of the specific things about her, going back to that she's very much like generational wealth, and she also very much wants to have that power herself. I think that because she is like that, I think she maybe thinks she's a little bit stronger and more independent and more building things than she is, but also
Okay.
she's
Yeah.
kind of subconsciously aware that she isn't, which is why she wants to gain that power so badly and why it's so important to her to do
Cool.
it herself.
Okay. Yeah,
So
I
yeah,
like that.
that's a quick thought. That's a quick
No, no,
thought.
no, no. It's cool. It's cool motivation. And we
I
can
was like,
totally
I
like
wanted
keep
to
that in
say
mind.
that and get it out there before I moved on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
Totally.
having so much fun with this, by the way. This is already.
We haven't even started playing the game. We're still in the character creation
We haven't
screen.
even made her a vampire. It's been
We
an hour.
have been live for an hour and 4 minutes, and we have not started playing the game. Don't worry. So, like, the bulk of the game is in character creation. Like, the prompts kind of get resolved as and when, and obviously, like, stuff happens. But, like, what sets you on your journey is what we make here in the character creation. So,
Exactly. I, honestly, real fast, I think she's specifically not aware of her own limitations, at least not consciously. I think it's something that she very much, I think it's what her actions are very based on already.
yeah.
But I don't think that it's something that she's aware of. I don't think it's something she even notices, which is a thing that I think is important to me as someone who likes vampire characters, because I think it's really important that to me, it's important that these characters be their own downfall, and it's their own lack of awareness of themselves.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe she
Which is
hasn't
what I
learned
just
that.
think is
Maybe
so
she hasn't been
interesting.
humbled that way yet. Like, she's
Yeah, I
through
think
her
so.
own effort, she's gotten everything she wants, and she doesn't know. She hasn't hit the ceiling yet. Like, she hasn't been told
Yeah.
no, or like no, it's not that she's not been told no, but like she's been told no over and over times, and then eventually has been told yes by the same people. So
Yeah.
it's just
I
like,
think that
I like that
actually, can we
mentality.
go back and perhaps make the fiance a character real fast?
Okay,
Because
yeah,
I think
we
that
can.
I think it's someone who genuinely liked her and was like, "You're an amazing person, and I want to make you happy and comfortable." And she's like, "I don't want to be happy and comfortable.
There
Like,
is.
fuck you."
It does say
Kind of
create at
attitude
least
about it.
3 immortals, so we can
At
create an
least
additional
3.
mortal character. Yeah.
And
So
that was the thing that I was thinking about when like seeing you play this game. It's like 3 characters is not enough sometimes.
no, but like we can. I think it was only in the last game I ran that it said I read at least 3, and I'm like, oh, okay, you can create way more. Go for it. It's usually just for the sake of the format that I'm like, okay, 3, pick them.
Yeah. Which
So
is really funny because like at least 3 is genuinely an inside joke in my fucking channel. So
yeah, it's at
yeah,
least 3.
no, it's whenever it's like way bigger than 3, it's at least 3.
Yeah. It's like, how many people live in Venice? At least 3.
At least 3, yeah, exactly,
like,
exactly.
you're
that
not
kind of
wrong.
energy.
I think it was ours where at least 3 came up. Oh no, it was yours, Beck. You're so right. Because I think we
Yes.
made more than 3. How many count how many sands are in the desert, Isaac? That is your mission.
How many breads have you eaten in your life? At least 3. I don't know.
So what is the name of your ex-fiance?
Found one. I was looking through the list. Amadeo, which is
Amadeo.
It says it was the name of a 19th century king of Spain.
Okay,
So I'm
nice.
like, it's not necessarily that specific one, obviously, kind of a little late.
Yeah. Well, 19th
century.
century.
That one.
19th century hasn't happened yet. That's the 1800s. But you
Yup.
can still pick this name.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Amadeo. So the ex-fiance so he like genuinely cared about her. Like he
Yeah.
loved her. He wanted to make her happy and keep her like comfortable, but she didn't want that. Wanted loved wanted to make her happy.
And I think that she maybe did like him too. I think that's an important thing. Again, I want my vampires to be in love, and I want them to suffer, and I want bonus points if they suffer if they're in love. That's what I'm saying. That's my favorite thing. So thank you for mentioning that offhand and unintentionally creating who's probably going to be my favorite side character to torture.
Torture and or kill, it depends.
Torture and or kill.
Okay, brilliant. So that is now. So now, we still need to create another resource.
We still need to create another resource. I'm kind of tempted after creating these 2 resources that are very symbolic of genuinely important relationships in her life. I'm kind of tempted to call back to what I said. A knife.
A knife. A knife works. I was gonna say, you want a boat?
Another boat? Another boat?
Well,
Another
so like,
one?
You
2
can have a gondola. That's like your family. Or like, I don't know how the fuck do gondolas work in Venice.
I
I've
don't
never
know how
been.
gondolas work. I didn't even get to go on one. I said I went to Italy. I went to Venice and I didn't get to ride a fucking gondola. And I'm still pissed about that. I
Is
went to Venice and I didn't ride a gondola.
is a gondolas like public transport, or are they like? Do people just own their own gondola? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's public transport. I don't know. I guess it's like taxis. I don't know.
Maybe I don't
Um,
know. I don't know. I'm not Italian.
I don't know.
We had a couple of suggestions from chat. Isaac suggests a really cool stick. We could go a surfboard from Beck.
Thank you guys. Very good suggestions.
Good suggestions.
Very in line with a knife.
I'm happy to go with a knife if you want to go with a knife.
Vampires and werewolves are inherently literary devices for carnal desire, but in different fonts. True and real.
True and
I love
real.
them so much. I love vampires more than I love werewolves, but they are both very interesting and versatile metaphors for like almost anything, and I like that a lot. I like that there's, especially because vampires are very much like it's a pick and mix curse. You can take whatever you want, and then you can turn that into whatever metaphor you want it to be. It can be a metaphor for for you can be an unjust power, you can be someone who is being oppressed, you can be someone who has some kind of physical element or illness, you can be queer, you can be literally some kind of vague oppressed minority. It can be a metaphor for literally fucking anything, and I think that is super fun.
So Isaac suggests you could have a private gondola as a symbol of status. I mean, to be honest, I imagine people did own private gondolas back before Venice was like a massive tourist destination. So I mean, you could have a boat, but it's up to you. I am happy to just say a knife ! Exclamation mark.
I don't want to do a knife, honestly. Like, I said it twice, but I don't want it to be a knife.
Yeah. What would because you've got the family business, you've got the ring that has like both like sentimental value, a knife and the willingness to use it.
Thank you, Isaac.
Oh my god. Fuck, why am I drawing a blank? My thought was like, because if you had like you wouldn't have your own merchant vessel. You'd like buy stuff that was brought in. You'd like order stuff and it would come in on a merchant vessel. You could have like a trade caravan. Like you could have like or like a net. It's like
would
a
that
network.
count as part of the family business though? Like
no, I guess you're absolutely right. It would do. Which means that any gondolas used specifically for the purposes of shipping goods would also come under the family business.
I gotta say it again. Not yet. Sorry, I saw that.
Those come later, Isaac. She gets those anyway. Good, and hear me out. A resource be like the ability to assume unassuming. That would be a skill, Lace. A resource is something physical that you can use. So like
we could do something to connect her with one of the last characters. I think that would be interesting. A resource, an informant. Ooh.
An informant could be interesting. You can have
making a fifth character over here. We're getting way over 3.
Can a resource be a person? Again, that would probably be a character, Isaac.
Okay.
Because like you'd have like a confidential informant, probably as someone in one of the other noble houses.
Oh, real fast. Before I forget this is another thing that I wanted to mention. Because I can't go into things without talking about my hyperfixation, right?
Go on.
So one of the other reasons that I picked Amadeo is because are you familiar with Interview with the Vampire at all?
I am not, no.
Okay, so I haven't read the books, I haven't seen the movie, however, I have watched the show, and there is a character in this show, and I am going to talk about spoilers, so it's like if you want to like take 5 minutes.
I'm fine. I don't mind.
This is more so because I know like a couple of people in here are friends who want to watch the show at some point. But there is a character in Interview with the Vampire. His name is Armand, but this is the third name that he has gone by at this point in his life. Another name that he went by at some point when he was in a relationship with someone else that was big content warning, not going to talk about. That's not entirely important right now, not something I need to get into, but at some point he did go by Amadeo, and one of the things that I find very interesting about him, and the reason that I picked it specifically, is because he is very much in a relationship at the point that we meet him in the series. He is in a relationship with someone where he is very like controlling, and he very much like tries to keep people safe, but
Hmm.
it's like maybe a little more selfish. I don't think that's necessarily something that would come up here. I don't think that's the kind of character I envision him to be, but it is something that I wanted to say is in the back of my mind with
Hmm.
that character, where
Uh,
it's maybe a partially selfish desire,
I just want to say
which is something
congratulations,
a little
Rosette.
bit queer.
You've been clipped. Which I think is
I've been
Lacey.
clipped.
I think it's Lacey clipped the moment where you say, "I can't go into this without talking about my hyperfixation." Let me quickly pull this up. Let me pull this up for Twitch chat.
Oh, real fast. Before I forget this, this is another thing that I wanted to mention.
Hmm.
Because I can't go into things without talking about my hyperfix.
Yep, 100%.
Incredible, thank you.
Thank you, Lacey.
Um,
Oh my god.
but yeah, I would really recommend you check out Interview with the Vampire, because tonally that's probably like the my favorite vampire story that I've seen like thus far in my life.
Hmm.
And I think that that would be something that would be very interesting for you to see and
Cool.
play with like in the future.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Because
100%,
I
100%.
think it's something that I am playing with tonally when coming up with things here.
Yeah,
Not necessarily basing anything off of anything, but
yeah.
I mean, like
In
ideas.
in a way, I'm kind of glad that I haven't seen it then, because I'm not going to hear you say something and be like, "Ah, I see what you've done there." But instead, I'm going to be
Honestly, this
like,
is it's one of those things where Amadeo, and like naming him that, when I was like, oh, I think he's the kind of person who keeps her safe. And I think that like baseline, it's from a very different place. This
hmm.
is the only thing that I'm explicitly pulling from, but I'm sure there's at least one other thing where someone's gonna be like, hey, this is kind of like that character from the show, and I'm be like, oh fuck, you're right. uh
Fair enough.
yeah.
Um, hey Rosie, we still haven't
um
made your final
we still
resource.
haven't made my final resource. We're an hour and 17 minutes into this. I gotta hurry it up. We gotta start actually making her a fucking vampire
We
already.
do.
um
We had a few more suggestions from chat. Beck suggested stilt so that she looks like a normal height. Um, uh,
who said she's short? Why are the height jokes transferring to her? I'm not even short. I'm average height.
okay. Lacey suggested a slap chop. Because
What is a slap chop?
uh, do you not know what the slap chop is? Okay, so it was a big like infomercial, like advertising campaign, like in the early 2000s.
Oh, that'll do it. I was probably 5.
Well, so like Vince, it's basically a kitchen gadget. It's like a plastic thing that has blades in it and a plunger it's like a spring-loaded plunger that you push down, and you basically put what you wanted to cut under the
Oh, my
slap
mom
chop,
has one of these.
and then you slap down and it chops it. It
Oh,
is as simple as
okay.
that.
I hate this thing because I unload the dishwasher in the house, and my mom has one of these, and this thing always has leftover bits of food that I have to pick off after we take it out of the dishwasher stuck to it. So
Yeah, I can imagine
I
that
know
sort of thing.
exactly what these things are.
Not fantastic for 11.97 Venice, I don't think, but it's a
Um,
good suggestion.
hmm. I do
Um,
think. Okay. Hmm. I do think that uh it being hmm I think the idea of like a poison or something like that would be interesting, because it's
yeah,
like, I don't know. Maybe I do want to come back to the knife idea, but I think that having something that is very much like a weapon or something similar as a
Is she?
I think
Thing
maybe
is,
she'd be a little paranoid.
yeah. Is she the
Yeah.
type who, when faced with a threat that she can only get rid of by killing them, is she the type to do the act herself, or is she the type to lay a trap and then walk away as the trap goes off? Because that basically it sort of it might lean into the style of, is she so ruthless that she would take a knife and kill someone with it, or is she the type of woman who knows that she's going to do it, plants the poison in this person's drink, and then leaves, and then the person dies after she is long gone? Like, what's the angle you want to take this, I guess?
So I'm trying to think here. Um, because the way I see it, I think that if she has a knife, I think that I think it's very defensive versus offensive because I
Mm-hmm.
feel like a knife is very much something you would carry like, oh, if I have to do this.
Yeah.
If I have to get in a fight, I don't want to be in a bad situation. And I feel like a poison is like, oh, well, this isn't a great situation. I'm going to prevent this before it becomes a problem. But it might not become a problem. And then I just poison the guy, you
Yeah.
know? Hmm. What do you think?
It is a sort of case of like proact. I guess I get what you mean. It's like proactive versus defensive. Like you have to
Mm-hmm.
actively choose to poison someone, whereas with a knife you might be forced to use it in an encounter. Like
Mm-hmm.
you can't defend yourself with a little vial of poison effectively.
Yeah.
Um
Yeah, because I think that also that's another thing is I feel like if she has poison but not a knife, she's the kind of person who expects to never put herself in a situation where she needs to defend herself in the first place.
mm, yep, that's very true. Um is she the type of person to avoid conflict at all costs? I guess is what this comes down to.
Hmm. I think. Hmm.
Like I guess it's like, is she the type to, like, if she was to get mugged in the street, she would like hand over the valuables, but then would she then find where that person lives and then make them regret it? It's the sort of vibe, I guess.
Huh. They're common concealed carry self-defense weapons. You know what? I think she
Particularly
would
in
have a knife.
Italy. A knife, okay.
Yeah.
Um
Yeah, I think she would have a knife.
does the knife have any
Um,
significance, or is it just a like fairly bog standard concealed carry weapon?
I think that it's very much just a tool to her. I don't think she has much attachment to it. If it broke, she'd get another.
Okay, tool more than a weapon.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Understood.
I mean, it is very much a weapon. I think that,
Yeah. Well, any
I
tool
think I
can be a
prefer the
weapon in the wrong
idea.
hands.
Yeah, right. I don't know. I think that thinking about it, I think she's the kind of person who is very short-sighted, but I think she's still very moderately prepared.
hmm
Um,
Oh no, you are right, and I think like because of that short-sighted focus, the knife actually might lean into that more. Whereas like,
yeah,
would she have the
yeah.
patience to wait for a poison plot to go off if she's more
Hmm.
driven by goals in the short term?
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. Yeah. So we have the knife, we have the ring given to her by the ex-fiance, and we have the family business which will be given to her by her father. Now we need to create 3 more experiences in separate memory slots. We need to combine any two of the skills, characters, or resources into experiences.
Okay.
So for
Hmm.
skills, we have well-to-do, problem-solving, and security. We have your characters Giovanni, Adelaide, Allegra, and Amadeo. And then we have your resources, which are the family business. I'll clarify this as an engagement
Hmm.
ring given to her by her ex-fiance, and then the knife that she carries as like her daily carry.
Yeah.
I think so. Just because I'm aware that like you want to get into the game, just to like a couple of suggestions for what can be combined. Obviously, well to do, like your skill for like maintaining connections, and Adelaide, you could have an interaction with Adelaide where you're like
Hmm.
flexing your like maybe your power over her, or like you're like flexing a connection to sway her in a particular way. Um, you could do obviously you could do the engagement ring and Amadeo. Um, whether that is him giving you the ring in the first place or you breaking off the engagement. You could combine multiple of these. You could have Giovanni and the family business, or
I
maybe
feel like
Allegra
the
and the
solution
family
has
business.
to be combine multiple of these because I'm thinking about it and I'm like, I wrote way too much and I feel like I could fill all the memory slots easily with all of the stuff that I said as like things that I want to play with the
True.
character.
Well,
Which is, I think, one of the interesting things about this game is that you can only hold so much.
Yeah.
But also, I want to keep it all!
Well, that wouldn't be the game if you could keep it all.
That wouldn't be the game!
So, first thing, so we have to cherry pick. What's the first one?
Yeah, we have to cherry pick. Okay, so I think that one of the things that I really want to emphasize with the memories is so I want there to be I think I agree with the idea of her perhaps going to Adelaide. Perhaps she's working with her, bringing some fine goods to her. And I think that I'm thinking about this. I think she brings it up. She talks about it a little bit. She's like, "Oh, like not to brag or anything." And I think that Adelaide, in return, I think Adelaide just thinks of it as sharing with someone she's worked with for a long time.
Okay.
Also shares some piece of good fortune, like maybe she's also getting engaged. She's also engaged. She's getting married.
Gossiping.
Perhaps
Okay.
to someone of an even higher station. And I think that she thinks she's just talking to someone who she works with. She's, maybe she's excited, she's bragging a little bit, but I think Ada takes it as like, I'm so fucking happy for you.
Okay, yeah.
And I think that like maybe she does a decent job hiding it. I love the idea of Adelaide thinking of her as a friend and Ada just like hates her guts so much.
And Ada learns that Adelaide is due to be is I guess not quite married, not quite engaged, but I guess soon to be engaged.
I think that in this interaction, and this is a thing that I want to highlight with like, I guess, well-to-do problem solving stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think something I want to highlight is she's pissed the fuck off, but also at the same time, one thing that I mentioned that we talked about is like she's specifically selling fine silks and stuff. I think that she would be pissed the fuck off. I think she would also use it as an opportunity to be like, "Oh my god, you're getting engaged, you're throwing all these parties and stuff." I think she sells her more stuff.
Okay,
She takes
yeah,
advantage
yeah.
of it. I think she
Ada,
like very much works through that immediately by being like,
this,
I'm pissed off and I'm going to make as much money off of this shit
as
that I can. I'm gonna
opportunity
distract myself.
to earn a profit by selling greater quantities. Goods.
Yeah.
Cool. That's slot 1. Experience 1. So what's the next one? What's another experience that occurs?
Okay, so how many do I have again?
How many do
I have to fill?
Two more. Two more experiences that combine either a character, a resource, or a skill, or any two of the three, or perhaps even more of the three.
Okay, so I think there is a memory when she is okay. So I want to do one with her family because we've got two family characters here that are very important. But I also want to do one with her apparent ex-fiance. I really want to do that one because I want to take that as an opportunity to flesh out and figure out what exactly their relationship is to each other.
So we'll focus on the ex-fiance one for now.
All right.
Is this So is this experience where the relationship ends? What are we thinking at
Um,
what point in the relationship is this? Because we know it's over, but at what's
yeah.
the experience that she would hold on to going into this?
I think that this would be I think the thing that I want to emphasize here is I want their love to be mutual. I
Mm-hmm.
want them to still be in love even though they're not together anymore.
Mm.
Uh I want them to very much like each other and not be in a relationship for other reasons.
Yeah.
And I want to play with that. I think that I very much like the idea of um I don't think that this is when they break off their engagement. I think this is when she kind of realizes she is going to break off their engagement. But I think that
Okay.
it's
Yeah.
a conversation. I think it's a very nice walk
Mm-hmm.
that they have. They're already engaged. I think they've been together for a couple of months. I think they're planning their wedding and their honeymoon and talking about things. And he talks about how they're settling in and he talks about how comfortable and happy their life is going to be, and I think there's just a sinking feeling in her gut where she's like, oh, I'm marrying this man and I'm in love with this man, and I think he has a totally incorrect idea about the person that I am,
Yeah.
right? Where she's kind of like, no, I'm not just gonna be your wife, I'm gonna do way more. um I'm not comfortable being comfortable, you know.
Yeah. And
But
I'm just trying, and Ada gets the sudden horrible realization.
Amadeus about to start his Phenomenon arc. I think that he's a bit of a poet.
Has
Uh,
no
I think that he's
idea
I think
what
that
she
he's just
actually
like a sweet
wants.
guy.
Amadeo and Ada have been engaged for a couple of months now. They've planned the ceremony and the honeymoon already. Amadeo is excited about how happy and comfortable their life will be, and Ada gets the sudden horrible realization that Amadeo has no idea what she actually wants.
I want to add on that I think that during this conversation, I think that Allegra is also there. I think that it's the three of them together, and I think that she's excited about this engagement
Yeah.
because I think that she's like, if she's out of the picture, the family business is mine. So I think that she's trying to egg this on, and she's not really very aware of the fact that I think that it's specifically maybe a comment she makes about like how comfortable you're gonna be and shit,
Oh,
and she's
okay.
kind of like she's kind of trying to be like, yeah, get out of here. I
Yeah.
want to be where you are, and I think that Allegra accidentally is like in saying that it pushes
Yeah.
Ada to be like, oh God, that's not what I want at all.
Makes a comment about how happy and comfortable the two of them will be together. And then it gets the sudden horrible realization that Amadeo has no idea what she actually wants. This comment would push her to end their engagement on good terms. Okay, that is the second.
I think that
Oh,
good terms is like relatively true. I think that maybe they don't really talk to each other very often. I think that he's completely devastated over this. I think that if she went to him and was like, I'd take you back, he'd be like, would you?
oh,
Please?
oh no, he's hopeless.
Yeah.
First they end their engagement.
And I think she definitely doesn't want to at all, but I think that she holds on to that ring partially because she likes him, but it's also very much a symbol of her status
Would
of like
not resent.
I like it because it's a symbol of something she thinks she wants but also explicitly doesn't. I
Yeah,
think she doesn't realize that she's exactly where she wants to be.
yeah.
And she just has a complex without even realizing it. She's got a
It's
complex
like
about the
it's a
fact that
real
she didn't
grass is
earn it and she
greener.
totally thinks she did.
It's a real
Yeah.
grass is greener complex.
Absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
would describe this, but he would not resent her for it. Cool. Now we have the final experience. This is the one. This is the one to do with the family. So
Mm-hmm.
sort of okay. I also want to sort of set these like chronologically. So like, does this interaction between Amadeo and Ada, does that happen before or after the the gossiping interaction with Adelaide?
I think that happens after. I think it
After.
happens after the gossiping, because I think at the point where she's like gossiping with Adelaide, she's like, um, I think she's very much like, she's like, oh my god, no, like I'm so excited about my engagement, and I think she's very much thinking about the power she's going to obtain. And then I think she's talking to Amadeo, and she's like, oh my god, I'm supposed to just be happy and in love, and I'm not gonna do a bunch more social climbing after this. What do
Yeah.
you mean?
Yeah.
And it just ends here? What do you
Okay.
mean it's
Yeah.
over?
It's like, yeah, your journey ends here. It's like, what?
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Nuh-uh.
It's just like, fuck you mean,
Nuh-uh.
nuh but in like a really like happy, lovesick way. Like, fuck you mean, nuh This is it.
Yeah, exactly.
So the one with the family. What's the experience you have with your? I'm assuming it'll be your father and your sister, Giovanni and Allegra.
I think that this would be the earliest experience.
Okay.
I think this would be when Allegra is still very young.
Okay.
So like probably like 7 or 8, and
Okay.
she's and Ada herself is in her late teens, early 20s. I think this
Okay.
is when she's officially set to. This is when her father is like, all right, you are set to inherit this business. You are my eldest daughter, and I love you so much, and you are everything I wish you could be and more. I think that I think he loves her just unconditionally. I think I think her dad loves her so fucking much, and just sees the fucking world in her.
Hmm.
Um
We stand Giovanni. What a king. What a
yeah,
king.
yeah. No,
um.
this is his princess. This is
Yeah.
he loves his daughter so much.
Ada finally earns
Um
the approval
yeah.
of her father that she is ready to inherit the family business.
I think that Allegra is maybe too young to understand what
Mhm.
exactly is happening. So I think Allegra is very much like, yay, something good is happening. I think that this very much cements like this is a moment where her whole family was happy and she felt like she had finally obtained something.
Yeah.
Um, I think this is like, man, it felt really good to do something.
Yeah.
I want to do it again.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very happy moment that unintentionally kind of like continues to set her
Yeah. It
on the path
sows
of
it
like I need to
sows the
continue
seed
climbing and
of,
finding more.
oh my god, I think I know what it is. It is like it stems from a like root for an inherent desire for approval.
I think so.
Like
I 100% think so.
to understand what this means for her in the family. And it sows in Ada the desire for approval. Okay. Big happy family thing. Approval of her father that she's ready to inherit the family business. I'll put down here like I'll put it in the character notes. Loves his daughters, plural. He loves both daughters unconditionally, right?
He loves both. I think he loves both daughters so much, but I think that they both very much. I think they both have complexes.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Uh,
Definitely.
so that's our 4 experiences. We're almost done with character creation.
Yeah.
The final thing we need to do is we need to create. So hold on, create 3 more experiences. Lastly, we need to create an immortal. So this is the person who turns Ada.
Oh wait,
into
oh
a
hold on.
Whoop.
There was a little more I wanted to add with the
Okay,
memory.
go on.
It was just like an addendum that's not necessarily entirely like something that fully needs to be written down. It's more
Mhm.
so just a thing to keep in mind.
Yeah, go for it.
I think that it's very much all 3 of them together are happy. I think that maybe they're perhaps eating dinner together, and I think that this is a very specific moment for Ada specifically, where I mentioned that there's something kind of going on where Ada fucking hates Adelaide. Adelaide likes her, and Allegra kind of hates Ada. Ada loves her. I think that this is a moment where I think Allegra is very happy for her because she's very young, and I think this is a moment that very much cements for Ada that she sees Allegra as someone who's very much in her corner, and she is at this point because she's 9.
Yeah.
And she's 9 and she loves her sister so much, and her sister's the coolest person in the world, and I think that gets twisted into jealousy for like, I want to be her and I can't be her. I am the second daughter. I can
Yeah.
only be her if the first daughter is no more.
Yeah.
And I think that this is a moment that cements for Ada that like this is my sister, and I am going to protect her and take care of her. I think maybe in a way, like, I think she's very much like, I want to keep her comfortable in the
Mm-hmm.
way that, Amadeus like, oh yeah, I want to keep you comfortable. Which I think is very interesting. I
Yeah.
think the idea that like she she has all of these issues with other people in her life, but she's also doing the same thing to her sister is very interesting to me.
Yeah.
That she's like pissed off about all this stuff, but she's not even thinking about the fact that she's doing the same thing.
Sister will always be in her corner. Will sows the desire for approval at all costs. There we go, got it. So including that addendum in the memory there. So now we need to create your immortal, the person who turns you into a vampire. Now, again, I want to stress for Twitch chat as well. Obviously, you can do what you want, but the word vampire in this context is very broad. It doesn't have to be an immortal that drinks blood through fangs. It can be all sorts of different things. An immortal in this context, the vampire in this case, is any immortal that has their immortality sustained by feeding on the life essence of the living. So, who is this immortal?
Now this, I don't know who the immortal themselves would be in this case.
Mm-hmm.
That I am struggling with. I have ideas for how they could meet and why they would meet and how they have to do with other characters, but I do not have an idea of who they would be directly. I will say I do very much like the idea of it being like, a default flavor vampire classic.
Mm-hmm.
That's I for fuck's sake, I said it in Venice because it's filled with running water and that's funny.
I'm just imagining like a vampire like with Bethesda pathing, just like really struggling to get over the running water. Just like Bethesda and Skyrim NPC vampire. It's like bumping into invisible walls because they can't go over the running water.
I feel like for her sake, she's got to at least be able to cross over a bridge. But I feel like a boat's too close for comfort. I think people are like, come on, girl, the gondola's faster, and she's like, I think I'll walk. I'm fine.
I love the evolution of this, by the way, because we had Damp Quixote, who was fucking just slightly wet all the time, and then we had Calf's Vampire, who was literally like he lived in the ocean. Like you cannot get more wet than this man.
I'm bringing us back in.
Rosette just complete 180, just like the most hydrophobic vampire I've ever seen.
Hypothetical scenario where the three of them are meeting and it's like, come on, girl, it's just water. And I'm like, yeah, that's the fucking problem. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I just think that's so
you can
much
go
water.
In there? You can't?
Oh my god. I'm trying to think which of the vampires that have been created are sort of averse. I think yours is currently the most averse to running water because
we haven't even made her a vampire yet. So
yeah,
we don't even know entirely. That's just one of the side effects.
Yeah. So very a classical vampire. So I'm thinking maybe this person is potentially I like the idea that it happens at an event. Like you
Yeah,
are
that's what I was
you're
thinking.
invited to, dare I say, a masquerade, and
Ooh.
um and you meet this charming individual. I'm not going to paint them as either male or female presenting in this context because I don't know what the vibe is
I
there.
think she's a
But
little bisexual. I think she's a little bisexual.
I'm
I
here
think
for
that
this.
there's I think that there's I think that if we're getting a little dark with it, I think there's something weirdly like psychosexual about whatever's going on with Natalie. I think she's got some weird like sexual tension there, even though she hates her guts.
Mm-hmm. I'm here
I
for
think she'd
this.
never admit it, but like I think she kind of I think she kind of is attracted to her as a part of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I think she likes. I don't think she's got a particular preference.
Okay.
Um.
Cool. Cool. I'm here for it. Um. So I'll leave that up to you then if you want to randomly determine whether it is whether it's a man or a woman who turns you. Generating robotic rosette. I think my internet might be struggling a little bit.
It might be me. Hold on.
You're fine now. You're not robotic anymore. Um, I'm just aware that the
I am
light on
taking a look
my
at something.
Wi-Fi router is orange.
Oh god, it's me.
Oh no. Are you okay? You sound fine now. If it's
I'm gonna send you a picture of my internet speed test that I am doing currently so you can see what is happening here.
sweet. Okay.
And don't worry about the fact that it says Miami on there. It would say Miami no matter what part of Florida I'm in. That's just the server.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not doxing myself.
Well, it's the same way that like my server would be like fucking Dublin, and I don't live in Ireland, so.
I had someone tell me once, like, "Oh my god, you're doxing yourself. It says you live in Miami," and I'm like, "I don't live in Miami.
That's just where the
I'm
server
fine.
is.
This is just where the server is. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine."
It's just
Yeah.
oh no.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit, that down though. God damn.
Yeah. Yeah, we should have 30 up. So
yeah, it's the up that's the problem. But
Yep.
it's all fine now. So you meet at. I love that I said that this was a masquerade and back when Vampire Con. it's fucking full of vampires. You're like one of the few mortals at this insane vampire rave. Going full Castlevania Nocturne, where like all of the elite of Venice are actually vampires.
Oh my god. No, I don't think it's all of them because she's got her ex, you know.
Yeah.
They're her it's complicated situationship she's got going on.
So I mean, if you want to determine like if you're happy to like coin flip it, I could determine whether it's a
coin
male
flip
or female.
it.
Coin flip it. Okay.
You know what? Actually, let's not coin flip it. I'm gonna use one of my dice because I have all these dice and I just got them.
Okay.
I haven't used them.
Roll your d6. Odds is male. Evens is female.
All right. My d6.
Mm-hmm.
It's which one is my d6?
It's the cube.
It's the cube. Right. That makes sense. It has 6 sides. Well, it is a 6.
6. So it is a she who turns you. So the immortal, they are a classic. So this happens at the picture of the scene. It is a masquerade ball. You have been invited to this. You are excited to go because this is a chance to ply your networking skills with the elite of the city of Venice. And this enchanting woman catches your eye from across the room. Is this person in? I'm assuming this person is in finery. Are they perhaps a foreigner in this land? Are they not dressed in the style of the city? What's the vibe here, basically?
I do kind of like the idea of her being just completely enamored with someone who is like not from here.
Mm-hmm.
But I also feel like this is a very momentary character in her life. I don't know. I feel like she's the kind of person to move on from most of this stuff very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Where would she be from?
So it'd probably be from like realistically. I mean, it can be from anywhere in Europe or even like outside of the rest of the world, but it wasn't massively connected at that point. You're looking realistically at somewhere like Austria or Hungary, what sort of, I guess, what would be at the time like Wallachia, maybe like Transylvania, that sort of type of way.
Okay, you know what? It would actually be really funny if we're saying classic vampires. I think they should be from there.
You think it's over there? So this woman is from this person
I
is
think we
is
should be super
from
on the nose about it. Yes.
Wallachia. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Immortal. Noble.
Vatican City. I've been there twice. You know.
No, but oh wait, no, Isaac, no, Vatican City. That's where fucking Willem de Pope is.
Willem de Pope returns.
This enchanting woman, like, stares at you from across the room.
This enchanting woman who looks exactly like Willem de Pope.
She lifts her mask and it's Willem de Pope. No, he can't be here again. Hang on.
Oh, we can't do that. We can't do that.
Is Willem?
It's really funny though.
That's fucking hilarious. When did Toria start? 1400s. Okay, so Willem de Pope is still dehydrated beneath the Vatican right now.
Yeah, Willem de Pope is not in play yet.
Willem de Pope, he can't keep getting away
I
with
predate Willem de Pope.
it. You predate Willem de Pope, exactly.
Let's go.
He's actually not Willem de Pope at the moment. He's just the corpse, but he looks vaguely like Willem de Pope.
He is just the corpse. He's not the Pope yet. This is true.
So the immortal noble lady.
I love like alluding to all of this. I hope that because I'm alluding to all of these, people are like tempted to check out all of the other VODs too.
Oh, 100%.
I'm like, I'm like one of literally 3 people, like 3 or 4 people who's watching all of these, and I can talk about the lore of these with Beck and Sif and you.
You gotta, more people gotta know the lore.
I need more people to know about my hyperfixation, which is my friend's games of this like one-on-one tabletop experience and his alternate history that he's creating, where fucking Coventry is a big town and there's just a bunch of floating ships out there.
Yeah.
And Willem Dafoe is
Willem
Dafoe's
fucking everywhere.
He looks, yeah. Willem Dafoe is all over these. Here, he's there, he's everywhere. We keep trying to put him more places.
Like there's been one pope for the last like however many years and nobody's questioning it.
I mean,
perhaps he got that trait from
ordained by God, right?
Perhaps he got that trait from Beck's vampire, because Beck's vampire had the ability to make people go, oh yeah, this is fine.
He did.
And
Maybe he's the same kind. No, he's not the same kind of vampire as Beck, because he's explicitly supposed to be the same kind as Maletitia.
No, but Beck's vampire did meet Willem de Pope one-on-one.
Oh my God, that's right.
They had multiple interactions, and I don't know if I'm creating some weird like super vampire that is like, that also happens to look like Willem Dafoe. It's just sort of like slowly accruing the powers of other vampires.
It's pretty fucked up, but I can't do that.
100%. So your immortal is this noble lady.
It's fucking vampire endgame. Willem de Pope is collecting everyone's powers like they're Infinity Stones, and then all the other vampires have to come back from the dead and fight him to save the world.
Oh my God! If I ever run 500-year-old vampire with like loads of different people, Willem de Pope is the final boss.
Yes, you gotta have everybody come as their characters and like an alternate history where the ones who die don't die.
100%. I'm here for it.
Yeah,
I'm here for it. Anyway, you're traveling. Yeah, your noble lady from Wallachia. She is traveling. Well, perhaps she was invited to the masquerade.
I think so.
By the Doge, because the leader of Venice is called a Doge. Yes, it is literally spelled that way, D-O-G-E.
You gotta be kidding me.
Nope, that is the so hang on, what is the name of let me look this up. What is the title of the ruler of Venice? Fuck off, AI, I'm not interested. Doge of Venice. It's literally right here.
Oh my God.
Wild, actually.
Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. My bad. Whoops.
Suddenly Rosette is big now.
Big Rose.
So yeah, no, this is at the Doge's palace. Holy shit, it's even better. The
Yeah.
masquerade is at the Doge's palace. Invited to the masquerade by the Doge. Does she have a name, or is she simply so and so? Like the someone from Wallachia. Like it can be literally like a name and then of Wallachia.
I think she has a name. I think she's not.
Because some of the immortals previously have just had titles, like the first one we had was the Stranger. We've had obviously Toria had the Corpse. We had the
Corpse pre Willem de Pope.
The Corpse is dehydrated Willem de Pope. We have had the
Willem dehydrated.
God damn it, that's so good.
Willem dehydrated.
Willem dehydrated. Oh no. That's really fucking funny. Oh god. That really tickled me, holy shit. And I think the last one we had, so the Bex one was the Telmir, which is sort of like
that's right.
The breed.
Yeah,
it was like the type of vampire.
Hunting down.
Yeah. And then we had the Siren, who was the last one. The Siren was a sort of more eldritch power.
Most people have vampires who are very much not characters in their stories, so I think I changed my mind. I think I want to make this person a character.
Okay.
Because most of these are just like not really people in their lives. They kind of just show up and they go away.
Yeah. So, what are we calling this person then? What title do we give this this immortal?
I don't know anything about Wallachian nobility.
So, okay, what's the ruler of Wallachia? Because again, we can play fast and loose with this.
Yes.
So, okay, Vlad Vlad the Impaler was obviously like the most legendary.
That's the big guy.
Yeah.
He's kind of important.
He's not actually around yet. That's in another 300 years or so. As the Voivode is the ruler of Wallachia. So it'd be so Voivode I think is the male pronunciation. It might be the
we've decided that this is a lady.
This is a lady. So I guess Voivode would still count then because it's just ruler of the land. So we could say so. So we could go with the Voivode just for now. Is noble lady from Wallachia invited to the masquerade by the Doge of Venice. And I don't have a better solution than Voivode at the moment. Unless you can come up with something.
Honestly, you saw the same things I did. We are caught up on the same amount of knowledge, so we'll
cool.
We're not exactly trying for complete historical accuracy here. We'll do what we can.
Yeah. So obviously, and now so we need to create the mark. He was not around. Do you have any idea he was before? How old he was before becoming Vlad? I'm joking. I mean, he ascended. I think he ascended the throne.
This is a woman. Considering this is a woman, the implication that this is Vlad the Impaler, and like, do you have any idea how old he was before becoming Vlad? I don't think that's necessarily. I don't think that's exactly what I would want to do with that character. But the idea that this is the same person who eventually becomes Vlad the Impaler means that in this timeline you have made trans-masculine Vlad the Impaler.
I mean,
and I think that's extremely funny.
That is extremely funny. I'm very here for it. But Dracula, trans icon.
Trans Dracula.
Put it on a t-shirt. Slap trans Dracula. I now just want to see it like do like a little doodle of the Castlevania Dracula just waving a tiny trans flag.
The first trans icon.
He putting the trans in Transylvania anyway.
So would he have a dead name or an undead name?
That's so good. That's so good. Can't believe you undead named Vlad the Impaler.
if you say a trans person's dead name, are you this is so dumb. We should move on.
We should move on.
We're 2 hours in and she's not even a fucking vampire yet.
That's
This
true.
is gonna be like 8 hours long.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Speed running. Okay. I'm gonna have to put the throttle down here. So classical vampire.
I still wanna go at this at like a decent pace.
Yeah. No. Definitely. Like. We like. I've got nowhere to be tomorrow, so I'm fine. Like staying up to resolve this to its completion. But the in terms of like getting the actual game underway. So the marks. I'm assuming. Unless you have a specific idea, because they are like classical vampire, it's probably going to be a bite mark on the neck.
It's gonna be it's gonna be a bite mark on the neck. She's gonna bite her. She's gonna bite her. So I think that there's absolutely she bites her. That's the big one. I feel like that makes sense.
Yeah.
Remind me what's going on with the marks.
So the mark is basically what it's a physical manifestation of the curse on your body. It is a it's something that physically marks you out as a member of the undead, or as a member of the cursed.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, I think that's the big one. She has fucking bite marks. Bite marks, fangs, the whole dealio. I think the fangs are retractable. I think that's a big thing.
Yeah.
I think that's hot. I think it's hot when they come out. You know.
Yeah.
There's a scene in Interview with a Vampire that I'm remembering that is extremely funny. And I like that one a lot because it's really funny, and then not long after that really funny scene, it just immediately devolves into just like a very brutal torture scene, which isn't what I want to go for here. But I do think that I think that the cognitive dissonance of that is very funny. Not funny, but I think it's very interesting. It's really funny. It's one of the characters. He's like, he's quite literally, he's very high, and he's like, oh my god, he just made his fangs like come out. He's like trying to record and like write an article, but he's quite literally very high out of his fucking mind. And he's like, he made his fangs come out, like you can't see it because I'm recording it, but like they're like, it's really funny. And it's played as a very funny scene.
Yeah.
Because it's like when because the same fucking set of scenes right before the first time when the vampire reveals himself as a vampire, he does it to freak the guy out. He's like, "Are you the Zodiac killer?"
Yeah.
Which is an extremely funny scene. But that's I'm doing the thing where I was like, we should hurry up, and then I immediately go on a complete aside. Like,
no, it's fine. You can keep going on your aside. I'm basically just setting up like what we've already established, which is that like, so I'm assuming the entire family is invited to this, so it's not just you; it's your dad and your sister as well.
I think I would say they're all invited.
To help out the Doge.
But I think something that's very important is I think that it's something that Ada put them in the position for. I think something that's really important for the idea that I have that I'll get into in a second is I think it's important that it's something she got them into.
Yeah.
As part of it. Yeah.
Social manipulations. The family receives an invitation to a masquerade ball held by the Doge. This is to be the event of the season.
Yeah.
Dresses are bought. Masks are designed. The family attends in style, perhaps above their means. Again, thanks to Ada. At this point, Ada is entranced by the appearance of a pale skin of a beautiful pale-skinned woman introduced as the voivode Wallachia, a country to the east. So
Another important thing.
mhm.
Another important thing. I think that Amadeo is also here, and I think she's explicitly trying to avoid him because
Okay.
I think they made their engagement null and void very recently.
Okay, right, yeah.
I think that this was probably she's probably still very much like hurting because she did like him a lot, and
It's
so she's like,
also
nope,
at
I don't want to deal with that right now.
all, and Ada is trying to avoid him at all costs. At this ball, Ada is entranced by the appearance of a beautiful, pale-skinned woman who is introduced to the voivode of Wallachia, a country to the east. How does the actual transformation occur?
So I think what happens is I think in trying to avoid him, I think that she runs into the voivode. I think
Mhm.
she's explicitly trying to avoid him, ends up in a situation where it's like, the voivode's kind of having a good time. She's kind of just here to do whatever the fuck she wants. Um and I think she's just very interested in this person who she is talking to. She's like, "Oh, why are you avoiding?" I think that Ada just ends up spilling her whole life story. She's like, "Yeah, no, I was a merchant. I am a merchant, and I was engaged to actual nobility,
Mhm.
and then I chose to break it off, right?
Yeah.
And then there's also the fact that she's here at this engagement that's probably primarily for the nobility. That she as a woman who probably is not generally in this sort of station by her own hard work,
Yeah.
I think she's like, yeah, I got here with my connections. I brought my family here. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm not usually
Yeah.
the kind of person who's here. I'm still here. Um,
And to be
and I
honest,
think that's just very interesting.
yeah, I think like being
Yeah.
the female voivode of Wallachia, this woman would probably see you
Yeah.
as probably see a lot of herself in you because like she
Yeah.
would not have become the voivode if she did not like proactively take that position. Um
hmm
Ada's life story, the voivode is fascinated. Um
And I think she's kind of like playing it up, I think she's
so
very much like, yeah, and I worked so hard.
yeah.
Um,
Are you
when it's very much, still somewhat a position she was born into and stuff like that.
yeah. Are you perhaps made an offer by the voivode?
Yes, I think that is 100% it. I think
Good.
she 100% is made an offer, accepts it completely short-sighted, seeing it as an advantage. I think I said that this isn't someone who would be in her life very long. I changed my mind. I think this is someone who would actively be in her life. I think that they would
Hmm.
leave. I think they would exchange letters and stuff and perhaps meet at times.
Yeah. So
I think
the
they would still be like in contact and know each other.
yeah. So I imagine this whole conversation happens in like the eaves in the garden outside the palace. So like under the
Yeah.
stars. Um the voivode is fascinated and sees a lot of herself in Ada and decides to make an offer. I guess what exactly is the context of the offers? Like maybe the voivode can give her what she's looking for, like access to that kind of power.
I
Um
think so.
makes her an
I
offer.
think I think that it's a contingent offer. Like, I give this to you. It is like real raw power. It would be yours. It would be your own. Like I think Isaac said something earlier. Like, yeah, this small loan of like,
Small loan of
yeah, it's my
vampiric
power
power,
that my
yeah.
yeah. It's my power. Ignore the part where my sire gave it to me or whatever he
Yeah,
said.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
She will give
Um,
Ada the power to make her life what she wants,
yeah, I think so.
but she will not give the life she is after. She has to make it herself.
hmm I think that it's very much like a contingent offer on like, hey, I want to be business partners, perhaps more from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I think that it's primarily like very much seen as a business exchange. She likes her
Mm-hmm.
a lot. She's like, I see potential in you. I'd like to make this a consistent thing, but like this is part of the deal, but it's not a bad part of the deal. At least I don't think
Yeah.
she sees it that way.
She wishes to remain business business partners. Uh,
And I
with
think
Ada.
I think she's and I think Ada's 100% in on it because she's like 100% yes because again, just broke off her engagement, just left a life of comfort to actively chase power.
Mm-hmm.
Um I think that she's very much kind of like, "Oh, I'm getting opportunities here. I'm getting more of what I want."
Yeah.
Um yeah, I think that it's very much she thinks that this is what she wants and it's not what she wants at all and she has
Yeah.
no idea
And
because it's going to
yeah,
ruin her life.
you accept thinking you're going to be handed the keys to the kingdom, and in that moment of acceptance, your arm is grabbed dramatically. You are dipped into like a
Oh,
dance pose,
yeah.
and you are embraced by this vampire.
Yeah. No, I
um,
like that. I like that.
um, Ada accepts without moments hesitation and thinking she will be given keys to her kingdom. She, the voivode, grabs her arm, dips her low,
See, 2 hours in, and this is when it gets good.
and bites into her neck, embracing her. So you could totally get again, sort of maybe leading into the sort of sapphic elements of this. Obviously, she has to bite you, and then you have to feed from her. You have to feed from her in
Yeah.
return. So, and
Yeah.
like perhaps almost in that moment, because I know you wanted to play with the idea that as part of the embrace, you bit a vampire, and
That was
so
something
she.
someone else mentioned, but I do like that,
Well, I was gonna
yes.
say like because it would also play
Yeah.
into the idea that you want it more than anything, and so instead of
Yes.
waiting for her to open her vein to you by like cutting her arm open, you like actively bite her back.
And I think she
Um,
likes that. I think she likes that.
yeah, I
I
think
think they both like that.
yeah, um, embracing it, brilliant. So we are now at 5 experience slots. And so hold on. We have the mark, we have the immortal. Once you finish your vampire, they will have 3 skills, 3 resources, a mark, at least 3 mortals, 1 immortal, and 1 experience in each of the first 5 memories. 2 hours and 12 minutes in. Rosette, are you ready to start playing the game?
Yes, I'm ready to start playing the game 2 hours and 12 minutes in. But
Fantastic.
I know it took a long time, but I feel like this is a really good base to start
A
with. I
hundred
really
percent.
like
Yeah,
this.
I'm so ready for this. I'm gonna quickly grab a drink and go to the bathroom because I've been sat here for 2 hours. I will be back
Oh,
really quickly.
I'll talk to them while you're gone because I'm already seeing a question and I'm like,
Go for
I'm
it.
hyper fixated enough on your lore that I can
I'm
talk
gonna
about
I'm
this.
gonna mute. I'm gonna go. So you can chat to Twitch chat. I'll be right back.
Go piss, girl. Go. Get out of here. Go piss. Um. Oh, okay. So you only have one immortal that's like a player character from what I've seen, but there is literally like a section for other immortals in your character's life. Uh Beck, for example, when he was playing his game, a huge core part of what was going on with him is that he had his immortal who correct me if I'm wrong, his name was Gareth. And then there was another immortal who he, not long after being turned in a frenzy, he turned her. He was not entirely in control of herself. It was a dear friend of his named Sleet, who I love. She's still alive. she did not die through the course of his story, and I want to see Sleet again. I want Sleet to be a character in someone's story again. I miss Sleet, and I feel kind of sad about how things ended off with her. I miss Sleet. I miss her. But there can be other immortal characters in your story. Just about everybody I've seen so far, while watching Heroes game has had at least one other immortal who has been a significant part of their story. They just haven't been like the player character. Hero did tell me that he ran a unique game where he was running kind of two at once for a couple. And I know I sent this to him a few days ago, and this is what he referenced. It's called 500-year-old vampire, which is essentially just 1,000-year-old vampire, except it's a multiplayer game, and you're all writing letters to each other, and that's the story. Which looks really cool. So yes, the answer is yes. There are other immortals. She made him accidentally. Yes. Hmm. Yeah. See, I'm like super hyper fixated on vampires to the point where like my friends make vampire characters and I'm like, I like them. I like your dude. Yeah. You love characters from other stories popping in even if indirectly. Uh in a perfect world, Sleet shows up and I steal Beck's wife.
I'm back.
I
What's this about stealing Beck's wife?
I was talking about how I miss Sleet.
I miss Sleet.
I miss your wife, Tails.
Oh, that's so fucking funny. Yeah, it's just,
Not my wife, your wife.
not your wife,
It's
my wife.
in my opinion, the fucking like biblical level the fucking biblical level greed on display with Ada right now because she has her ex-fiance who's still madly in love with her, who she still likes, that she's like not in contact with right now and she's angsting over. And then there's I guess we could count Adelaide, who she's like incredibly pissed at, but I feel like there would be something going on there. And
Potentially.
then there's the hot, sexy vampire noble. I think potentially. I think there could be something there. There could also be nothing there. But there's definitely the hot, sexy vampire noble who just turned her in a really hot and sexy way. Who definitely has
100%.
some. They're business partners. They're business partners.
And they were
They're business
roommates.
partners, and they were roommates, and they were and they were business partners. They exchanged letters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. So,
No,
you're so to
I love the
immediately.
idea of her just having like a bunch of different love interests and refusing to compromise on that.
I love
And
this
there's
this
only one coffin.
bisexual polyamorous vampire queen that we have here.
Yeah. No, I love her.
So, are you ready to jump into the first prompt?
Yes. Yes.
I'm just sorry, I'm back, and there was only one coffin.
There's only one coffin and she forces them all to share.
The one coffin trope. What's like a clown car of coffins? It's like all of these fucking vampires trying to climb into one coffin. Oh my god. The clown coffin.
Yeah.
Okay. First prompt, we start as we always do. In your blood hunger, you destroy someone close to you. Kill a mortal character. Create a mortal if none are available. Take the skill Bloodthirsty. So immediately I'm going to resolve your skill Bloodthirsty. Who we axing?
I'm sad.
Yeah?
Sad hero.
This is starting
Yeah,
early.
I think that from the moment that I made him, I knew this was gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
I think she kills her dad.
I thought you were going to say you kill Amadeo.
No.
Okay.
No, I want him to be involved. I like him.
Right, okay.
But here's the thing. I think that she loves her dad. She loves her dad so much. I think that it's one of those things where I think what she thinks he would think is always going to torture her more than anything he could actually do. Because I think realistically, the character I have in mind, I think it's one of those situations where he would still love her. I think he
Mm-hmm.
loves her no matter what. I think he's a I think he's I think he's a girl dad. I think he's a girl dad before he's a devout lover of the Lord. But I think
Yeah.
he's also a devout lover of the Lord, and I think she's like, oh, I killed my dad, and he probably hates me for that.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well, so
do you
it's.
remember the end of Arcane season 1?
I do. Yes.
Yeah. Enough said.
Enough said.
Yeah. Enough
Well,
said.
I will say, like, so it is a case of like it is literally out of a mindless hunger that you kill this person.
Oh
Like, there's
yeah.
no
I
feeling
think
there except the need to satiate your own lust for blood.
I think it's the end of the night. I think it happens at the end of the night.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's time to go home. He comes to collect her. Her sister is waiting outside. She she kills him. Uh, she kills him, eats him. Isn't even thinking about it. Comes to, um, and I think that in her sister waiting doesn't see anything about either of them. Can't find them. Goes home by herself for several days. And Ada's just missing for a while before she returns. And I think her dad is just dead now.
Yeah. Okay.
And
So
it's like I don't think they ever quite get into it, which is a thing I'll save for later. I think
yeah,
that would be an interesting thing to play with
that's her
later.
neck
That
embracing her.
she kills him, doesn't tell anyone, and that's just he's just missing, and they move on.
Eventually, Ada comes to at the end of the night because I'm assuming it is a case of like in a frenzy you sort of black out after being embraced.
Absolutely, I think so.
Eventually, Ada returns to consciousness in the garden. The Voivode is nowhere to be seen.
Girl dinner, girl dinner,
Fucking girl
yeah.
dinner. It's my dad.
Girl dinner, it's my dad.
To be
Oh.
The party is wrapping up. Her father comes to get her and driven by a new hunger.
Can I add a gut-wrenching bit here that
Go
I think
on.
happens?
Go on.
I think that she's totally out of it, doesn't even know what she's doing. I think in those final moments, I think he does hold on to her in turn, realizing like whatever's going on, that's not my daughter. She'd never do this. I think he holds on to her. I think he dies before she ever comes to, goes limp, and she never knows that.
Oh no. Okay, hold on. So it's literally a case of so the Voivode is nowhere to be seen.
I think she's there, but like not seen. I think she's aware of it and she knows and she doesn't say anything.
Well, so the Voivode is still there, but just not visible.
I think yeah, like it's a big room or something. Like I think they're outside.
You're in the garden.
Yeah,
you're like
you're
under
in the garden. I think she's outside, kind of just like, all right, you can do your own thing. I'm gonna kind of let you figure that out. And I think she might see it from a distance, but not really know that it even is anyone important, right? As he could be hugging her, he could be fighting her off, but I think she recognizes that that's what that is, and doesn't see a need to say anything because she just doesn't know.
Leaving a fugue state, she sees the body of her father, lifeless, drained of blood.
Jesus Christ, Beck! Are you seeing him right now?
We are living in a sanguineous world, and I am a sanguineous girl. God damn it! This is not girl boss hours, right? There's plenty of time for girl boss hours with this character, right? This is not one of them.
This is rat girl hours. She's having a bad night.
Big rat girl hours. What if I felt that lifeless and drained of blood is
Jesus Christ, Isaac!
On the floor. Sanguineous horse! Horse!
Don't even look! Just keep going! Just keep going!
I'm going!
Just keep going!
Body of her father, lifeless and drained of blood, is cold on the floor. Does she panic at the sight of her father dead? Because she doesn't even know that she's done this.
I think so, yeah.
In a panic, she leaves the garden. I'm assuming, like, with her newfound,
from her perspective, right?
Yeah.
From her perspective, and I think that this is just a super fucked up image. Last thing she knows, she's having hot lesbian makeout
Fuck is
hours
that
with hot
shit?
lesbian vampire. And then like she like blinks and she goes out of it, she's back in it, and now it's like, oh, that's my dad.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
It is
That
literally like
just
it's
like
literally like
really
she
fucked up.
blinks and then suddenly it's her dad.
Yeah.
In a panic, she leaves the garden. I'm assuming you literally just fucking book it over the fence.
I think she like runs and she doesn't know where to go. I think that she is for a short time in the voivode's care
Yeah.
until she like goes back to her business
Oh,
for
okay,
like
so
maybe a
like
few weeks or
so
so.
like so the next few days are spent like at the Voivode's residence in Venice
I think so.
while she
Yes.
adjusts to her
I think so.
in fact, she leaves the garden but is found again by the Voivode, who takes her back to her like lodgings, where she remains for 3 days.
I saw that back. I think that it's like a few days, a couple weeks at most. I think perhaps the voivode extends her stay because she's like,
Yeah, because
ooh,
she
this
has
is
to
interesting.
babysit
Yeah.
a new
I think that it's kind of like a fun little hobby for her, something she's like, oh, this is nice.
yeah.
I think that she's like, I'm having a great time. I think Ada's like, I just killed my fucking dad. This sucks. I
Yeah.
don't know if I want this anymore. Like it's like 10 minutes in and she's already regretting her choice like immediately.
Yeah.
And the
I
voivode's like, it's okay. It
so
happens.
if we can like really lay on the sort of slightly creepy element where it's like the voivode almost like treats you a bit like a lover, sort of like there's
I
like
think
lots of
so.
tender
Agreed.
embraces. There's lots of like, oh no, it's okay. Like you're like it's very like
Yes.
crooning, very like it's okay. You did a good thing. Like
Yeah, it happens.
yeah.
Sometimes you just kill your dad.
Just the boy was just like, I did it. Everyone does it.
It happens sometimes,
Yeah.
you know?
Sometimes you
It
have
is
a
what
blood.
it is.
Sometimes you enter a blood frenzy and kill your dad. Quote this stream. Sometimes you enter a blood frenzy and kill your dad.
Yup.
Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna roll the dice. That's a 6. It's a full 2 weeks. For 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think 2 weeks. I think that do you think it would be I think that no matter what, Allegra suspects that Ada had something to do with their father's death and is just terrified to admit it because she's like this. I think that it goes from this is just someone who is like, I'm pissed off at her to I think she's kind of intimidated by her now because she thinks that she might have done this.
Yeah, well, so like I think it's a thing as well of like Allegra would completely. So like we obviously we have to fill this out from the experience of Ada, and Ada's like basically completely shut off from the outside world while the voivode is looking after her. This would have been reported as, holy fuck, someone was murdered at the Doge's party. Their fucking throat was ripped out. Like,
yeah.
This was like, this doesn't look like a human did this. It looks like an animal attacked him and killed him.
Yeah.
like,
yeah.
like
in the
so
middle
now
of
there's like
Venice.
Yeah, now there's like, so basically there's a whole fucking investigation going on. There's like rumors that there's like a monster going around. Like there's rumors of like the fucking monsters that go bump in the night. The town's a little shook up for a little bit because this was a very public forum and someone is very, very dead.
And presumably someone who's like generationally a respected member of the community.
Oh yeah. Like your father was like beloved by many.
For sure.
Like he's dead. His eldest daughter is missing. Like there's rumors of like ransom potentially. There's rumors of like bandit attacks. That like because this happened on the outskirts. There's rumors of like blackmail or like maybe something's been happening here. Your sister, I imagine, has been sort of trying to avoid the public eye as best she can. But like, holy fuck,
an idea. I think that 2 short weeks. I think Allegra realizes for 2 short weeks she's the last person who can be in charge. She's the next person who's up. I think she realizes she's very ill prepared for it. She's like, I want my sister back. And it's not out of love. It's very explicitly out of like, I'm not ready for this. I can't do this. I don't know if I want to do this. I think I just wanted this.
Yeah.
I think
I
that
wanted this
it would
because my
bear up,
sister had
but
it, and
like,
now I don't want it
yeah,
anymore.
yeah. Now this kind of sucks. Actually,
Yeah.
just come back and make me comfortable again. And I think that Ada in turn coming back would probably be like, well, I can't do it anymore. Someone's got to do it.
Yeah.
So I
Well,
think they're just like
maybe
not in a
we
good
could
relationship right
we could
now.
probably look into that in a later prompt. But for now,
Yeah,
that is this
yeah. That was like something that I was like not an immediate concern. It's more so like something I wanted to
something's
say. Like,
yeah,
let's
yeah,
save
yeah.
this for later.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely, definitely. But for
yeah,
now,
yeah.
that is that prompt resolved. Do me a favor, roll your D10 and your D6 and subtract the number you get on your D6 from your D10.
Yep, you got it.
Mm-hmm.
It fell off my desk. Hold on. So on the D10, I have rolled a 0.
That's a 10.
Huh?
It's a 10.
That's a 10. That's a 10.
You can't roll a 0 on a dice. So
You can't roll a 0.
yeah, so
I
it's
mean,
a
it
10.
says 0 on the dice, so that's why I say that.
Yeah.
But it's a 10, and then I got a 6 on the
So
other one.
okay, so big
10
numbers.
and a 6. Good luck if this was any other
So
game.
that's a 4 total. So we go to prompt number 5. Okay, prompt number 5. You murder someone you love or respect rather than let them expose you. Kill a character, check a skill. If you have no living characters, kill no one and create a beloved mortal character who you have betrayed. 2 murders off the bat.
Damn it! God damn it! Okay. Alright, can we pull up our character list?
So we have remaining. We have Adelaide, Allegra, and Amadeo.
Okay. You murder someone you love or respect rather than let them expose you. Kill a character, check a skill.
Mm-hmm.
If you have no living characters, kill no one and create a beloved mortal character who you have betrayed.
So that last part doesn't apply because we have 3 remaining mortal characters. So we also need to check a skill. So you'd need
check
to
a skill.
So it'd be deciding the skill that you use to kill this person.
Okay. So I think she goes back home.
Mm-hmm.
And a surprise tool that'll help us later, and it's helping us next prompt.
Mm-hmm.
I think she goes home. Allegra, who is, again, her worst traits amplified. She's very short-sighted, even more so than her sister. I think she goes home. I think Ada goes home. She's tired. She's like, I need to figure out what the fuck I'm even doing next.
Yeah.
I think that she's just generally freaked the fuck out, and Allegra's like, well, what are we supposed to do? Like, he's dead. What are you gonna do? And she just got home. She's like, she can't say it, but she's like, what am I supposed to do? I feel like the argument escalates. She lets things slip that she shouldn't. In that feeling of like, well, I can't do anything.
Yeah.
And I think her sister is like, what the fuck do you mean? And that suspicion comes out of like, I think you did it. They said a monster did it. I think you did it. And I feel like it escalates. She's like, okay, you say I did it. I'll show you. I'll fucking show you. And I think that she just like, again,
it's like, I imagine it happened so fast that Ada doesn't even realize that it's happened again.
Yeah.
Like, it is a case of,
I think
while the Voivode, like, because again, we're going very traditional vampire here, so you have like preternatural strength, speed, reflexes, like
100%.
precision. And I think like before you even realize what you've done, you have, because it's not saying that you kill someone to like, you murder someone rather than like letting them expose you. So it is a case of you're not killing them for food, you kill them because it's about your survival. And I think before you even realize it, you've like driven your hand through her chest or something like that. Something like,
oh yeah,
very sort of like, it's a very simple motion, but you weren't expecting it to have that kind of force. And it just like, it's like
Yeah,
You you
100%.
you make a donut out of your sister.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, hold on.
See, I I'm having so much fun right now, and I'm also so sad because I am doing exactly the thing that I said, where it's like, oh, these are the two things I like the most, and I'm getting exactly what I wanted, and it sucks.
Go to slap, turn your sister into an owl.
Jesus.
Jesus. You slap her and it goes all the way around. Oops, my finger slipped. No, bear. Okay, fucking hell. After the 2 weeks, the Volvo drops Ada back home as she is leaving the city to return to Wallachia. I like to imagine that, like, you're literally, she's leaving and you're like, she's like, oh, driver, we need to drop her off before we go. It's just like she's prepared you enough, and she's leaving you to hold up your end of the deal, basically.
Yeah.
As she's leaving the
I
city.
do feel like it's partially a business decision, but I think it's mostly just that she's very interested in Ada. Is the thing.
A lot of the times with these immortals, they it is literally a case of like, I think it'd be interesting to see what you'd be.
Yeah.
So like, because I think you're now the third vampire who's been turned under that sort of interest sort of condition. 2 weeks later, the Volvo drops Ada back at home as she's leaving the city.
Back in the oven for a few more days.
I also like.
I feel like that's exactly the point, though. Is like she's like, oh, because I feel like with vampires, one of the things that's very interesting is they just don't really have like a concept of like what's normal or okay, and sometimes even when they do, it's kind of like, well, yeah, it's like bad, but it's interesting. Like it's not that big a like you kill people sometimes. It's not a big deal.
And it's not Adelaide, Allegra.
So I think it's a lot more about the fact that she's ready to cover it up than the fact that she's ready to not do it in the first place.
With the situation. Confronts her about where she has been. She confesses that despite want to run the business, she has no idea how to run. She needs her sister now. Ada.
Sometimes you turn your sibling into a Pez dispenser. Jesus Christ.
Fucking hell.
You know,
I love
maybe
that, like,
I don't need to be. Maybe I shouldn't be too graphic and excited about like murdering my character's beloved sister after she killed her father. Like her whole family, who she loved so much, is gone, and like now everyone's getting more excited about it than I was ever gonna. So I don't need to feel bad about that.
I love that, like, as well, like, when the dad died, it was like, rest in peace, Giovanni, what an absolute fucking legend. Like, there'll never be another like him. And then when the sister dies, it's just like, lol, Pez dispenser.
And especially because I like delved into her relationship with her sister way more than her father.
Yeah. Still in the.
I want them both to. I want them to like hardcore haunt the narrative, though.
Oh, 100%. Well, they might do. It depends on the prompts.
Depends on the prompts. It could very well be that she just forgets about them way too fast.
Ada,
but I did try to include them in a lot of memories.
Definitely.
So,
still in the come down from her embrace. Cannot take on that responsibility. Again. An
if
argument.
you have to pee or anything, there's something I just remembered that I should definitely.
What's that?
It's just like a side thing. You know what? I can just share it now because this was something that I was thinking about. That Ado is legitimately another reason that I picked it for a name is because that was a name that I almost picked for myself as a VTuber.
Oh shit, that's cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you for the hydrate, Isaac. Make sure you're hydrating as well, Rosie.
Yeah.
Hydration is important. I went to get a glass of water as well while I was on my break. Prevent.
Yeah, because originally, and this is why, at the time I didn't actually know that she was actually like literally the fucking daughter of Lord Byron, which is an insanely funny coincidence. Because the reason that I was going with that is because that was a previous concept that I had scrapped. Where I was like, yeah, no, I'd love to be like a robot because Ada Lovelace is like she I believe was like the creator of what later became like the earliest programming language we have.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So I was like that was like kind of an allusion to that. So it just feels kind of funny.
Hmm. No, definitely. Um. So okay. Well, so this is the okay. We also so that's the memory added. That's the person removed. Now we need to check the skill. I'm assuming the check is probably going to be it's what do you want the check to be that we put a mark
Can
against
you go
here.
back to the skills because we've been going so long that I forgot the skills.
So we have well to do, problem solving, which is a sort of irony in this situation, security, and bloodthirsty.
Okay. I think I think we use problem solving. I think she immediately is like, "Oh shit, this is bad." I think that it was a very sudden thing, her coming home, which is
Mm-hmm.
why Allegra was so like, "Oh my god, what's going on?"
Yeah,
I
so
think
Allegra's been trying to run
that
the business for 2 weeks, stressed out of her fucking mind because she has no idea what she's
mhm,
doing.
yeah. So I think that she immediately is like, "Oh fuck, I gotta clean this up. I can't let anybody see this." I think she hides it, she disposes of it, and then I think she lies low for another week or two, and
Okay.
is kind of like, again the short-sightedness of like I'll immediately solve a problem, then I have five more to take care of later. I think she's like, I need to lie low for a couple weeks because I just killed my sister,
Yeah,
and I think people
both
are
your
gonna think it's
father
really
and your
weird.
sister are dead, and
And you come back the same day your sister is dead.
well, it's also like the
Um,
thing is because we're going very very traditional vampire here. Can Ada walk in the sun, or does she not? Does she think that she can't walk in the sun? What's the
um, I think it's a little unfair to say she can't walk in the sun. I think it's just a very uncomfortable activity.
yeah? I think
Um,
like that crippling weakness to sunlight would potentially make a lot of characters here. I described that Ada
yeah.
returned in the night
Yes.
during this because I think
I
that
I
would
think yeah,
be
I think regardless she returns in the night. I think it's very much a thing of like so there's a comic that I read recently that I think chickens out a little bit of like vampires and it chickens out a little bit, but like I'm also chickening out a little bit, so that's why I'm referencing it.
Mhm.
But in the comic the character is very much like he's weak to sun for like 2 days, and then they're like, actually hold on, we're gonna make it so that he's like now he's not burning in sunlight, it's just that he is significantly like weaker and debilitated to the point where it's like in sunlight he is weaker than the
Yeah,
average person, even though
it's
he's
like
like a lot
inverse
stronger at
Superman
night.
basically.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. So I think that's kind of like the deal with her. I think that she's very um
It's debilitating, but it's not a death sentence.
it's debilitating, it's not a death sentence. I think it's alleviated by having some kind of shade. I think she probably
Mm.
has a lot more hats now. uh
Like broader in hats. So the voivode, full
yeah.
disclosure, walks around in the fine dress with a both a broad rimmed hat and a parasol. To be honest,
Yeah, that kind of thing.
I kind of imagine the voivode has like a vampire like manservant who wears like
Absolutely,
dark armor, who
100%.
like carries the parasol for her. Just this completely silent shadow of a man who just like carry and a
I
veil.
like
Veil
that.
would also work.
I like that. I like that. Yes. I
um,
actually I prefer it being a veil as opposed to a hat because
a veil would also work
I
because
just
you're
like
in
that.
mourning for the loss of your father.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I
okay.
think it's veils and then it transitions to hats.
Yeah. Well, so that is that prompt resolved. Would you care to roll the dice again for me, please?
Yes, I can. 3 hours in and we've done our first prompt, baby.
Mm-hmm. Two
I lost
prompts.
a dice
We did the
tray.
initial prompt.
We did do the initial prompt. All right, so on the D10,
Mm-hmm.
we've got a 4.
Right.
On the D6, we have another 6.
So we go
Uh,
back to. So it's back to prompt number
okay,
three. um,
okay.
A loved one discovers your condition and works to help you. Create a resource which represents their assistance. Create a mortal character if none are available.
Oh well,
So, well, we
I
have a
think
loved one
yes.
who is the man who would do anything for you.
It's not a hard pick. It's not a hard pick,
Yeah,
and uh,
you either have the person who you hate or your ex
no,
fiance who would
she
literally
hates
burn the world for you.
she hates Adelaide, but Adelaide does quite like her. I think
That is true. Yeah,
it's
it's more so
it
who would you accept this help from? I think
hmm.
because the problem is like with because it's a very sort of gossipy
Adelaide she could
society.
take advantage of.
Yeah.
Amadeo she doesn't want to accept anything from because she feels like she hasn't earned it. But I do. Here's the thing. Here's the way I
Hmm.
feel about it.
Right.
Is I think it could be either of them. I'm just wondering which one would be more interesting because I think that at this point she's like, I think she could very well just be like, oh God, my whole family's dead.
Yeah.
Um, unless she has a mom. I guess she doesn't have a mom because we didn't make her a
We
mom.
didn't make a mom. I
Uh,
quite like the idea that like it's a single dad though, who
yeah,
just loves
yeah.
his girls more than anything.
A single dad who loves his girls. Yeah, yeah. No, it's not that she's got a dead mom. Her mom's just gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think loved her. Why does it say loved? He still loves her. Fix that. Oh, oh right.
Bastards, he is very dead.
Sorry, I thought you meant on the fact that Amadeus says loved her past tense.
No, 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 no. It's talking about the dad.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's very much the dad. Yeah. My bad. I did do that to her. I did write this character so that she would kill her dad, and it was really upsetting.
Mm-hmm.
There was a pang in my heart when I did it. I was like, I haven't fleshed this guy out much, but all he does is love his daughters.
To be honest, that's
Uh,
all. That's all he needs to be. That's all he needed to be.
especially in the context of this taking place in the legitimate past, where women would not have much power, and he was like, I'm going to give
No.
you all the power
Have
I
you
can. I think
have
that's a
you
labor of
seen
love.
have you seen the movie Pride and Prejudice with
I
Keira
have
Knightley?
not. I
So
have not.
the dad in Pride and Prejudice is a fucking stand-up man. He's played by Donald Sutherland, who is President Snow from the Hunger Games films.
Really?
Yes, but he is the honestly the dad from Pride and Prejudice is a fucking incredible father figure. Like genuinely, he's so good. Um, and I genuinely I'd watch that film because it's a fun I say fun. It's a good Regency era romance. If you like Bridgerton, it's a good one.
I do like Bridgerton.
Like this
Uh,
Pride and Prejudice walks so that Bridgerton could run is the idea.
oh
Um,
yeah.
loved his daughters because he loved his wife, but she died tragically, and his daughters are the treasures left behind by her.
Nah. Nah, I feel like the mom left. I feel like the mom left and he's like, "Well, that sucks. I've got more important things to worry about."
Yeah,
I think that it would be I think it's much more interesting to me as a character that he is someone who had a wife that he loved and she just kind of fucking left. And she's just like out there and he's never going to see her again, but it's like his daughters grow up not even worrying about the fact that they don't have a mom or that she left because he just loves them so much.
yeah.
I think that's a much
I'm
greater
here for
love
that
labor of
kind of
love.
dad
I like that.
energy.
I like that kind of dad energy. Yeah.
Yeah. So which loved one are we picking here? Is it your ex fiance or is it Adelaide, your repeat customer who likes you because of your who likes you like thinks you're interesting, likes you because like I imagine sort of Adelaide sort of can sort of relate to Ada in a lot of ways because it's sort of like maybe Adelaide's also the eldest daughter of this family and like they have that sort of bond and they're both sort of shrewd, discerning individuals.
I think that it would be Adelaide. Like
Okay.
full disclosure here. I do also love the idea of like if it comes up, I'm like, I want Amadeo to live because I want him to be a vampire because I like it when like vampires are in love and I like it when that's a problem for them. I like it when it sucks so much.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
so I'm like I want to save you for later, buddy.
So
I hope this happens for me.
how does this happen then? How does Adelaide become involved in this? Because Adelaide discovers your condition, so it's not like she sees, oh, you're just ill. She sees, oh, you're something else now. She sort of recognizes that you're not human anymore. Not completely, at least.
I think Adelaide is getting married. I think it's coming up, so I think they're talking a lot. I think she's kind of like, again, like she likes Ada, so she's like, I think she also sees kind of that name connection, but instead of seeing it as like, oh my god, you're like the mirror of what I should have. I think she's like, oh my god, you're my bestie. We have the same name. And you're like so cool. Which I just think is really funny. I think that she's kind of inviting Ada more. I think she's like, this is an opportunity for me. This is great for me. I'm finally getting married. I think that it's a raising in station for her, and I think that she's been like, well, Ada's been a long time partner of mine and we've worked together for a very long time, so she tries to give her more business. She has her around more, and I think that just in being around her more, she's like, what the fuck is going on with you? And I think Ada is like, I have fucked my life up so bad already.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, everybody I love that I'm related to, not everybody I love, like, good few people I love are dead.
Yeah.
I'm bummed about that, and I think she might be avoiding, actually, hold on, I think she's avoiding Amadeo right now explicitly.
Ooh, okay. Because it's another pain of love lost, potentially.
I think there's also a feeling of like, I don't want to hurt him.
That's very true.
I kind of did that on
you're
accident.
You're kind of there might be a fear that you're not in control almost at the moment, and you don't want to hurt this precious sunshine boy who you care about very dearly. So after 2 more weeks of isolation, Ada finally opens up the shop again and re-enters society, dressed in black in mourning of her father and her sister. She has frequent visits. While
we're after we resolve this prompt, I have to shit so bad my stomach hurts.
That's fine. You can do that right now if you want.
No, because I have like another addition that I want to make first before I call it resolved. That I specifically think that I think that I think Ada's so wrapped up in her own shit right now, and kind of like, oh man, there's so much stuff. I think that like, I think it starts as like, I don't care about Adelaide like at all, right? But I do think that she's like, okay, I don't like you still, but I think I maybe hate you a little less, because she's kind of like, I think Adelaide is very much kind of like, oh, you can use the people a little bit. They're the pores. And Ada's and I think Ada's kind of like, oh, well, I don't feel about that, but like, thank you. About it. She's like, I mean, you care about me, so that's nice. And I think it's very much like mostly from a place of like using her, but I think there's a tiny bit of her that like shakes up a little bit, like, okay, maybe we're a little more chill. And anyways, I have to shit.
Go for it. Frequent visits running up to her wedding. During these conversations, Ada's... Well, so the thing is that obviously this conversation happened, but that doesn't resolve quite how the condition is discovered and also how Adelaide helps with... Wait, no, unless that was it, because... Hang on, did I misunderstand that correctly? Did Rosette just say that Adelaide feeds Ada the servant staff from her mansion? Did I hear that correctly? Chat, am I going insane? Did I hear that correctly? Ugh. I hope I didn't hear that correctly. I'm going to question that when I give her. Oh my god, I hope she did. Let's go with that anyway, chat. Don't put words in Rosie's mouth for giggles. They're the pause. You can use the pause. That's what I heard. And now I'm thinking like, wait. hold on a second. Oh no. Okay. During these conversations, we become closer friends, and Adelaide discovers Ada's, well, the secret to Ada's condition. Only 1 minute knows when she gets back. Exactly. I'll bring one of the handsome servants by and you can drink from him. I can pop a bottle of wine and we can have a girls' night. Oh no. Isaac, you were you here when I made the joke about the cracking a boy open with the cold ones? God damn it. I think I made the joke, it was in Bex yours actually, is the necrophiliac's orgy is cracking open a cold one with the boys. Oh my god, that's Jesus. Well, I mean, while I wait for Rose's return, does anyone have any other questions about the game, the setting, the sort of how anything works? What's the vibe, basically? Any questions? I'm happy to answer them while we wait for Rosie to return. So it maxes out 1,000 years. Yes. No. 1,000-year-old vampire is is just the sort of title of the book. You can go in theory for over 1,000 years. Like Rose's story starts in 1199, so if someone starts in the year 900, they would never meet. Yeah, in theory, basically, in theory, sort of any amount of time can pass. If a father is murdered and no one's around to hear him, does he make a sound? Oh my god, that's a brilliant question. If someone starts the year 199, would they never meet? There are prompts in the book. It depends on the prompt you get, really, Isaac. Because there are prompts that you get where, like basically you just go into torpor for like a few hundred years. So like in theory, you could like you wake up one morning and then like 500 years have passed. Like I've seen a story of 1,000-year vampire where a medieval knight ends his time as a vampire as a monster actor on the silver screen during like the golden age of Hollywood in Tinseltown. So it can go for fucking ages. Like I had a story that was it started. Hold on, let me pull this up actually. I mean, I already know what I would start as. What would you start as, Isaac, if you were to play 1,000-year vampire? Does time have to advance in advanced amount of years? This could make for an interesting war story. It doesn't have to advance. It can advance as fast or as slow as you want it to. Sometimes the prompt forces it to advance quickly. Sometimes the prompts can be a case of like two prompts can not have anything to do with this, but for the sake of time, an amount of time passes. I think there were a couple of times back during your game where we had basically a prompt that was excuse me, there were two prompts and we were like, has an amount of time passed here? And you were like, yeah, that's like 100 years passed. Lubu's grandson. That's cool. I don't know enough about Lubu as a historical figure to I'd need to do like basically it would be another case of we need to do some research, but like I would love a vampire that's set in like early Chinese dynasties. The warrior worth 1,000 men. I honestly I love it when people come in here with an idea about like knowledge of history that I don't know about, and then I get educated on it as well. It's such a fucking fun time. Did it end already? No, we're just on a break. I'm answering questions about the setting. We've got a while to go, Lace. So the last one, So we had one that started in the 1800s. That's probably the most recent start time.
Jesus fucking Christ. I had my headphones on, but I turned them off because I was using the restroom, and it feels weird hearing your friends talk while you're shitting. And the first thing I hear coming back in is Lou fucking Boo. Was that Isaac?
It was Isaac. Yes, it was Isaac.
Yeah, it was fucking Isaac, wasn't it?
Yes, it was Isaac. The latest starting game we had was in the 1800s, and that ended in 1970. That ended in the 1970s. So that's the latest start and end that we've had for a game of Thousand Year Vampire. Anyway, back to the game. I had a question about the resolution for this prompt.
Oh, yes, I heard you talking about that as I left, and I was actually just in such a rush that I did not get to finish talking about that, but I was thinking about it in the bathroom so I could find a good way to word it. I think that the specific bit of help she's receiving is that coming back, I think Ada is very much, she's in kind of a bad position. Her whole family is dead, and
Yeah.
like, you know, logically as a character, we know, all right, we know that she doesn't really want to kill them, but I'm sure plenty of people can come up with plenty of reasons as to why she could have done it. And of course, she did it. So, you know, like, not for the reasons they think, but she did it, right?
Yeah.
That's the logical conclusion. I think that what Adelaide is doing is that by association, by propping her up and making her look good, and also just spending a lot of time with her and stuff, I think that she's both putting her in a position where she looks better, and she's kind of helping her
Okay,
sort of
so it's a
clear the name
reparation
a
of
little bit.
social standing.
It's a reparation of social standing, and also kind of a cover, I think.
Okay,
Because yeah.
But the thing here is that
Yeah.
Adelaide knows that Ada is a vampire. Is the thing.
Yes. Yeah. That's what I
okay.
said. I specifically am like, yeah. I think Ada's very much kind of like, well, I think it starts as a keep your friends close, enemies closer sort of thing, and then I think they kind of are like friendly a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point.
Restoring her social standing in the wake of the investigation of her father's murder.
Oh, you don't want to hear it from the vampire playing the vampire? Okay, you know what? I was invited here. Hero had to hound me for this. Hero had to hound me into doing this. He's been trying for months now.
And I'm so glad it finally happened.
I'm having a great time. This is so fun.
We need to create a resource that represents their assistance. So what's the resource that you are gaining as a result of Adelaide's direct intervention?
Can you define a resource for me again?
So a resource is something. It's like it doesn't have to be physical necessarily, because obviously, like, create a resource. Yeah, so I'm looking at the wrong thing. So a resource, it doesn't have to be something physical, obviously, because like the family business, but it has to be something tangible at the very least. So in this case, it would be something like, God, I don't know. Hold on. Create a resource that represents their assistance. In gaining social standing, I think it would be like, I guess it would be like maybe like a social calendar or something, because you're like,
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah.
Like a way to keep track of things. And I think that specifically, right? I think that she's in the wake of all of this, she's kind of the center of attention. And she is legitimately mourning and very upset. So I do think that kind of helps her case a little bit. She's just like, everyone's like, she's so sad. She couldn't have done it. And like, no, she's sad because she did it. But I think that it's very much like, I think that in the wake of the worst thing to happen in her life, as kind of a direct result of all of those things, she is financially and socially doing better than ever.
Definitely, yeah. So emotionally in the toilet, financially and socially way on the up.
Oh yeah.
So and it is at this point, Rosie, I have to inform you that we have encountered an issue. So you see, because this is a brand new experience, it had to go into its own memory slot. And we are now at 6 out of 5, which means that something needs to be forgotten. Now, I'm going to say off the bat, because you are emotionally in the toilet right now, Ada probably doesn't have the wherewithal to create a diary in this moment. So I'm going to rule that out.
Yeah.
Something has to
Yeah.
be forgotten in this case.
Oh
Now,
yeah.
so in terms of memories that are like sort of old, obviously you have your backstory, you have the memory of winning the approval of your father to run the business, you have the memory of learning about Adelaide's engagement, and you have the memory of the sort of realization of the moment where you were going to break it off with Amadeo.
Um, I think that you're kind of hovering over it. I
Well,
think we're thinking the same thing. Uh,
the backstory. Honestly, in all of the games I've played, I think the
no,
backstory
not
is
the
the.
backstory.
Oh no!
Oh, oh, wait, what were you gonna say?
I was going to say in most of the games I've played, the backstory is the general summary of a life up until this point is almost always the first to go. But it can be whatever you want. Honestly, which. To be honest, you could forget as a memory as recent as being turned at the masquerade. That's up to you.
I don't think that's it. No, I think that it's specifically. Here's the thing. I think maybe the backstory, but I think also I think that memory of winning her father's approval and her sister, I think that's just too painful for her, and she just forgets about it.
Okay, I see.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I
Okay,
think that she's continually putting herself in a situation where she's like,
I can't think about this right now.
I can't think about this right now. It's like there's still bits of that. There are memories where her sister shows up. There's like, the backstory still contains that. I think that there's kind of echoes of like, these are people here, but I think the fact that they are this important to her and why, I think that's just like something she can't think about, and it's just like
Yeah.
confusing and upsetting.
Also, I'm
Which I think
sorry,
is
Beck. Vampire that
interesting.
forgets they're a vampire is wild. Your vampire just flat out didn't believe he was a vampire for the first like
Yeah, no,
century
he
of his
was like,
existence.
nah, man, I'm not a vampire. I kill those dudes.
I'm not a monster.
They're the
I
real
kill vampires.
vampires.
I kill
Yeah,
vampires. They're the real
I
vampires.
kill
You guys
vampires,
are the
dude.
monsters.
You,
He
yeah,
says,
you the hunters. You're the
walking,
real vampires.
walking around in his dressing gown with guns taped to his hands.
The fucking Daniel Radcliffe
Yeah,
image.
exactly. Okay, well,
Yeah.
that is that prompt resolved. Would you care to roll the dice for me again, please?
Yes, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to throw them on the floor because my cat wants in.
Cat dice, cat dice.
Cat dice. Really? Where's... She left. She's gone. Never mind. All right, I'm just
No
throwing them
cat
on the
dice, no
floor.
cat dice.
Cat free dice. Uh, hold on. I dropped them on something. There we go. I gotta roll them again. All right. Big dice.
Big dice, yeah, big dice first.
5.
5, okay.
Little dice.
Mm-hmm.
4.
So that's a 1. Okay, so we go to
It's a
prompt number 4.
1.
You are exposed and flee to a neighboring region. Lose any stationary resources. Check a skill.
What?
A mortal flees with you. What name do you take among the? What name do you adopt among these strangers?
Ooh. Okay.
I
Holy
love this one.
shit.
We have entered a time of upheaval, chat. A great
Okay,
calamity.
you're exposed and flee to a neighboring region. Oh, okay, okay. So here's what I think happens because
Mm-hmm.
I want her to I want her to see her boyfriend.
Okay.
um um I think what happens is I think over time, she's kind of not doing great. I think that, I love the idea that vampires are naturally very nocturnal, and I think that
Mm-hmm.
she's a very driven person, so I think she resists that as much as as much as I think she could. And I think that just wears her the fuck out, and she's tired as fuck. I think that she gets better at it, but she never quite stops being reckless
Mm-hmm.
with her kills,
Yeah.
right? Like there's still a trail, it leads back to her. I think throughout all of this, she is continually avoiding Amadeo, and he's kind of like, but my wife, my ex-wife, my ex-fiance.
Yeah.
Oh, I love her. I think that I think he comes to her and he's kind of like, hey, what's going on? They're saying all this stuff about you, and
Yeah.
it's kind of weird. And she's like, yeah, it's all true. Uh, and I think that she's just kind of like losing her shit because she's kind of like, hey, this is my whole life. This is what my whole life was built around. And
Mm-hmm.
I got. I think he's kind of like, well, I love my wife. I love my non wife. I love my ex fiance. And he's kind of like, I don't think he's like that about it. Obviously, I think it's a lot more emotional. I think he's kind of like, um,
I think he's
honestly, I
genuinely
like,
just worried, like, because you broke off
yeah,
the engagement, went missing from the party, and then have basically only been seen in black dresses with this woman who is like, who is like basically protecting you. It looks like.
yeah.
Um, so you are. I think he's genuinely just concerned for your like well-being.
Yeah, yeah. I think that he's like terrified. He's like, they're saying all this shit about you. I think that she opens up to him, and honestly, I think I like the idea. Kind of, this isn't something that came up. I think that I like the idea that they're kind of like childhood sweethearts. I like the idea that he kind of was like, I always thought we were gonna get together, and I think that's kind of more important to him than anything. So I think he's kind of like, I have the ability to get us out of here. I want to get us out of here. You're kind of more important to me than anything,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
Kind of like a compromise of like, he gives up his stability, she gives up her pride, and they flee and they go somewhere else. If that
Okay.
makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. So
Yeah.
he gives her an out basically.
Yeah.
I like
I think
that.
so.
Okay. And to be
Yeah.
honest, we can tack this on to either the memory that's sort of recently sort of going on about the social standing, or we can try and tack it onto the memory about Amadeo's like thing here, so we wouldn't have to sacrifice a memory for that. Um.
Mhm.
So I'm probably going to tack it onto the one about Amadeo, to be honest, because it's like it's
Yeah.
a memory with him.
Yeah.
Where do you flee to is the question, and which skill do you check in order to do this? Because you obviously the entirety of Europe is your oyster here. Also, because this is Venice, you can flee on a ship to anywhere in
This
the
is
world.
true. I don't
Um,
think she wants to flee on a ship. I think at this point, I think the water makes her queasy. I think that fleeing on a ship sounds like terrible to her because she'd basically just it would not be fun.
mhm,
I think she gets seasick now. I think she probably personally, okay, I'm saying this because I'm self-inserting a little bit on this specific point here,
mhm.
and then I'm self-inserting to make her life worse. Um, I love the ocean. I love the sea. I love swimming and stuff like that. It is like my favoriteest thing to do. To the point where it's like if there's a beach and my family's going to the beach, I will like I'll spend time with my family, but not when we're at the beach because I'm in the water the whole time. Everyone else is out there. I'm in the
Yeah.
water the whole fucking time. I love the idea of her like loving water, and then that um I think she liked water, and now that makes her sick. And I think that would just be like she just kind of avoids it.
Mhm.
I think it's mostly physical, but I think it's partially internal. Like she won't even go near it just because it makes her sad. And I think that's part of like her relationship with her family too. Uh, just because it's like, like I bet they go on vacations and shit to see the water, and now she can't do that with her family because they're dead and the water sucks.
So okay. So the question now becomes, where do you flee to? Now, obviously, like the whole
Yeah.
of Northern Europe is your oyster here. So, well, I guess Southern Europe as well. You've got so Venice is
Yeah.
here. Sort of off this way would be sort of Slovenia and everything is where Slovenia, Austria. Is what sort of Wallachia. This is sort of off where the Voivode is.
Yeah,
Um,
you said earlier that she was in the toilet. Of course she is. She's a peon.
for God's sake. Oh my God.
Do you want her to pee on the ground? In the
What?
kitchen? That's unsanitary.
That isn't sanitary. Oh my God.
Okay. Can we go back to what was happening in the world at this time?
Yes, so we're still so we're
Oh my
still
god, hold
in
on 1 second. I have to let somebody in.
we're still in 1197. Uh Not much else happens, I don't think. So I mean, we could say that it's 1198, but I don't think that changes very much. It's basically just a fucking give her an inspiration. Give her an inspiration. That's not a thing that exists in this system, Nexus. I can't. I can't just be like take an inspiration for that one. If we were playing D&D, she'd get one, but this is not D&D, and there's no such thing as inspiration die.
What's going on here? I gotta get my keys. I'm giving them to my mom.
She made a good pun. She did make a good pun. And if we were playing D&D, she'd get an inspiration die.
All right, I'll be right back. I gotta give this key to my mom.
All right. Basically, not much is really happening because there's Richard the First of England, has Chateau Guillard, built on the Seine River, fights to restore power in northern France. Henry VI takes cruel measures to put down Jordan Lupin's insurrection in Sicily and southern Italy. And then Henry VI, a German throne dispute begins upon the sudden death of Henry VI. One extra point to one of her stats. There are no stats. This is the Nexus. This is 1,000-Year Vampire. There's no stats. Anyway, what's up? Not much, dude. What's up?
Can I make some side notes about like leaving and stuff?
Go on.
I think like first of all, I mentioned that I feel she would probably be keeping in touch with the vampire who created her. I think that there's probably a moment where she's like freaking out and she's like writing her a letter. She's like, "Oh God, everything sucks right now. I have to leave. I'm going with this guy." I think she writes her. I think she writes to her about that. Just so like just as a side note, like yeah, that's a thing that happens. So I guess that would check this skill well to do because that would have to do with the fact that like she is contacting someone, right? Like
yeah, but it's to do with her. It's to do with her connections.
It's to do with her connections, yeah, because
Yeah.
I think that would very much be something she's doing is like a hey, quick update because that would put her in a position where she still is like you know she doesn't lose all of her resources because I feel like normally you know, you kind of leave, you make an entirely different life for yourself. People can't really find you again.
Yeah, definitely not. So yeah, basically, in answer to your question about the what's happening in the world, basically a whole lot of kind of nothing right now. It's all just sort of like the squabbling of the powers of the Holy Roman Empire. There's a lot of like civil wars happening, a lot of wars of well, not wars of succession, but like conflicts of succession. So realistically, you can kind of go anywhere. The world's kind of your oyster at this point. It's a question of where would Amadeo take you?
That is a good question. Let me open up the map.
Because so just briefly pulling up the map here. So Venice is here. So you could very easily go east into sort of the Baltic states like Hungary, Slovenia. Well, essentially this would be like Wallachia there.
What time? Can I ask a question before I say anything? What is the timeline on everyone else's vampires right now?
So we are currently in 1197. I think this makes you the earliest vampire because
that's insane.
Well, maybe not the earliest vampire because obviously the first vampire was in ancient Rome. So
yeah.
So, but like second earliest. No, that was like, but in terms of playable vampires, that was Lacey's one down here. That was
yeah.
So we started this in like it was like Roman empires, like BC era was Lacey's character, and then Fox and Gems was the 1800s. Toria was 1400s. Beck, I think, was also 1400s.
Can you pull up Bex?
Incubeck, 1300s was Beck. And
Alright.
then Calf's was 1500s. So yes, you are the second earliest vampire at current.
Now, remind me. I'm going to say some things, and I don't remember how true they are. I could be bungling things in my head a little bit. Uh, but regarding Beck's character, um, Coventry is not where he starts. That's where he flees to,
That is
right?
where he flees to. Yes. It
Yes.
is. It's the city of. So it would be. So we looked this up. I remember, and it was the sort of like. It was like the Midlands. It's the town of. I think it's like the town of Brum. Like Birmingham is where he starts. Yeah.
Yes, that's where he starts. That's right.
Gareth of
Because I
Brum.
was thinking about it and I was like, I think it would be appropriate for them to pick somewhere to lie low. And I'm more so thinking of the story implications of it's really funny to imagine them picking a small town to lie low in, and then it does not stay small, and it is very explicitly the fault of another vampire she tries very hard to avoid.
That would be. I mean, that would be fascinating. I'm here for it. It would be a lot of travel, and it would involve a boat trip, because I know you said that you don't like the idea of getting like she's not a
It would
fan of the
involve a
open
boat
ocean.
trip, you're
It would involve a
right.
boat trip from northern France to the English coast.
Hmm. No, actually, you know what? Let's do the boat trip because then that's angst.
Okay.
That just makes her life worse.
Okay, cool. So, with that in mind,
No, it's not.
master plan to do slates.
It could be now that you say it, though. Like
Okay.
that wasn't on my mind actually.
Um. Even after the
See,
engagement.
I'm picking up a fourth love interest that is Beck's love interest.
Yeah, so your love interests currently are. So you would. So I mean, the sort of will they won't they with Adelaide is now a definite won't they, I suppose.
Very sad.
Very sad, but
Rip Adelaide.
who knows what might happen. After the
I like to imagine that Adelaide was very like, maybe she'll turn me into a vampire, and then she just fucks off in the middle of the night and she doesn't hear about it. She's like, well, fuck that, I guess.
yeah.
I bet that puts her in a bad position actually now that she's leaving. Just like a side note, I bet that like really sucks for her and she's actively in a significantly worse position.
I mean,
Once Ada
probably.
leaves. Yeah.
Probably.
She was kind of aiding and abetting a murderer.
Yeah. Even after the engagement is broken off. Meadows.
With a man of all people. I mean, she's got other women. She's got other ladies.
Is
She's got her pen pal. History will say they were good friends.
first she disappears from the ball, then she isn't seen for 4 weeks, and now she
A month.
Yeah.
I do feel like this whole part, right, is I think that this is like a slow burn over the course of like a few years of like I think he periodically tries to get in contact with her and she's just like avoiding her or she's just like avoiding him and he's
Oh, so
like
this is now multiple years after this. So
I
she's been
feel
building
like
up the social card
I
for
feel
years.
like it would
Okay.
be like 2 or 3 years where it's I think it's like a slow degradation of her standing where it's like, oh no, she's mourning, and then like everyone's like, oh, she's a freak actually.
Yeah. After years of this, of
Yeah,
more
I think it's like
bodies
probably like 2 or 3 years, right?
Yeah. In the canals. After more mutilated bodies
Oh, I was
turning
like,
up in the canals.
I just got like 3. I have your stream open while we're doing this, and I got like 3 Twitch notifications, and I was like, oh, it's 6 p.m. It's the o'clock time, so a bunch of people are gonna start right on the clock.
It is the o'clock time indeed. Yeah, turning up in the canals. Leader only getting more and more reclusive. He finally decides to confront her. offers a way out. He can get them both away from the city, somewhere far away from all of this.
And I do think specifically that this is him coming to confront her, because if he doesn't do it, he's hearing things, and he knows if he doesn't do it, someone else will, and she will not be able to flee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Within the city, far away from all of this, he insists to if she doesn't come with him, someone else will expose.
Now I'm imagining Adelaide as like this is like her fucking like vampire girl Yuri, and she was like, oh my god, she's I bet she was like in her head like, oh my god, I bet she's like, I'm like whatever on my husband, but like this hot vampire chick, like this is great, and then she just leaves for a man, and she's like, god damn it.
He won't be able to escape. She won't be able to escape. Ada steps to travel north through France, across
Every
the
fucking
English
time, yeah.
Channel.
No, I like to believe that Adelaide, I bet it's a Lavender marriage. I bet they're both, I bet they both gay. They both got their own side piece.
They're both gay.
They're fine. They both gay.
Okay. So here's the thing, right? Travel in this day and age takes a fucking long time. So I'm imagining it's now, because it was 1197 when we started. I'm assuming it's now 12. Let's call it 1200 on the dot.
Yeah.
When you flee, and you're probably going to get about halfway through 1200 by the time you make it to England. And so you lay low in the town of Brum, where you remain until we resolve the next prompt. So that is the memory solve. It is tacked onto a previously experience, so we don't need to do anything. We need to check a skill, so we already checked the skill. It's well to do. Or did we check the skill already?
We did just check that. We just checked that one.
Okay.
Well to do is the one that we checked, because she was writing letters.
Oh yeah, she was
to
writing
her
letters
desire.
to yeah. And then
the vampire who made her.
The mortal who flees with you.
I think she was kind of doing that to like, kind of like, cover her ass while she left.
Yeah.
I do also think, can we check two?
So it just says check a skill. So the thing is, you want skills unchecked in order to, because it might come up later, and if you don't have any skills to check, then basically it's a problem.
Okay. You can't check things again?
No. Once you check it, that's it.
Okay.
It's gone. It's used, and that's it. It's done for good. So so you lose the stationary resources. So you lose the family business, and you lose your social calendar. What new name do you adopt? Because you cannot go by Ada anymore.
Ooh, okay. I think that...
Also, while you're coming up with this name, I love that fucking Isaac has just given me the fucking lowdown on what's happening in England at the moment. King John of England and Philip II of France sign a peace treaty at Le Goulet, an island in the middle of the Seine River near Vernon in Normandy.
Did you just look this up and provide this because we were gonna need it anyways? There's not an E at the end. I'm gonna kill you. There's not an E at the end. There's not.
Because I will say, you've upped sticks and you've moved, so you're probably nowhere near as affluent as you would have been in this time.
No.
So
yeah, like they've probably got something, but like probably whatever they brought, they've just about used up when they get there.
I'm now just imagining, because Amadeo would need to change his name as well.
Yeah.
So I'm just imagining he's got like a fucking bug out bag with like 2 fake IDs in it.
Oh my god. Okay. I'm looking up English names now. English name list time.
Yeah, medieval
I
English name list.
see. I'm so pissed off now because I had the whole Italian names list up still, and I was like, I'm probably gonna need this again, and I'm just gonna leave it open because who knows? Maybe something will happen and I'll need it again.
Hmm.
But now I gotta look up the medieval English names list. Uh. Oh wow, these are way less fun.
Yeah.
One
welcome
of the
to
first things I
welcome to
see is
English names.
your names fucking suck.
Yeah.
Like, why the fuck is one of these names Jackin? Are you jacking off over there? What the fuck?
Fucking what now? Hold on.
Yeah, one of them is no. Here,
Hold
I'm
on a
gonna share
goddamn
my
second.
screen so you can look how terrible. Look at how terrible these names are.
Give.
We got Addie, Aldith, Aldrida, Aldis, Amis, Amiss, Amphilis, Bait, Cole with no E, Col, Daw, Daw, Dickon,
Fucking Dickon.
medieval, Dickon, medieval diminutive of Dick. I assume that's diet because it says medieval diminutive of Dionysia. And Di, Ida, Ellis, Elric,
I will say
Etheldred.
we don't have to be
Etheldred,
we don't have to be loyal to the source
Etheldred.
material here. You can
Yeah.
just pick a name from nothing.
I mean, like, I like being here. I like it though. I like it. I like doing that. I'm just making fun. I'm just taking the piss out before I pick these. I'm just amused by the fact that Jerkin is one of. Why is Jerkin one of them? What the one? That's crazy. That's crazy.
So a selection here we got William, Henry, Agnes,
Yeah.
Emma, Beatrice.
I don't know. Let's go with Henry and Beatrice. I like those names.
Henry and Beatrice. So you are now Beatrice. So I'll strike through Ada. Format text. Strike through. Oh, bollocks.
Which is a shame because I did quite like the name Ada. But I kind of like that these names are just significantly more insignificant.
Mm-hmm.
They're nothing because they don't exist.
So that is that prompt resolved.
John and Jane not a vampire. Yeah, but like he's not a vampire.
Not
like,
a vampire.
I guess I'm sad. I want him to be a vampire. I want it, but we don't have a prompt for it, which is a bummer.
I was a big fan of 4th edition England. Also, if they're still in England by 1240, Rosie might have to watch out for the long show. Oh yeah, so yeah, you've come to this northern town that's also the birthplace of a very prolific vampire and monster hunting organization.
Right.
I mean,
I
without
forgot about that.
that's fair. It's fitting though because you would have had Ada would have had no fucking idea that was even a thing. So.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. It works.
Mm-hmm. Well, roll those
Sucks
dice.
to be her right now. I mean, it makes sense for a vampire to cycle through names like that. Like, imagine you're just a line of the same person over and over again who looks exactly the same with the same name. Does that not make you raise an eye?
I think Lacey's vampire had like 5 or 6 different names. Like she went through a whole arc of becoming different people.
There is actually a side character who is genuinely extremely funny to me in ReZero, who is not a vampire. But his whole deal is he is immortal and he does have the same name and he is the same guy, but it's actually like the weirdest case of making sense because he's so first of all, he is a spirit who is possessing bodies essentially. Like we come to find out, and he's explicitly, and he's a huge fucking dick for this. But which is it's crazy that he's a huge fucking dick for this because he's not one of the villains in the show, which is why I think the show is fucking crazy for this. But he's explicitly like over time because he's so obsessed with the lady who saved him when he was kind of sick, taking over the bodies of his descendants and then taking over using the same name over and over again as like a ceremonial thing, as like no, it's a new guy and they're like ceremonially taking up this place in my space in this nobility. So
Hmm.
they use the same name as me, which I just think is extremely like the funniest use case of like, oh no, 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 it's a bunch of different guys with the same name. Because it's like, you know what, they did rename themselves that.
Yeah.
And they do actually just have a strong family resemblance because he's explicitly taking over their bodies, which is kind of fucked.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's a woman, with the same face.
Hmm.
He's a wacky dude. I actually think the character's super interesting and underrated, but that's an aside. That's not even relevant right now. That was just a thing that I wanted to make mention of because I was like, wait, actually, I need to talk about another one of my hyperfixations. Um,
uh, go for whenever you're ready. Roll those dice.
all right, let me. I started playing with all. I keep playing with the dice, so I keep accidentally losing the d6 and the d10. All right, all right. So big dice 6, little dice 2.
That's a 4. We're jumping forward to prop number 8. You are recognized for what you are by another creature like yourself. Create an immortal character, lose a resource, and gain a skill. What did you
Ooh.
lose to them? So, you know
Okay.
what's a prolific immortal in Brom around these times?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The original Telmir,
This is true.
the monster that Gareth of Brom would kill and then eventually become turned by.
Are we gonna make this guy a guy? Are we gonna make this guy a guy?
I mean, we can have reoccurring. We have previously had reoccurring instances of
I
the
just
same immortal. So
no, I just think it's really fun to like make this guy like a guy as opposed to just like some dude that he chased into the river.
yeah, it would be
That's
fun to
kind of
yeah,
all he did. That
yeah.
was literally the only thing he did. Just get chased into a river and die.
Because
Like
I
he didn't
I've
say anything or have a name.
I've immediately had a thought about this because obviously you have to lose a resource and you gain a skill. I think the skill you gain would be maybe the Telmir is able to tell like basically give you an insight into because the Telmir again is sort of like it's sort of like a sideways evolution of the traditional vampire, and maybe the Telmir is able to like give you the secret of how it's able to blend in so well.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
in exchange, it would request something from you, something that like something that matters to you, and that's either well, you either have your knife or your engagement ring to lose.
Okay, here's what I think.
Hmm.
Um I think that at this point in the story, she's very much like a scrappy person who's kind of like, I kind of lost everything. Everything kind of sucks right now. I think that she's like, well, I have the guy, right? Like the guy that she left, she came back to. They are once again together. I think that she is like I think that at this point it was very much a status. I think it's very much a symbol of when their relationship it's become more superficial
Yeah,
in that like she was with him, she left, they came back together, uh, and it was very much a status symbol when we talked about it much more than it was an actual symbol of their engagement.
yeah.
So I think that that's something that she's kind of like, well, I don't even really need this anymore because it represents something that I don't, you
Yeah,
know.
that's fair
I
enough.
think that that's kind of I think she's still a very scrappy individual. She's very much like um I think that at this point she's kind of like becoming the person she thought she was and now she cares about things a lot differently,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like
yeah,
she has kind of lost everything and is actively building those things up. So I think that she's like, "Oh, I'm not really like getting things just to get things anymore." So that ring doesn't really matter to her. I think that
yeah.
it's much more kind of like, "Well, I'd rather have this knife. I'd rather have this tool with me
Yeah.
than this nice fancy ring. I don't need a symbol to prove that I care about Amadeo or that I am going to get power because she's pretty strong and also kind of immortal. So that's kind of
Yeah.
much less superficial than any power she could get and she actually likes him. So I think more than anything it's just an opportunity to get rid of something that is a reminder of a person she really isn't anymore.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
So after
I think it's just very convenient for her.
establishing themselves in medieval Rum.
I think it's kind of like a final nail in the coffin of um she it's a very different person now.
Yeah. Let's say it's 1201. Is the date. After nearly establishing himself in the medieval town of Brum in England, Beatrice is recognized.
Which I will say also, Beatrice was a character who was on my mind. ReZero was on my mind because Beatrice is a character in ReZero, and she's actually one of my favorite characters in ReZero. I love her a lot. She's actually she is the very rare immortal child character I do not hate.
Yeah.
Because she's like a 300-year-old spirit who looks like a child. They don't really like do anything. There's not really like much focus on her as a character. But one of the things that I really like about her is that she is the daughter of another character whose name is Echidna. Echidna is kind of like in this ceaseless pursuit of knowledge, and she's a fucked up individual. There's a point where she kind of like stops really caring about people, and this is very much exemplified in Beatrice, because Beatrice is basically her daughter. She's an artificial spirit who was created to be kind of like a keeper to all of her knowledge. When Echidna thought she wasn't going to be immortal, she found a way to turn herself into like an artificial spirit. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
But basically Beatrice's whole thing is that she could leave the library if she wants to, but she was told to wait until quote unquote someone comes to collect you, you'll know who it is. But of course she doesn't know who it is, because the only thing she's told is that she'll know who it is. And she just spends 300 years alone waiting. And then when the main character confronts Echidna about like, hey, why did you do that? That's really fucked up. She's just kind of like, well, I kind of just wanted to see what she would do. Like,
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to see if she would choose to stay, or if she would choose to leave, or if she would find someone I deign that person, or if she would just leave on her own. And it's like, she loves you. That's your daughter, and she loves you, dude.
Yeah.
She would do anything for you, and you kind of just left her alone in a library for 300 years, and she was miserable and sad and kind of she was considering suicide at the time when like you meet the character in the show. And
Yeah.
it's like, Jesus Christ, man. But yeah, that's like a character who I think is very interesting, who's like not vampire but vampire adjacent, specifically in the reasons that I like vampires.
Also, to continue the tangent slightly, Beatrice is the name of the main character in the podcast that I voice in, that my girlfriend writes. It's called Gibble and Ghoul. It's on Spotify. That you can listen to it for free. I put the link in the Discord there, and I feel like not the link in the Discord. Sorry, the link in the Twitch chat. So if people want to go check out the podcast, please do, because my girlfriend works very, very hard on it, and I'm actually going to pin the link to the top of the stream, so it's there for good. It's worth a listen. It's definitely worth a listen. I voice act in it, so if you like my voice and sort of slightly spooky horror anthology podcasts, give it a listen.
I gotta check this out then, because that is an endorsement from you, and a very interesting sounding project.
Amazing. It's really good. I think there's a lot of potential here. Obviously, it's like Lacey writes all of the episodes. She voice acts the main character, and it is a episodes get released at the end of every month. Obviously, there's not going to be one this month because of Christmas and New Year's and all that sort of thing. So the next episode after this will be January 31st, I believe. So follow the podcast and listen to it. It's very fun. Bitch was recognized by another immortal. It introduces itself as a Telmir. It's a vampire, not too dissimilar.
I wanna know, like, I feel like it introduces itself as the Telmir. Would it have a name? Would this be like a person beyond just it being a vampire? Like,
I mean, it would have its own identity, sure, but like just for the purposes of like keeping like narratives coherent.
Yeah.
like the immortals who aren't player
Making it clear that it's
characters.
the same guy.
Yeah, it makes it clear that it's the same guy, and it's also like immortals that aren't player characters tend to have just titles anyway. So like because there were 3 immortals that were just wandering like NPCs in the first game I played. There was a Lacey. There was the stranger who turned her. There's the wandering knight who has never been they met once and then never saw again. And then there was the poet, who was an immortal that sort of drained like emotion. They wrote like deeply moving
Energy vampire,
poetry.
like
Essentially,
in, what's it called? Why is it not coming to me right now?
What We Do in the Shadows.
What We Do in the Shadows. Yes.
Yeah. It's kind of energy vampire. It's
that
more
was
so
completely in sync by the way on my end.
Nice.
Like, yeah.
It's more so just like he drained sort of the energy from like potent displays of emotion. So like, he wrote incredibly moving poetry, and when people were moved to tears, that would sustain him.
You know what? Good for him. Like that's like, oh my god, you have to be creative and lucrative. Fuck you, dude. Everybody else just has to eat people.
Introduces itself as the Tellmate and the vampire. Not too soon. It proposes an exchange. It would teach Beatrice how to hide herself in plain sight, which would make feeding much easier for her.
Which is a thing that she notably struggled with.
Yep. All
kind of why she's here.
I
think she'd be very ready to accept the help at this point.
Is her shiny diamond ring.
Please, man, I need the money. I'm low on rent this month.
Well, it's also like she's in like more like peasant type clothes, and this is the final like valuable thing that like she has on her. So he's sort of like and like he's almost like you've clearly come from somewhere else. You wouldn't have held on to this if it didn't mean something. I want you. It's almost, he's sort of like in a cruel twist. He's like, I'll teach you how to do this, but I want you to know that your survival comes at the cost of the last thing that you hold that is dear to you.
Little does he know, he's just relieving her of a burden.
Tiny diamond ring. Last...
Which, like, you know what? That's actually kind of funny to me. Not like thematically, just a funny coincidence that he thinks he's taking something from her and he's actually relieving a burden. And apparently he also bears the burden of her like fear of water now, considering
he's about to be fucking killed in a lake or in a river.
Karmically taking on the death she's hopefully avoiding this time.
Little did the Tellmate know, 100 years from now, he would be killed by a sweaty guy in a river.
Are the Tellmate like inherently all sweaty, or is that just him? Was he just like
no? So I think the Tellmate is like
forgot.
I think it is a constant
sweaty,
yeah,
but like he's really sweaty.
He's just like really sweaty.
Oh, is she sweaty now? Fuck.
No, you're not. No, because you're not the same genus, but you've been given the ability to sort of recreate it. That was just
but no, they did that through pheromones, right?
They did, yeah. So they I imagine sort of like you can play sort of fast and loose with vampire biology, hence trans icon Dracula. But
trans icon Dracula.
But you essentially, imagining that you can sort of like modify your body to put out certain pheromonal scents, and you can essentially mask yourself in the same way. Beatrice accepts and willingly hands over the ring, relieved of burden.
You never know what's going to become the inside joke that comes out of your thing, but I feel like there's an inside joke that comes out of all of these things, and the fact that mine is apparently trans icon Dracula is fucking crazy.
More like mask yourself in trans icon Dracula's case. Oh my fucking god. That's so good, Isaac. That's so fucking funny. Hang on, with Toria's, so it started really with Toria's one where we started getting the bits in here. So it was like Toria's one was New Pope just dropped, and also Willem de Pope, and that sort of sparked that whole thing. Um, what Beck's? I think Beck's one was just like. What was Beck's one? Was Beck's one just Damp Quixote, like him constantly killing
Damp
people?
Quixote was that was the
Yeah, that
one.
was Damp Quixote. Mark's one was just him constantly bringing his mother back from the dead at like every opportunity.
Yeah, that kind of did keep happening.
It was just like, so like, oh yeah, like you go to collect your mother, and then she's on the ship, and then she goes old and dies, and then you turn her into an immortal, and then she disappears, and then you bring her back as a skeleton. It's like, how? How does this keep happening? Oh, I just couldn't, didn't let go. Just couldn't let go.
Look, she's not a stepmom. She's literally his biological mother, but she is the mom that stepped up.
100%. Rosie, we have a problem. We now have 6 experiences and only 5 slots.
Dang it. Okay, let's take a look.
Let's take a look.
Out?
So so I would say at this point, because you're now like established in a place, you can, if you wish, form a diary. A diary can be used.
I could form a diary, but here's my issue.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I have a memory that's like she don't need that anymore.
Okay. Which one is that?
I'd say it's the one with Adelaide, because I feel like she's kind of moved on from like a lot of that the jealousy and the need for social standing. She's kind of in a better place with what did we name him again?
Amadeo. Well, but no, his name is. Wait,
his name
Amadeo, the artist formerly known as Amadeo. Henry, that was his name.
Henry, yeah.
I might strike through his Amadeo's name.
Yeah, we should strike through his name too, just so that's not too fucking confusing. Yeah, it was Henry.
Henry. Amadeo. There you go, Henry.
Henry.
Okay, so that prompt resolved. Before we go on to the next one, I need to nip to the bathroom to grab another drink.
Your turn.
My turn. I will put you back into just chat so you can speak to chat, but I'll be.
We keep having to like shit and piss and stuff. Go. Okay, he's gone. How are y'all doing? What you feeling right now? I'm having a lot of fun. This is pretty great. This is a good game. This is a really good game. Makes you want to pick this up. Yes! The PDF is $15. It is a lot of fun. Yeah, no, I get it now. I get it now, Beck. I get it now. You're contemplating pizza while enjoying all of this. Sif, would you be interested in doing this too? I would love to see you do this. I just want everybody to do this because this is such a game that brings out so much that I don't even expect. Like it's so good at getting you to say shit. Like I honestly, outside of the part where I was like, Italy, I was like, I kind of want her to be Italian. Outside of that, there's not really like, I didn't come into this with anything, and there's a whole story already. And I love her. I love Ada. It's a long form improv game. I just want to write more about her already. Like already, I want to like add on more context to her and the way I think things went and how things felt. Just because this is fun.
Okay, yeah. I'm back.
Hi.
I'm contemplating pizza while enjoying all of this, which is like the concept of pizza. I'm contemplating eating a pizza. I'm now just imagining Sip like at their desk, just like resting their chin on their hand, just being like, "But what is a pizza, really?"
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Have you ever thought about potentially like? Well, this is actually a few questions. So first of all, how do I word this? Because I'm like, how many questions do I make this? Because I can't make it one question. I can make several. would there ever be a situation where you would like to see a side character perhaps get their own game from like where they left off, or perhaps pick up a character and like forcibly bring them back to life when they're dead, so you can just make them do more? Malaticha around 2,
Mal- to be
as an
honest,
example.
I mean,
Malaticha 2.
Malaticha too. Fucking dehydrated boogaloo. Potentially, I quite like, so the sort of the joy of 1,000-Year-Old Vampire is that it's a self-contained thing where it's like
100%.
you run through the adventure and that's it. They have their ending, and to sort of pull them out of that, it would have to be for like a specific reason. Like if we did do that, like the big like multiplayer 500-year
I would love
vampire
that.
scenario.
I would love that.
I'd bring them back for that. Like, I think the only vampires that have died at the end of their... So we've had 2 deaths, I think. The first one was Lacey's, where she didn't die, she just sort of, like, dropped her mortal form and then sort of went to the spirit world. Oh, no, never mind. 3. We've had 3 deaths. So...
Yeah, because he kind of was
Bex
just like, oh, well, I think I did enough, man. I think I'm good.
Yeah, Bex just kind of stopped after a while.
Yeah.
He just sort of
Beck was kind of like, I gotten my mileage out of living.
Damp Quixote let the clock run down and perished.
Damp Gareth and rehydrate him. Yeah, he was like, it's my time to go. I've been alive so long. And he takes a nap and then he just wakes up and he's like, what the fuck?
And then
I wasn't dead.
Fox...
It's like that Game Changer bit where like someone's taking a little too long. Like someone who said their last words and thought it was time to go actually had a little more life left in them.
Yeah, 100. Another bit you're on about 100%. But the what was I going to say? And then Fox and Gem's vampires were assassinated.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were assassinated by agents of the Vatican.
What's Willem de Pope's problem?
Well, so it was under orders from the Vatican, and I shit you not, television chef Gordon Ramsay.
What? How?
So okay, so they were playing essentially their immortals were. It was like they were changed by a succubus, so they were like demons rather than vampires.
You can play fast and loose. Vampires can really be anything. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, so as long as you're an immortal that sustains themselves off the living, which by technicality a succubus is, they basically sired a progeny who they named Gordon. And these 2 characters ran a bakery, and they were like, we train this guy to be the best bakery in Paris, and because he's an immortal, he just kept going. And so the joke became that he left Paris, went to England, and then became television chef Gordon Ramsay. And then because the 2 main character vampires were basically going off, basically stirring up the like gay rights scene in 1970s Quebec in Canada.
What?
Potentially at risk of exposing Gordon Ramsay for being a sex demon, he he put a hit on them and had them executed. This is genuinely things that have happened in my setting of this 1,000-Year Vampire.
Sex demon Gordon Ramsay has the same energy as actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf.
It does, actually. Speaking of, we've resolved that prompt. Care to roll the dice again for me, please?
Yes, I can absolutely do that. All right, we have big dice 4, little dice 3.
Now there's another 1. You develop a system.
I'm struggling to breathe right now. We gotta stop being funny for a minute.
I don't know about that, Chief. You develop a system for feeding. What is it? What happens to those who die? Create a skill that reflects this.
Okay. Well.
Oh, hold on. I don't think I did. add the skill here? No, I didn't. So your skill that you gain from the Telmere is like a chameleon.
Yeah. Turn them into wine. Now, I know on first glance that sounds like a Jesus joke, but it's
Mm-hmm.
actually not a Jesus joke. We've been playing a lot of V Rising.
Mm-hmm.
I've been playing a lot of V Rising with the group, and we just so initially you can start like caging people so you can get their blood because like a huge you know how that works, but you like you
Mm-hmm.
get wine eventually, and we just unlocked wine.
Mm-hmm.
So well he just unlocked wine because he went ahead and did a boss before everybody else did it. So yeah, no, I can't do that. You do it, dick. Rub it in my fucking face. Um. Okay. So I feel like it's at this point, it has not become the great city of Coventry just yet.
Oh no. So
So.
for a bit of context, Gareth
Mhm.
fled Brum to
Mhm.
a basically tiny village that would become Coventry. So you're not in Coventry yet. Um,
Okay.
to be honest,
Oh right, yeah, because Coventry just like swallows a bunch of stuff. Yeah, it
oh
does
yeah,
in this
100%.
setting. Yeah. So
Um,
it's gonna be Coventry later.
yeah, I will say
Sorry
as
for the
well.
little
So
help
one of the
here.
things that Beck's vampire was able to do was because Beck was a Telmere, he could just eat people in broad daylight,
I
and
remember that, and
and
like nobody
and
would
no,
care.
yeah, and everybody like this is fine. Which, God, now you
Which
have the
like
power to do this as well.
in fact, I feel like he was exceptionally sweaty though, right? Like
He
he was
was very damp in fairness.
so like I feel like she could get away with like killing someone and then walking into another room and then people are like, "Hey, there's a body in here. Do you know what's up with that?" And she'd be like, wiping her face up. No,
Mhm,
I don't know what's up with that. I
mhm.
haven't seen that before. But I feel like if she was standing above the body, it would still be like, "Dude,
Yeah,
what the fuck?"
it's not perfect, but it is.
Yeah.
It's enough that if you're not directly like if you're not with your like fang still around its throat, they're not
Yeah.
going to immediately suspect you. Okay.
Yeah.
What happens to those who die? I guess the tracers just go cold. Like, do you?
I mean, I feel like here's my thing is
Mhm,
I feel like it's still enough that it's like it's not especially a large city and she's trying not to draw attention to herself.
mhm,
I feel like she's kind of like probably trying to prioritize if people come into town and they are stopping to travel through, she lets them
mhm.
do their thing and then they're leaving anyways. Nobody's gonna notice,
Oh, so you feed on travelers basically. Okay,
yeah, essentially, yeah. Just people coming through.
cool.
Yeah.
You feed on travelers. What happens to those who die? I mean, they disappear. They
Yeah.
were going to
I
leave anyway.
mean, yeah.
So I guess create a skill that reflects this. My skill thought would be like opportunism.
Yeah.
So because
Yeah,
like
very opportunistic.
okay, and then I'll
Gotta pay the
tack this
road
on.
tax.
I'll tack
Gotta
this
pay the
onto
blood
the.
tax.
I'll tack this onto the thing about the Telmere as well. So this because it's all part of the same thing basically. Um, with newfound power.
Which, like, at this point, I think one of the things that I'm very interested in is like, um, formerly Amadeo, currently Henry, is apparently just on board for his murder wife. Good for him.
I mean, this man would literally. I'm fairly certain this man would die for her. So
100%.
yeah.
Yeah.
Also, like a bit like what we discussed with Toria. Like at any time, you can just turn Henry to
Ah,
like
I would like
because if
that.
he's particularly useful, we can just say like, oh yeah, you probably would have turned him at some point. Like
I do feel like, yeah.
with Malatich's French husband,
Yeah.
um, she turned him, or did she just ghoul? No, she ghouled him. So she like
Yeah. No, I don't
fed.
think she'd do that.
Yeah,
I feel like I feel like can I say that retroactively? I think that by the time they would have settled, I think there would have been a point where she's like, "Well, it's kind of in this for the long haul." I feel like there would have been a point where it's like they kind of discussed it.
yeah.
There's a moment I really like in Interview with the Vampire in the first episode, where the main character, when he is turned, his this is actually kind of funny. His brother has just died. His brother has just killed himself in front of him. His sister has just gotten married, and he kind of it's kind of this feeling of like he doesn't really have a place in his family anymore. And so Lestat, the other guy, the main character's name is Louis. Uh, Lestat turns him, and it's done on the steps of a cathedral. It's very intimate. It's very much like it's pretty much textually the only way it could be more of a wedding is if he looked at the camera and was like, I came out as gay and married my husband. And he basically does that. Like he basically does look at the camera and say that anyways, because the entire framing device of this is it is an interview with a vampire. So that's basically what happens. He looks at the camera, is like, it's actually a whole scene where like the guy who's interviewing him is like, dude, you just like your boyfriend just killed a couple of priests. And what do you mean you're like you killed this random guy? Like, what do you mean this is like what do you mean this he calls it a coming out. He's like, what do you mean this is a coming out? And then Louis is kind of like, are you fucking dense, bro? And it's kind of funny. Like, are you fucking stupid? Yes, it was a wedding. Are you dumb?
Yeah.
They at the end of the night, after all of it happens, like they sleep in the same fucking coffin, and they're like it's very unsubtly like, yeah, that's they got married. And I do think that would tie into what I said about how she feels like she doesn't need the ring anymore. I
Mhm.
think that would be kind of a similar situation where it's like they got vampire married.
They did get vampire married. Under
Yeah.
the white of the full moon, they got vampire married. Um,
Marriage.
love, well, love brings us together.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, that is quite neatly. That is that prompt resolved. So, if
Nice.
you care to roll the dice again for me.
Yeah. Uh, but yeah, I feel like that's what happened. I feel like we can say that's the thing that happened.
Yeah.
All right. So we have 7
Mm-hmm.
and 5.
That's a 2. We go to prompt number 11. Um, how do you find solace from the raging hunger within you? You may lose one checked or unchecked skill. Okay. So basically,
Ooh.
this isn't a case of we check a skill. This is a case of you lose something that you were already. You lose the ability to do something you were good at.
Ooh.
That
Okay.
can be something you've used already, or it can be something that you haven't used yet. And it has to do with how you deal with the fact that you have a voracious hunger.
Hmm. I'm trying to think of something that would fit here. I.
I think maybe okay, I have a suggestion. If you and you don't have
Mhm.
to go with this, but
Mhm.
well to do is a checked skill. I think you're not really in a position where being well to do is necessary. I think
Yeah.
in
Oh, right. Right. Checked or unchecked.
yeah,
Yeah.
so I think in just trying to like get by and establish your new life and
Yeah.
sort of
Just
just
kind of
dealing
like
with
lay low
the
and shit.
yeah, because dealing with the hunger as
Yeah.
well,
Yeah. Yeah.
you
It's
forget
kind of,
how to
again,
you
like we talked
forget
about
like
this,
the
it's not really
etiquette.
her priority
Yeah,
anymore.
exactly. And
Yeah.
it'd be a way to just like forget the like forgetting the etiquette sort of side of society would be
Yeah, kind of like
reasonable.
forgetting about that, and like,
Yeah.
like it's very much a, hey, this is
Yeah.
settling into a new life and a new version of herself.
Understood. I'm trying to think now. I think this is probably going to be the final thing I can tack onto this new memory, because this is about your establishing your life in Brom. So there's the hunger doesn't stay sated for long. In just trying to keep itself and her partner well fed.
Which I think a huge part of it is it's not just her anymore, too.
Yeah,
It's she's actively like with someone else and taking care of them, and I think there's probably like some anxiety around like I pulled someone else into this, you know.
And again, it's that desire for approval, like
Yeah.
that thing of like, it's not just a case of I have to look after him, but he also has to be happy and he has to still like me.
Which he's gonna do that.
Oh
right?
yeah, no, 100%. Like that's
Yeah.
never going to be a problem. But I think as well, like having that insecurity of, oh
It's
God, what if
yeah.
he doesn't like me anymore? Is
Yeah.
manners and etiquette of Venetian high society burn away in the fires.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is that memory crystallized. No more experiences can be tacked onto this one. We do not need to remove anything. We have removed, we've lost the skill. That's that prompt neatly resolved. Roll the dice again for me, Rosie.
Okay. Nope. Okay, they fell weird. They fell into my plushie into a crack, and there is no way that I can. Oh god.
Oh no, the dice.
Okay,
Isaac, you
so
cursed it. You mentioned earlier that the dice go into the void.
Yeah, so one of them fell in between my desk and a plushie, and the thing that was facing up was a corner of the dice. It was the big dice, and then the other one, I genuinely can't see it. So I need to crawl under my desk. Hold on.
So it was baited, so it shall be.
You know what? At least I got someone. Isaac being here makes me happy because that means one more person is super into my my personal hyperfixation. You got to come to all of these now. It's what I did to Beck and Sif. Where the fuck? Well, Beck kind of did it on his own. I mostly just did it to Sif.
Yeah. I mean, I was always into vampires.
Well, yeah, but like this specific thing. So these are very pretty dice, but because they are a light color and kind of like clear, it's actually like hard for me to find them. I mean this specific thing, okay? I know you were always into vampires. I specifically mean this specific bit of vampire stuff because I was telling him about this game because I was like, yeah, he'd be into it. He'd think it was neat. And
Also,
like, I don't believe you. Except, like, do you believe me now, man?
Also, Isaac, with your like you're concerned about potential cultural appropriation if you're like being sort of like the grandson of Lubu or whatever. I think if we do like go about it with respect to the culture, then I don't think, because it's all about like observation of history, and if it's like a period of history that you're passionate about, then I feel like that should be explored, and as long as it's done with respect, then
100%.
then that should be, and it's fine.
I actually read before I sent you 500-year-old vampire. I was specifically looking at a couple of reviews of the game, and one of the pre-made templates, because they have a set of pre-made templates for like, hey, you're in a group, you kind of just want to get this show on the road. It's kind of a board game, you know, you're maybe in a bit more of a hurry than with a solo journaling game. They have pre-made templates for sets of characters that come with the game, and the people who were reviewing it played as a group of Chinese vampires, and it was very interesting to read about some of the things that happened. I'll have to send you the review because it was very light, but it does give you a good overview of the game and slight differences.
Yeah.
The big difference being that you follow the lives of these vampires through letters to each other, from what I understand.
Oh, that's very cool.
Right?
Yeah.
It's the idea is apparently that all of these vampires as a group are like by default apparently supposed to be turned together and choose to continue to keep in touch after the fact.
That's very cool. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
I need to look into that now. Fuck. There's one more thing I need to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you managed to recover your dice?
I have managed to recover my dice. Let's try that again. Okay, I'm just gonna turn my camera on so you can see how this 6-sided dice landed because this pisses me off. You can't make this shit up, so I have to show you.
Go on.
That's the wrong camera. This camera breaks all the time. I have to unplug it and plug it back in 3 times every single time to get it to work. I don't know why it's specifically 3, because the first time doesn't work. Yeah, it didn't come up until the 3rd time. It's like a fucking witch or something. That's how it landed.
Wow. How? That is... So, to provide some context for Twitch chat, the D6 landed on its corner, nestled between several of Rosette's keyboard keys. It's like corner side up.
You can take a screenshot of it so you can show them what it looks
I
like. You can like use the
that's a
snipping
lot of
tool.
faff. Just re-roll they'll
You know
take
what?
my
I'm
word
gonna
for
go
it.
ahead. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the snipping tool myself to take a picture of the camera that I'm sharing on Discord, and then I'm just gonna share it in your Discord that I already have opened anyways.
That's fair
In
enough.
the, do you want me to do the general chat?
So it'd be probably in just like Pixvid's links.
You got
Um,
it.
I
There you
will.
go.
Perfect. Let me quickly just take this opportunity to shout out. By the way, we have a Discord. If you want to join the Discord server, join the Discord server. !Discord. Nightbot, you better be awake. There we go. We have a Discord server. Join the Discord server if you want to join the Discord server. We talk about Thasnia Vampire a lot in the Discord server. Mostly just people being hyped for the streams whenever I announce them. And also you get a notification when the VODs come up and all that jazz. You can also see the funny picture of how that dice landed. Speaking of, re-roll that dice, please.
Yes, I will. The other one was a 7, by the way.
Okay, big numbers.
This was a 1.
Okay, so we are jumping 6 spaces forward to...
Which is scary because the bigger the numbers get, the closer you are to dying.
Yes. 17. You committed despicable murder, but not for the sake of feeding. Why? Check a skill. Remove a mortal character if you like. So it says remove a mortal character if you like. The only other mortal character you have is Adelaide.
What? What the...
So this is kind of fucked. It can just be a nobody.
I
Because
mean, that would be pretty fucked up. If I like, yeah, no, because like Adelaide would have to travel all the way here for some reason, and then
Yeah.
she'd have to be like, "Is that my ex situationship from like 5 years ago? What is she doing here? What are you doing here? Didn't you like commit a bunch? You committed a bunch of murders, and then you like left me for that shit.
Well,
Like,
look, can I shout an idea if you promise not to use it? Go on, Beck. What's your idea? It says remove all character if you like, so it doesn't have to be one of your named characters. It can just be some random schmuck.
it can just be some random schmuck. Thank you for letting me extend this by a full hour, by the way. Probably just talking about my hyperfixations over and over.
No, it's cool. I like it. She became a longshank specifically to hunt you down out of spite.
Oh my god!
So Adelaide. So okay, Beck. Let me just put this into context for you. So Adelaide, this noble woman and like daughter of nobility, whose basically entire purpose in life was to marry into nobility so that she would be able to carry on her family line, drops all of that to follow her situationship to the middle of bumfuck nowhere England, and then observing her feeding patterns, joins a hunter organization specifically to kill her. I mean, it's not impossible, but at the same time, I feel like there are also potentially alternatives. No, that's silly.
It's very silly.
It is very silly.
I feel like that would not be it.
She joined the organization before that.
No, it's a bunch of nobles who are secretly actually vampire hunters.
Yeah.
And she was like, "No, but this one's hot." And she was like, "Oh dang, she left though. I get it now. She's just not invested in it.
She's part of like. Well, so the Longshanks are a chapter of hunters. They're all like sects of Christianity. They're all like exorcists. So it's not out of the question that, particularly in Venice, there would be a chapter of some sort of Catholic organization. Because this is around the time of the Crusades. Like the reclaiming of the Holy Land. Christianity's on the rise. But it doesn't have to be Adelaide, because this is a stretch.
It is a huge stretch, and I kind of don't want to do it, but the idea of it is really funny.
It's up to you. We can make it work if you want to do it, but also it can just be some random fucker in Brom.
I feel like it's kind of gotta be some random fucker in Brum.
Okay.
Okay. So, can you do me a favor while I mediate on the possibility of what it would be that happens?
Okay.
Can you, to the best of your ability, tell me what the deal is story-wise at this point, in your fictional retelling of the world?
So
Um,
we have not yet hit 1300. So Gareth of Brum isn't alive yet.
okay,
Um
because I also need to know what I can't change.
so I suppose what's going to happen in the immediate future is the next problem. So the
Next problem, yeah, but
the
it's like I like thinking about things,
yeah.
so.
So the what's already set in stone. I need to pull up Lace's one because Lace's one lasts for. I think it's I wasn't as meticulous with keeping track of the dates in Lace's one because I wasn't sure this was going to go anywhere at that point. Um,
And now it's going
and
everywhere.
now it's really popular and, and people love it and it's a meme now that we're changing the world with this like story.
They're changing the world with vampirices, parentheses, vampire conspiracies.
Mm-hmm. Um, it's
And also vampiracy, parentheses, vampire pirates.
indeed. Um, literally vampire pirates.
Literally vampire pirates.
Portuguese traders. So the Lacey's character, I think at this point is in Russia. I think. So there's nothing really going on in mainland Europe. Nothing. That basically there's nothing that would. But I think you're in the clear for now because the next big thing to happen in your vicinity would be Gareth of Brum uh, turning, fleeing the Longshanks, and then shacking up in Coventry for 50 years. Vampire pirates and their mum.
Hi, Mom, I love you.
Just the skeleton waving on the deck of the ship.
So bummed
Um,
that it's set so early because the ship can't be his.
yeah. Um,
If there's one vampire I'd love for mine to meet, it's that guy, TBH, because it's like, uh, at first I was like, damn, he's kind of got it made. But now it's kind of like double date.
oh yeah, because
Yeah,
he's got his freaky vampire fish wife as well.
yeah, his freaky vampire fishwife who is like, I'm into this.
Yeah.
I'll eat what you're serving. Mm. Which, like, the
um,
fact that she's like into that is like, you know what, you go, girl. Your fantasies would not be fulfilled by like early, like, ye old porn. You got to
yeah.
go for the real deal.
She's one of the earliest recorded monster fuckers in history.
Rest in peace. What's his name again?
What?
I forgot his
Cap's
name.
character?
Yeah. Yeah.
So he started. It was Captain Samuel H. Pickens.
Mm-hmm. Rest in peace, Captain Samuel H. Pickens' wife. You would have loved Guillermo del Toro's The Shape of Water.
You really would have. Oh my god. I think her name was Florence, if I'm not mistaken.
Ah, yes. Rest in peace, Florence.
Rest in peace, Florence.
Florence
Um,
Pickens.
you, um, so you're basically in terms of history, in terms of what can and can't be changed, you're fine to sort of still make way because we're at least a century away from any of the next sort of major developments that happen from Beck's character.
Okay, so I think that's kind of fun because I think that with the vampire hunter presence,
Mm-hmm.
and specifically also the fact that the Telmir is someone that they are chasing after, I feel like what's going to end up happening is that she fucks up real bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um does something really bad. I haven't worked out what that is yet, but I've already worked out the consequence, so we're working backwards.
Okay.
I feel like she fucks up, she checks Chameleon, hides away from it, and this gets pinned on the Telmir, and his presence is something that people are more aware of, despite the natural
Oh, I see. Okay.
the natural, which also like gives him a reason to fucking hate her.
So
Um,
we can, if you want, skip forward a little bit because we've had sort of
I do
the
think so.
yeah,
I
because
do
we've
think it would actually be, yeah.
because
She
we can
was kind
skip
of minor on
forward.
business
We
for a
to be honest,
while.
we can skip forward probably just shy of 100 years because it's like it was
Yeah.
1201 when you came to Brum, and then if
Well,
you
Beck, your
like
guy's just a little baby now. He's still having fun. He hasn't murdered his best friend slash rival yet.
jump forward about 100 years, you and the Telmir have basically been coexisting until you fuck up.
Yeah.
So that you committed despicable murder. Who do you kill and why? Maybe you kill one of the Longshanks.
I think so. I think that for the longest time,
Yeah.
you know, she's been laying low with her hot vampire husband. There was nothing that said he's hot, but I've decided he's hot now.
I mean, he's a
It's
Venetian poet
yeah, I
named
mean,
after
yeah,
named after a
whatever.
great Spanish king.
Yeah,
Like
yeah. Like
this
that's
man's banging, right? You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
like she's kind of like scored the jackpot by having this guy hopelessly in love with her, because
Hmm.
he probably had people just fawning over him, and he's like, oh, but my wife.
Uh-huh.
Which like I bet pissed people the wrong off. Uh,
Yeah.
um, but I think, okay, back on track, because I think we did like 5 different tangents there. We wasted like 15-20 minutes on tangents.
Hmm.
Um, hmm. So I feel like, you know, for the longest time they've been coexisting. She has her hot vampire husband. They're kind of minding their own business.
Hmm.
I think, hmm, I think she does kill one of the Longshanks, and
Okay.
it does get blamed. I do agree with that. I think that's very good. I like that she kind of she pins it on him, and now he's super fucked. So I honestly extremely funny to me that now I'm unintentionally the reason Gareth gets turned into a fucking Telmir and his life gets fucked up.
What?
That's funny as fuck.
Longshanks chapter. Well, I'm gonna call them sanctioned exorcists, but they're just monster hunters.
Yeah. Played by Matt Berry. I can get behind that. Matt Berry's hot.
Okay, we have our first celebrity cameo of the session.
No, I don't think it would be Matt Berry though. I like the idea. Here's the thing. Um I like the idea of it potentially being Matt Berry. I like the idea of a
Whoever
biopic where he's played by Matt
is
Berry, but it
voiced
could
by
be
Matt
anyone.
Berry.
Yeah, voiced by Matt Berry. I like the idea of him being voiced by Matt
um,
Berry. Matt Berry has a very specific voice.
nice.
Uh,
Sanctioned exorcist. Member of the long-term chapter of sanctioned exorcists begins investigating
he is a very good-looking dude.
disappearing travelers.
I like the idea of like he doesn't look like Matt Berry, but he is specifically consistently portrayed by Matt Berry.
I mean, I like that. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
It gives you something. It gives something to visualize as well.
Yeah.
Investigating disappearing travelers in and around Brum, and almost discovers truth.
I do still have to watch Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. You keep doing your own thing. I'm just responding to that.
It's a wild show. I watched it one night and like we started watching it at 3 a.m. and I was so fucking exhausted that it was sort of like a fever dream to me. I need to watch it again.
You know what, Hero?
Mm-hmm.
You, me, Beck. I think we should plan a watch along sometime in January when shit calms down for me more.
Hell
Cause
yeah.
December is busy for me. I'm
December's
still
busy
kind
for
of like
everybody.
it is busy for everybody. But I'm like gone for like a full week and a half, late December, early January. So, like January, maybe January, definitely February. We should do that.
Faces end at the fangs of it is a murder in to prevent
I think that
short.
specifically, here's what I think.
Hmm.
I think that it's someone. Maybe someone is onto her friend Henry. And I think that she kills them in defense to get,
Oh,
this one
yeah.
person has a lead. She's keeping that off their backs and is bringing heat onto the Telmere, as a way to give them some sort of relative safety,
Yeah.
temporarily.
Longer term consequence. Now, Longshanks are stirring.
Big yandere moment. I was actually kind of thinking like loving partner moment because this is the love of her life and he's getting
Yeah.
murdered.
It has a longer term consequence. Now the Longshanks are stirring. A senior hunter has been killed. Now they are searching for the
Which, like,
Telmere.
I'm imagining that like she's still like actively in contact with the vampire who turned her.
Oh yeah,
And is kind
you've
of,
been exchanging
yeah.
letters the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah, and she's kind of like, you will not believe what just happened, about all of this. Like,
um,
holy shit.
Where's it? So here you go. Member of the Longshanks chapter of Sanction Exodus begins investigating the disappearing travellers in and around Brum and almost discovers the truth, but meets his end at the fangs of Beatrice. It's a murder to prevent a short-term consequence to protect her Henry, but it has a longer-term consequence. It has a longer-term. It protects it. It prevents a short-term disaster to protect her Henry, but it has a longer-term consequence.
OMG bestie, I think I just killed a Fed.
Now the Longshanks are stirring. A senior hunter has been killed, and now they are searching for the Telmere. And they are searching for the Telmere. Okay, so we check the skill Chameleon. We don't need to remove the mortal character. We have 6 experiences and only 5 slots. Is something going to be forgotten, or are you going to make a diary?
Well, I feel like I kind of just explained how she makes a diary. She's writing letters. I wonder if she perhaps like keeps those as copies.
Okay, yeah. So that would make sense. We can create the diary now. So
Yeah, because it's like, so far I've been like actively foregoing keeping diaries. It's like, well, I think it would make more sense if she forgot. Like, you offered the second time.
yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, I can have a diary as a treat.
So the
I think it
the
just makes
diary
sense
can
at
hold
this point. She's already.
the
Go ahead.
diary can hold up to 4 experiences.
Mhm.
And I don't think those experiences can be altered. I think you can only have 1 diary at a time, and the diary is a resource that can be lost. So let me quickly add into resources your diary.
Which I feel like it makes sense that this is a resource that could be lost because it has very, oh my god, bestie, you will not believe what happened. And she probably doesn't think about it later.
Yeah.
Like, sucks that it happened, but it's like, she forgets about it. She forgets about it. It's not that important.
So which memory is going in the diary?
It only kicks off a series of events that makes Coventry one of the largest cities in England.
This murder changes the course of English history forever. This one murder changes.
About it.
This is it. This is the flashpoint. This one murder has changed the course of British history forever.
Yeah, and it's kind of just like it is exactly what Beck said. Oh my god, bestie! I think I just killed a Fed.
So okay,
and she just like not give a fuck.
Which memory is going in the diary then? It should probably be a crystallized one. So it's probably going to be there's 2 crystallized ones. There's the
remind me.
So there's the one there's the memory of you being turned by the Voivode. And the sort of the memory of you waking up having murdered your dad and then killing your sister. And then the other crystallized memory is the 1201, which is you establishing yourself in Brum.
Okay, so I think that it would be the first one because I mentioned that I feel like the memories are very much, or the diary is very much a framing device for like it's probably connected to the letters that she's sending, which I like that a lot as a concept. So I think it's very much something she's doing is like she's probably writing to her and thinking about like, yeah, no, that was a thing that happened.
Yeah.
Remember that? And I feel like it would be the first one rather than the second one because that was still like
It's still
She
relatively
probably, I
fresh.
feel like she writes the first one. You know, she's like, yeah, remember this? That was a great night.
Yeah, the
Don't
first
think
one is
about
like
the month
reminiscing.
afterwards.
Yeah.
The full month after. I think she's still kind of holding on to that, but like doesn't quite feel ready to face it and write it down. You know, she's
So,
kind of just been living a separate life.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So that is that prompt resolved. Roll those dice for me again, lovely.
Yay. And please, for the love of God, don't get stuck in a weird way. This has happened 3 times. A 4th time, and it's not like, haha, good things happen in threes. It's what the fuck, man. All right, so we have an 8 and a 2.
So that is a 6. So we
Yes.
jumped to prompt number 23. You master a strange new science or field of knowledge. How does your vampire nature give you special insight into these studies? Create an appropriate
Ooh.
skill based on a memory.
That awful month was a price for that one amazing night that I'd pay again. I feel like that's kind of like, it really sucks that her dad and her sister are dead, but now she has a husband and a wife, and I think that's pretty neat.
Now I'm married both ways.
And they both seem really chill about it, so I think she's like kind of winning.
Strange new science or field of knowledge. Now, what would that be in 1300s? Wrong.
Okay. Fuck if I know.
It could be some type of magic. I just want to say, because magic very much exists in this setting.
Yeah, because I was thinking about like other stuff that happened during Bex, which is something that I'm very much referencing a lot. Okay, so not necessarily like to be the thing that I'm talking about, but as a starting point, I remember there was some stuff that came up in Bex. That's it. Yep, Beck hit the nail
The
on the head
black
there,
powder.
and I'd like to
Yeah.
hear about that. Yeah.
So
Okay, sorry about that. So you said okay, black, and then it stopped.
I think I've lost VTube Studio.
Stream is offline.
Is it? There you are.
Yeah!
We're back, chat. We're back. We got it resolved. So let's go back to. I need to reopen the fucking tabs on that have the game on, and then we'll play the game again. Huzzah, everybody! Oh, the fucking viewership has plummeted because of that drop. God damn it! It's fine.
Here. You know what?
What?
Here. I'll ping in my Discord, and you tell people to refresh, because there are. When I was watching,
Yeah.
I had the stream open, and I was not watching.
Okay.
It told me the stream was over, and it
Oh,
did
shit.
not start the stream again.
Okay. There we go. I have pinged that again.
There we go.
Got to refresh, right? Yeah. So I'll put a thing in my Discord as well. Anyway, let's continue with the game now that the tech issues have been resolved. So
Now that the tech issues have been resolved, let's go.
So the issue that the thing that Beck oh, that was what I was looking. It's black powder. When was black powder introduced in the UK? 13th century, so it's around the 1260s. So black powder is in the UK right now. Your Johnny Anime redeemed the hydrate in a posture. Oh my god, it's him. It's Johnny Anime.
Yo! We were talking about you earlier. You said you had a sick name.
Yeah, actually, that's one of the greatest Twitch usernames I've ever seen. But so gunpowder hits the UK in 1260. So it's around when it's a new thing at this point in time.
It is very new, yes. Now remind me, it has magical properties,
It
right?
does. So in my setting, black powder is essentially conjured by essentially it's fueled by like death magic. There's some sort of entity out there that is, it's just the embodiment of the end of all life, like the end of life itself.
Yeah.
And black powder is made using that sort of like death magic. When it gets refined into gunpowder, obviously there's less arcane and more alchemical involved, but we're not at gunpowder yet. We are at black powder still. So think of it as supernatural white phosphorus, kind of. Yeah.
Exactly.
It essentially has like corrupting properties in the mind, the minds of people who use it, basically. So you can devote your time to become an expert in black powder and specifically the magic that makes it work, if you wanted to.
I'm not entirely sure about that. Because it's like, I like the idea of it being something magical. I think it very well could be. I have threads and ideas and no practical application. I feel like I want to do something more with the fact that she is continually sending letters with the vampire who made her, especially because, for the most part, in these games, your vampires have, like, every sire in one of these games is a fucking bum, dude. They're all gone. Alright? They're gone, alright?
I'd say with one notable exception.
With one notable exception. Like, for the most part, they're all gone, okay? They're like Beatrice, formerly Ada's real mom, right? They had a kid, they dipped. All right, they're out.
I mean, you're so right. What? Okay, where do we go with this then? What do you do with the void?
I don't know. There's that thread. There's also the fact that there is a greater presence in Coventry. That's a whole thing, or not in Coventry, in Brum, that will be swallowed by Coventry in this alternate timeline. And then there's also the fact that this, the previous action, the one that was just taken, was one that was explicitly taken to protect. That they somehow found themselves in a situation, and I feel like there is a need to learn something new out of a desperation, or perhaps a desire to out of suggestion. I feel like those things would probably coincide with each other, but I don't know exactly how.
Okay, so so we're in 1300s now, which means that if we're going by the history books, Vlad Dracul is currently the voivode of Wallachia. Now, are we going for trans icon Dracula here, or are we going? Because we can play fast and loose with history if you wanted to.
We can play fast and loose with history. I'm like 50-50, because on the one hand, trans icon Dracula is extremely funny. On the other hand, I do feel like I kind of want the character to be a little freer in what they can do. I want her to be able to travel if she wants to. Like she doesn't have to be tied to like the actual historical what happened.
True.
To a degree.
100%.
Right? Yeah.
History is there as a guideline, not as a rule.
Yeah, I'd say like sure, yeah, she stepped down and we got Dracula now, and she's kind of like, yes, I turned him, he can do his own thing. I'm kind of doing my own thing. As I feel like more what would happen, right?
Okay,
like,
yeah,
I think she's kind of taking a backseat and still has some form of power, but it's just not her business. She just doesn't care. She's too old to care. Too old to care.
He's off fighting wars with the fucking Sultan of the Ottoman Empire. Like that's not her business.
Yeah, it's like the first thing we know about her is that she was like, damn, I met this lady like 30 minutes ago. She's pretty sick. I'll stay a couple extra weeks and turn her into a vampire. Why not? Right?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like she doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, basically.
She does not care.
No.
She's like, I'm not going to war. I'm too busy looking. I'm too busy writing letters to my good friend, as history would say, because I think she's kind of neat. And I feel like she's the kind of person to have a bunch of other shit going on. But I feel like she's, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's just a side thing that I was thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So, okay, what magic or what new science or field of magic could your sire teach you? Like, what would they be able to, like, through your correspondence with them, what would they be able to give you that would give you an advantage in this current time?
I feel like because we're going like more classical vampire here. I just see, this is why I was like, I have ideas. I'm gonna like spitball with you here because like you
Yeah.
said that, and I was like, I have an idea here. I feel like it's very much kind of like she's very much a classical vampire, right? Like we talked about that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's just kind of like vampires have a lot of powers and abilities and shit, and she's just kind of like, do you want to like do that? Like you're kind of like, it's like not a baby anymore, you know? Like, do you want to
Yeah.
like learn shit? You know, like you're settled, right? I feel like she's kind of like I think it would just be like things come up in letters, and it's kind of like, what do you mean you can fucking do that?
Yeah.
Like I don't know, like you can, like just off the top of my head, like you know, you see in Vampire Myths that like, oh, they can fly, or they can like hypnotize people, which you can kind of already do, so like not that.
Yeah.
Or like turn into animals and shit. So it's, I feel like it's just kind of a thing where she's kind of like, yeah, no, so I just like turned into this wolf and bit his throat. She's like, what the fuck do you mean you just turned into a wolf? You can do that? And she's like, you can do that. And she's like, I can do that? And you're like,
I've been able to do this the whole time. It's been over a century.
For that? Yeah.
It's like,
I think it's like that.
yeah, okay. So it's almost like a strange new science or field of knowledge. The field of knowledge would probably be like just like I guess like the secrets of your like curse, I guess it would be.
Yeah, basically.
And obviously your vampire nature gives you special insight into this studies because it is just your vampire nature.
Yeah.
Create an appropriate skill based on a memory. I would probably say like I don't even know what the skill is. Like it'll be like, I guess the skill would probably be just vampirism. It's like the ability.
Yeah,
like,
I guess. Yeah, and we can just like
knowledge of your
that can just be like a vague, like we can come up with something when that's important later.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's like I'm a vampire but better. I'm now just a better vampire.
Exactly.
Could I tack this onto a previously crystallized thing? The answer really is no.
Vampire PhD.
Because this one it would probably be tacked onto this one because it's about the Voivode, but that's been crystallized already. So
yeah,
I'd have to create a new.
No, I feel like because these are letters that I was like specifically tacking that onto the most recent one, right? I feel like that would make sense, right?
Well, true, but like, oh yeah, so I guess you could do, but I suppose this is about like the murder of the Telmir and everything.
What's up,
I guess
Gak?
it would be that's crystallized. You could set up the vampire, right?
Oh my god, I'm not gonna set up the fucking vampire ass.
No. 2 more weeks in isolation. No.
That is the lamest vampire secret society.
It's just okay. I can tack it onto this one. So here we go.
Am I frozen? I'm frozen.
Are you?
Yeah. My phone's at low battery, so I gotta plug it in.
Oh no. Okay, there you are. You're moving again now.
Yeah.
I can tack it onto this one because this is about your travel away from the city and away from Venice, and this is where we sort of introduce the idea. So
yes, that makes more sense. I think I think that works.
All the while through all of the moves, centuries. With all the moves in the decades, we're not quite at centuries plural yet. Moves in the decades. Beatrice. Contact with Spire after long period. Talk letter lines containing
This is like the vampire version of realizing you can just go to the store and buy a baguette and Gushers, and no one has to question you about it.
Exactly. Yeah. It's the like adult thing of like you can go to a shop, buy a cake, and just eat it for no reason. Like you don't need an
floated
excuse.
the idea of just buying an entire jar of maraschino cherries because I was like, when I was a kid, I always just wanted a bunch of maraschino cherries, and I was like, I can just do that. And then I almost did it, but then I didn't. But I might do it this week now.
That's right. Containing secrets of Beatrice, not yet Lord, who teaches these new tricks to self and to struggle. Cool. Create a skill based on memories, vampirism. We have this one. This one is now crystallized. So that's one completed thing. We don't need to erase a memory or put one in the diary. We have created a skill. Roll the dice. That's this memory. That's this thing resolved.
Let's go. All right. Okay, so the big one we have 10, which is still tripping me up that that's supposed to be a 10. When it says 0 on there, but it's a 10, and I know that. The other one is 6.
So we are 4, so we go to jump number
Yes.
27. Wars rage throughout the region in which you reside. You withdraw to a hidden retreat, waiting for them to pass.
Isn't
Lose
this
a
the
resource.
same one Beck got that
So-
resulted in...
Yeah, so this is the English Civil War.
Okay, so it's not hard to figure out which one this is.
Yeah, so hold on. Let me quickly open up Beck's one. What year did this
Yeah.
happen? So, okay, Coventry is massive now. Coventry, like, Brum has been subsumed by the city of Coventry.
I like to imagine that she's like actively aware of him, but he doesn't know that she's there by virtue of the fact that he never met her, and she's just kind of like, Jesus fucking Christ.
1643. Okay, so fuck. I mean, so 300 years pass basically.
You know what? I'm pretty happy for her because she does she's doing relatively very little here herself. She's just like minding her own business.
Literally,
I'm
it's
very
just
happy
you're
for
minding.
her.
You are just minding your own business.
Yeah. Everyone else
1643.
is just having a miserable. He's having a miserable time, and she's like, Jesus Christ, is the dog doing the thing again?
Yeah. So I will say, at this point in history, we have lost Adelaide. Adelaide is long dead.
Adelaide is dead. I feel like there could be an Adelaide too, but I doubt they're ever meeting.
Adelaide 2, Venetian Boogaloo. So hang on, I'm just trying to think. So that's the diary. Searching. They're searching for the tell me. I guess we could tack this memory onto this one because it leads into the whole thing there. But we'd go from 1300 to 1643. I would probably have to crystallize that into a new experience because they can't really be tangentially related at that point.
Yeah.
So it is now 1643. So
yeah, it's kind of impossible to do anything else with that. That's kind of out of my hands now.
yeah.
Sorry, Beck.
So okay, well, so you withdraw to a hidden
Well, I guess
retreat.
she did retroactively technically do something because she is very responsible for his death, but that just makes her responsible for whatever's going on with him. It's a whole thing. You get it.
Gareth still has
sorry,
his
Beck.
insane denial phase. So this is around the time where Gareth of Brum retreat under Coventry Cathedral to his holy mayor of Coventry bunker, where he spends a bit of time going insane, speaking to the funny bone that he found.
Yeah, that wasn't great.
No. So okay, we're at 1643. The English Civil War is
It's
broken
just
out.
him and the bone. That's a really concerning phrase out of context. You and your bone for hundreds of years alone is a sentence I don't like.
No, it's not great.
That's a very bleak sentence. I hope you know that.
Just me and my bone in the corner for 100 years. Oh my god. Um, so you
Um,
withdraw to a hidden retreat. This doesn't have to be in Coventry. In 300
that's
years,
why I was thinking.
you can have moved on. Is the thing.
Reminds me of a very specific. I think I know which one you're talking about. Is it the last episode of season 2? Is that the one? Is it the one near the end of season 2? In the graveyard? I desperately need to know because if it's the one that I'm thinking of, I'm so serious. I hate saying that it's one of the funniest scenes in the show because it is immediately after like a genuine tragedy in the show and it's heartbreaking. But the scene itself is kind of fucking funny and actually like genuinely, yeah, yeah. It's very Gareth of Brum.
This is very Gareth of Brum.
It's he's like I don't want to say because this is like genuinely pertaining to one of the most upsetting scenes in the show, but like he is planning something and he's like out of his fucking mind and he's just like plotting a bunch of murders and he's like on the ground in a graveyard with like chalk or something, like plotting it out and like on the ground and it's like it's he's so freaked out and out of his mind that there's a point where he looks up and goes meow. Like he just meows, just like he's like looking at the ground, looks up, meows, goes back to his fucking murder plot. And it's like, yeah, that's very Gareth of Brum to me. I see that.
Yeah. So, where do you don't have to stick around Brum, to be honest, because in 300
yeah,
years
no,
you
that's
kind of
I was
just
thinking I was thinking like she's probably gonna go at some point.
yeah. At
I've
any
kind of
point
done enough.
between
I think Beatrice has done enough of fundamentally altering the life of a man she's never going to meet, and thus the course of history as an indirect result. Which it's really funny to me that that's like just a thing she did, and that was essentially just kind of like you know she was writing a letter to her her I don't know, I guess situationship, but like
yeah.
the situation is understood. They've kind of got it solidly figured out. So
Yeah.
it feels wrong to say a situationship because I feel like the defining characteristic of a situationship is they don't know what it is. They know what it is. It's just whatever that is. But she's just kind of like, hey girl, I think I pissed off a Fed, and like you know.
To be honest, it could be.
It's kind of like fundamentally altered the course of history.
Definitely.
Hey girl, Saturday afternoon, like she's just kind of like hanging out with Henry, and she's like, yeah, no, you will not believe what happened this week, and she probably just like does not care about it that much. It's like, yeah.
Okay.
And it is just like, but anyways, I do wonder if at this point, the withdrawing to a hidden retreat is straight up just like leaving, and they meet up with her side. Which I feel bad that we keep referencing her and we just like are calling her a title instead of like an actual name.
You could give her a name if you want to.
I could just give her I feel like we should give her a name. This feels rude, right?
Yeah.
Like she's not a fucking bum. She deserves a name. Let's not be mean. She's actually been important. So
yeah. So I mean, I suppose I can look at what sort of like Wallachian female names. If
I would like to see, and like let's look that up and let's see what we've
got. Medieval Romanian names. So, any gender we want specifically feminine.
Can you send this list to me? Actually, I'd like to take a look.
Yes, I will copy the link and send it to you in Discord. There we go.
Thank you. You know what I was just thinking about?
Yeah?
I know we said that she's not actually trans Dracula, but there's no saying that Dracula isn't just trans incidentally.
That's
we could
true.
just say that.
Yeah,
we
we
could
can.
just
We
handle
can
that.
just.
We could just say that.
Yeah, 100%. We can do.
Yeah, yeah. Trans Dracula's canon. There
Just
we go.
because there's. Sorry, I've seen a name here, and I do not know how to pronounce it.
Which one?
It's spelled Cneajna. And
Ooh, I do like that one. Yeah.
well, so here's the thing. This name was born by the daughter of Alexandru Selbun, or Alexander the Good in English, who eventually married
Ooh.
Vlad Dracul.
Okay. You know what? Yeah, sure. Why not?
I don't know how
Yeah.
to pronounce it though. Is the problem? How do you pronounce this? Is there like a pronunciation? It'll be. I guess it's Romanian. So hold on. Let me quickly put it into like Google Translate.
No one owns the copyright to try. You're so right. We can just do what we want.
This one. Slovenian. I guess it would be. It's detected Slovenian. Oh, let me. Can I? Hold on. Swap these around. That's not what that means. Fuck. I guess we could just. I don't want to hand wave it, but like, it's like Ned. Oh, so other forms. It's like Negina, possibly. Because I'm assuming the C is silent.
Yeah, I would assume so. Hold on.
Language is Romanian. I do this.
Another.
Oh, fucking hell.
What the?
Knajna.
Knajna is how you pronounce it.
Knajna.
Knajna, yeah.
Okay.
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 Um,
Knajna.
Knajna.
That just sounds kind of like Nadja. I love
It does a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Which,
Lady-
like, hold on. Specifically, I very specifically do not imagine them as such, but the idea that the association with Nadja is like, damn, is she just inserting herself into Nadja and Laszlo's relationship? Is this what's happening here?
Possibly.
Which not at all.
Not at all.
Because
Not
they're
at
very
all.
different characters. Because we do explicitly get backstories on them in the show. But that is an extremely funny thought. This is myself insert OC for what we do in the shadows. She's married to Nadja and Laszlo, and they love her so much.
You're like fucking Laszlo and Nadja's unicorn.
Yeah.
So-
That is an extremely funny thought. Yes.
That's it.
I mean, like, shit. I know the term unicorn is like supposed to like refer to like the woman being the rarity and like the special, like, but it's like it feels kind of like reverse. Like you're the bum who's inserting yourself into their amazing relationship.
That
You're
is
kind of the
true.
unicorn in this case.
So the voivode, now Lady Knadja of
Yeah.
of Wallachia.
Mhm.
Okay, then it doesn't necessarily have to be during the Wars of the Roses then, because if you're upping sticks and moving after, basically you can do that before Gareth of Brum turns Coventry from a nothing town into one of the biggest cities in the country. But it says wars rage throughout the region in which you reside.
What I was thinking is explicitly just kind of like, you know, there's that whole thing going on with her at this time period at this point,
Mhm.
right? There's all that, and it's like we've explicitly said, yeah, she's kind of just like leaving that at this point. I think they meet in like a third place because they're trying to escape war too.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, because
I think that's right.
because I think
It's
at
wars
this
all
point,
abound.
yeah, it's wars all over the place.
Sag,
Yeah,
no meeting Sleet.
Sag, no Sleet, unfortunately. Sleet, who is also a Telmir, I've realised.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I've realized like she wasn't like basically the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Um,
Rip. I'm sorry. You know what I just realized?
what?
That I'm glad it. We could have skipped ahead even further back, and made the heinous murder Sleet, and that would have broken my heart. And I'm so glad that was a thought that didn't occur to me at the time.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. You
Um,
live another day, Sleet.
you live.
Thank you.
You would
Yay,
live
I'm
another
glad.
day.
Yee. You live another day, Sleet. Parentheses. Yippee.
So you and your sire are meeting again after centuries in which location? Because it would be
I think
because
somewhere. Let's just have a meet in the middle. Let's have a meet in the middle.
so it'd be like
Have whatever,
France,
50-50.
right?
Yeah. Oh God, France. Yeah.
So you'd be back in. You would be
Oh, the
essentially
French.
meeting in Paris. Let's say you're meeting in Paris. How far forward do you want to take this? Because I mean, 1400s puts you in prime, essentially, England's conflict with France, like the sort of Napoleonic conflict, I believe. Um, or is it the Hundred Years' War with Russia? I forget.
You know more than I do.
Because this is sort of where like we leave Gareth of Bron behind and enter the realm of the Dread Captain. Um,
Yeah, I love that I'm just making pit stops on other people's characters.
yeah, so 15,
Yeah.
1510 is the so hold on, let me see this.
This went from like it started out we did like 2 hours of plotting this incredibly tragic story, and now it's just become pit stops. My OC is response. It literally is just like my OC is responsible for this character's backstory, and she got to go on a double date with this guy who's got a cool wife, and I just
Yeah.
think that like the slow slide from this is like genuinely very sad, she's had to leave everything behind, to she's kind of just chilling and she's got a husband and a wife is like extremely funny to me.
I'm waiting for it all to go wrong, to be honest.
Oh yeah, yeah, honestly.
So let's say, okay, so 1510 is we're in sort of the peak of the Napoleonic conflict with England and West. That would satisfy the wars raged throughout the region. You're meeting in Paris, which is at the time, I think. So again, it's almost like a return to the high society. I imagine you've been invited to like Knaja's residence in Paris.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
Um,
Also, once again, time to make this about my hyperfixation. A lot of season 2 of Interview with the Vampire is set in Paris. There's like an entire section of the interview where they talk about how one of the main characters, he like spent a ton of time there, and that's what a huge portion of the interview is dedicated to.
The Wake of England.
So yeah, once again, making this about my hyperfixation. Also, I just remembered something because Beck sent me a message that was like, haha, trans Dracula isn't far-fetched. I need to grab something off my shelf.
In the Wake of England's war with France. Lady.
So this was a very real manga that I picked up because I was like, it has a vampire on the cover and it sounds interesting. And then I read the summary for it, and I still have not taken a look at it. But I was like, this is a very funny premise, and I'm kind of interested because that's so crazy out of left field and bizarre that I like need to read this. I'm like saving it for a time when I can because I'm like, what is happening here? But I'm going to just read the summary on the back of the book for you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
After the reincarnated Dracula rescues. Okay, no, I messed up. I missed a sentence. It's weirdly formatted. I'll send you a picture.
Mm-hmm.
Having fallen in battle long ago, Count Dracula is born as a katana-wielding young vampirist in an alternate history Europe. After the reincarnated Dracula rescues a girl named Clara from a mysterious stranger, Clara reveals that she is a golem fleeing from an organization called Cerberus, which seeks out monsters such as herself to create an army of human-monster hybrids. Clara begs the vampires to flee with her to a distant sanctuary where the two of them will be safe. But as they set out from Monster Island, the sinister forces of Cerberus are in hot pursuit.
can't believe Dracula got isekai'd.
Yeah. It's so funny to me because it's like you could have just like not made this Dracula. You could have just made a like it doesn't have to be Dracula. What's up with that?
Living. Ugh. You know what the irony is of this?
What?
By reuniting with Lady Knechna, she is going from living comfortably with her husband to being thrust back into opulence and finery again.
And she's like not ready for that again.
You've been living with your husband like this for 2 centuries.
Yeah. Which is like really funny to me that she's like coming back to this after she's decided like, I mean, I don't really need this.
Never mind, scratch that. 3 centuries.
3 centuries. Yeah.
From living in comfort.
Which like I do kind of like that because in the first place, in the beginning, I was like, she doesn't want to be like a trophy wife, and she wasn't a trophy wife, like, right? Like, she had shit she was probably doing for 300 years. She was laying low. But I do think that it's nice to explore the idea of like, oh my god, they're moving again, and she's kind of like a very different person now, and probably more emotionally mature and equipped to handle this, and maybe a little less like crazy and bad, like held down by bad feelings. Like she can handle this more honestly. But it's also really funny because scroll back up for me to see the skills.
So skills is down here a bit. So we have security, bloodthirsty, opportunism, and vampirism.
Okay, so it is extremely funny to me that we have explicitly not checked but entirely crossed off well-to-do, which means that she has backslid into not knowing how to handle this at all. And it is really funny to me that she's probably like, I used to know how to do this. They're probably both like that, where it's like, we used to know how to do this, but it's been 300 years. Like,
it's been 300 years where they've not been in that situation at all.
Yeah.
I was back into the life of an opulent ruler, voivodes, residents in Paris.
Everyone has new slang and terms and values. Yeah, that too. Like, it's doubling up now. She can't even fall back on just being old-fashioned.
It is very luxurious.
Which I think it is kind of cute to imagine her just being very embarrassed about having to learn this stuff she used to know without even thinking about it.
The luxurious yet unfamiliar retreat from the ongoing wars.
Her, when she's like 350 years old, meeting herself when she was 30, and she's like, what the fuck do you mean you don't know how... What the fuck do you mean you don't know which spoon to use? You should know this.
So...
What's your problem?
So, funnily... So, it says here, we withdraw to hidden retreat, waiting for them to pass, we have to lose a resource. So you either lose your knife or the diary.
Ooh, okay. I think this comes back to the engagement ring. We lost that, right? I think that as she, you know, we talked about this through the letters, she kind of comes into her strength more. I think she kind of just ditches the knife because it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
I think she is once again, I think that before this was kind of the first time the engagement ring was very much an embracing of like, hey, I'm not chasing this wealth anymore. I am not trying to like, I'm not trying to be better than I am. I'm trying to kind of just live my life. I'm not really jealous of this person. Like, I've moved on from those things, right?
Yeah.
I think that this is fully kind of like, as she is moving here, the knife was very much kind of like, I'm just going to mind my own business. I'm going to, you know, live quietly, do whatever. I've got the knife. I feel like that's kind of like in ditching that. It's sort of like, okay, well, now I'm kind of coming back to a life I thought I was never going to see again.
Yeah.
Which never say never when you live forever, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I think that that's kind of just like,
Well, it's the thing with
more
like
of
with Toria's vampire, La Maletitia went from rags to riches and then back to rags again.
Yeah, which is I'm kind of doing that in reverse, which I think is really funny. Yeah,
Riches to
you're
rags and
right.
then
You're
back
so
to
right.
riches. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that it's very much kind of like I think the knife was very much there. I thought, and this is just how I thought I was going to end up using it, is I thought it was going to be like and this is something that I could have done during the you commit a despicable murder, but not
Yeah.
for feeding, right? I thought that that was going to be kind of like she'd use the knife in a situation like that, where it's kind of like this is kind of a cover. I think that's kind of like she's living amongst the people. I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of like high society, but I think more specifically, she's also spending more time with other vampires. Is the thing that's happening. So I think that's
so
kind of
it's a
like
reintroduction
ditching the idea
into
of her.
vampire society.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and it's kind of like she's kind of ditching the idea of just being amongst the people now.
Yeah.
Is
So
the way
it's
I see it.
yeah.
She's not trying to
You're
like
you're
hide
moving
or
away
defend
from
herself
humanity as a whole. Like you're rejoining a sort of vampiric elite. Okay.
Exactly.
Interesting. Okay.
And
So
like perhaps a little less emotionally unprepared for that as well.
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, she's got her husband, she's got her wife, she's kind of chilling. It's kind of like I just don't want to be in an active war zone.
That's fair. Here's so okay. So we either need to move something to the diary or forget something.
Okay, what do we have?
So we have your backstory. We have the crystallized memory of you, of Amadeo moving you out to Brum, and then the sort of long notes, the sort of series of letters teaching you more about your vampiric skills. We have the bit where this short memory here where you re-enter Venetian society, which is like 3 centuries old at this point.
I think that's something she still holds on to because it's further down we have the like, oh my god, bestie, right? Like that didn't really matter much. I think that's. I was saying what, but I was kind of like, is there something that it would be fitting to get rid of? But I feel like that is like, even though it's been so long, she can't quite let go of that.
Yeah. So after 2 more weeks, so this one, Ada finally opens up to the shop again and re-enters society, dressed in black, mourning the loss of her father and sister.
Yeah, that one's a keep.
Yeah. There's the crystallized thing of moving to Brom, meeting the Telmir, and then developing that sort of feeding system of eating travelers.
I think that one's the one to delete because that one is a similar like. I mean, that's kind of just a thing that happened.
So we're getting rid of this one, not putting it in the diary. We are forgetting it. Because remember, the diary can only hold 4 memories total.
Well, actually, hold on. Explain to me how diaries work again.
So, okay, I'll scroll back up to the top. So we're at number 27. Marks, vampire creation. Let's play the game. Diary, here we go. A diary can hold up to 4 of your vampire's memories. Unlike the memories themselves, diaries are physical objects that are added to your resource list. You may freely create a diary whenever you move a memory into it. Like any other resource, a diary can be lost. When this happens, strike out the memories it held. Your vampire can have 1 diary at a time, and it must contain at least 1 memory. A memory placed in the diary is no longer in the vampire's head. It exists only in the diary, and the vampire accepts whatever is written as truth. Once a memory has been transferred to a diary, it cannot add to it further. You cannot add further experiences to it.
Okay, I don't want to do anything. I was thinking about maybe I could add like the whole like, you know, she kind of killed her whole family thing, right? But I don't want to add that to the diary because I feel specifically that is something that is crucially something that she can't let go of. So I think it makes more sense. I do think, actually, I was thinking about it, I was like, I feel like she'd kind of just forget about this, but then I'm like, no, she's, like, writing letters and then also keeping these, right? So it would make sense to take something that is like something in that time frame where they're actively exchanging letters and turn that into something.
Yeah.
So I would say which one do you think would be better between the two that we're looking at here?
So, I mean, I also, like, just to offer up a third
Really
thing, there is also, there's the memory of you killing the Longshank, which prompts the search for the Telmet. That's, like...
Yeah, that was the other one that I was mentioning, sorry. I was not very clear. It was, like, the two most recent ones I feel like are the best diary candidates here, because those are things that she would actively be writing down.
Yeah, so it'd probably be, I think, to be honest, of the diary candidates, I think killing the Fed would be, because that's like, we've made a lot of jokes about you writing about saying
so that's like,
yeah, I killed someone and he was
oh
part
my
of
God,
like he wasn't just like, because you've killed people before. This guy is different. This guy actually posed a threat to you, and I think this might have also been an impetus for you to like get the fuck out of Dodge, because like you might not have known that there were vampires, like vampire hunters in this place before then. So I think if you're going to put something in the diary, I think this one is, because I don't think you can put the most recent memory in the diary. I think it has to be this one. So if you're going to put something in the diary, I'd say probably this one.
I think it's got to be this one.
Okay. Into the diary it goes.
Could we not just put both of them in the diary? Wouldn't that be fitting? Because those are both things that she would have written about in that time frame.
I mean, you could, I suppose. I don't think there's anything that says you can't shift two memories to a diary.
Yeah.
So...
Because honestly, I feel like those are things she wouldn't care about, but I think she'd keep those letters.
Yeah. Well, so it would be this one and then this one, but this is the most recent memory here. This is the new one. This has just happened. Yeah. Okay.
I think that one's just happened. Yeah. But I don't think she wrote that down yet. I think that, to me, I think she probably doesn't send the letters anymore, but she's just in the habit of writing. So she probably keeps a diary and frames. I like the idea that she keeps a diary and then frames it as letters.
Yeah, so like each entry in the diary starts dear blank, or like dear whoever. Yeah, I like that. We can do that.
Yeah.
Cool. So that's that. We've lost the resource. Roll those dice for me.
Alrighty. You read a book about that once? About what once? Alright. So we got 6. And 5.
So that's a 1. So we 28. A long dead mortal character returns. What do they want from you? How have they survived death? You only recognize them if you still have a related memory. Check a skill. So, of your mortal characters, you have your dad, you have your sister, and you have Adelaide.
Zombie dad. Honestly, I'm torn here because I don't know how, but it would be very interesting to have her family hunt the narrative. But also, I'm kind of like pulling out my Chekhov's gun here. You remember when I was talking about that one character from ReZero who is like body hopping for centuries as like minor nobility?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I could just like reuse that character concept for Adelaide, and she's like, you know, in town, and she's like, "What are you doing here?" Which would be extremely funny. But I'm 50-50 on it because I think that things have been too happy, and I think it would be genuinely interesting to have something tragic happen with her family. And I don't know. I think that either one would be very interesting. I think Adelaide would be very funny because it's like
Adelaide's funny, but it also immediately poses a thing for you of like, you have your relationship with your sire, you have your husband, and then suddenly your situationship shows up again in the middle of like in France.
Jeez, why do you have 2 cakes? I guess the question is, one is very funny, and the other is very sad, and I don't know which way I want to go.
Well...
And the issue is, chat also seems very even 50-50, so we can't even ask them. Oh no, my steak is too juicy and my lobster is too buttery. That is her problem right now, yeah.
I vote funny. Sif votes funny. So far we have 2 votes for funny, because I'm assuming Beck saying Toxic Yuri is all about Adelaide. I vote follow
Yeah, I
your
mean,
gut.
Toxic Yuri with your sister is really, really bad, so I hope you meant the other one.
So we have, okay, we officially have 1 vote for comedy, 1 vote for tragedy, and 1 vote for follow your gut.
Thanks, Beck. Really helpful.
Excuse me.
I don't know. You want to roll another dice about it?
We can toss it up. So odds is comedy, evens is tragedy.
All right. What do you want me to roll?
Roll your d6.
Remind me.
Odds is
It's
comedy,
odds,
evens is
comedy,
tragedy.
Evens is tragedy. Gotcha.
Is that evens? Is it tragedy?
It's tragedy.
Well, so which?
I kind of don't want to do tragedy now, just because it's funny.
Yeah.
I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to go for it because I think that tragedy would be genuinely interesting.
Tragedy would be interesting, and it would it would pose a lot of questions.
I think it would pose a lot of questions. I think the issue right now is, again, oh no, my steak is too juicy and my lobster is too buttery. I think she's got it too fucking good right now.
Yeah, there needs to be some kind of. There needs to be a return of someone. Would it be your father or would it be your sister?
I think it's very simple to say that whichever one I pick, it's very clear that she turns them. I think with the father, we didn't really have a ton going on there. It would be interesting to explore more of that. But at the end of the day, here's my issue with bringing him back, right? If you bring him back, this is just more of the same, because she already has her husband who loves her so much that he's like, yeah, sure, I'll just eat people forever with you.
Yeah.
Let's flee the country. I'll leave my comfortable life. And I was also established, like what I said before about her dad, like holding on to her, like that was a thing that I said that I very much like the idea of being canon, which is a thing that, I said that. That's something that could, I'm holding on to that actually, because if we make it the sister, that would be a very interesting thing to bring up if she's like, yeah, you killed our dad. That was fucked.
Yeah, you killed our dad and then you killed me.
Yeah.
I think of the 2, I'm leaning towards the sister, because if we want to cause like both.
The sister's interesting because the dad's just more of the same. That's just more of my steak too juicy, my lobster too buttery.
Yeah.
He'd probably be like at this point, it's been so long that he probably is also like a little jaded, and he's like, oh, you killed your sister? It was just an oopsie. I still have one of my kids.
Yeah.
50-50 success rate, and you know what? She lived like 3 times as long as most people do already. So really, if you think about it, that's like a 150% success rate.
That's fair enough. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
So, how has Allegra survived death?
Isn't the sister thematically Ada turned? The sister is thematically Ada turned to 11. Yes, she is like the worst parts of Ada turned up, which does, I think, raise the question. I think it would be really interesting if like Ada's changed a lot. If she's Beatrice, she's a different person now.
Yeah.
And Allegra has not.
Yeah.
Has not. Hanging out with the Grand Canyon with both my grandkids.
Hanging out at the Grand Canyon with one of my grandkids.
The dad, hypothetically.
Yeah, basically.
See, this is the really fun thing about this, because I can actively create the headcanons before I figure out the canon.
So, how has she survived? Has she become an immortal? Has something else happened to her? What's the... Because you do recognize her. I'm imagining she's almost making a sort of Parisian debut. Into sort of like because you're now rejoining high society, and yes, it's going to take a little while for you to regain those skills, but it's not going to take long, particularly with your sire training you. Because like at this point, Paris is like probably one of the peak of like high societies. It's very formal.
Absolutely.
It's very like eloquent. You probably get a really good thing here, and so like suddenly seeing your sister at like another party would be like, oh, what the fuck? Like, what is this?
That's the last time. That's one of the last times she saw her sister.
Exactly.
I think it would be sort of like seeing a ghost at first. Doesn't she have a giant-sized, fist-sized hole going through her chest cavity? I would say that probably in this situation, I think that at the beginning she was I think that consistently she's a very practically minded person. I think that's a consistent thing that is like a part of her character.
Yeah.
I think that she's I think she probably fed on her sister before she did it, and I think she was probably sloppy about it. I think she turned her on accident. I think that's what happened.
Okay, I see it. I can see that happening. Yeah. So and
yeah.
but she didn't reawaken until like days after the fact, like after her body had already been gotten rid of.
I would say, hear me out, right? Again, like giant hole in the chest cavity, and she had been turned. I think that because of that, especially if she dumps the body, and we establish that there is a weakness to water, I think that she's probably just like, and also the fact that obviously she didn't come back, right? She wasn't like, hey girl, what the fuck? When she was still there for like 3 or 4 years before she fled.
Yeah.
I think that what happens is she was turned and she was just out for years and kind of living her own life entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And
yeah.
I think, and I think that they kind of like see each other again after 300 years, and I think that she's probably changed. I think that Allegra has changed a lot in terms of like standing and things have happened. I don't think she's necessarily changed very much. On account exactly, it took longer on account of the mortal wounding, especially because I think at first she was probably alone for a while.
Oh, yeah.
So we were kind of have to like write a whole new character that we didn't think we'd ever see again. So I think she was just kind of like, I think she was probably alone for a long time. So I think that one of the things she was really holding on to is that she, her sister, she wanted to be like her sister, and then her sister fucked off and abandoned her. She freaked out, and then her sister makes her a fucking monster, which I don't think she's too, like, I don't think she's particularly pissed about that, right? I think it's more so just kind of like, you turned me into a monster, and also I had to figure that out by myself.
Yeah.
Like, you just left me? Like, obviously she didn't leave her, right? But that's how it seems.
I think it would be.
So I think she just holds on to that anger forever, and that's a driving force for her.
It would be an interesting thing as well of like, because Allegra's whole thing in the past was she basically didn't have to do anything because. And that like came back to bite her in the end because she didn't know how to run the business. But now she's had to learn everything herself.
Yeah.
Like
and
she's
it's
had
kind
no
of
one
the
to
opposite,
teach her.
where it's like,
I mean, this is really potentially very interesting. So, Mother training to rejoin High Society. 3 vampires go out to a ball where Beatrice spots.
It's extremely funny to me that Isaac is like relating relating Allegra's experience to his own OC, but it's like, and also that Sif is referencing a game that I think I might start soon now, because this is making me go on a big vampire kick again. Yeah, no, I wanna play Vampire. I'm probably gonna do that as like a solo thing for a while. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
It's like an off-stream thing.
Sister Allegra.
Yeah.
After.
But yeah, I think that it's very much this moment of like, I think Allegra is probably, I think that now, I think she's very much in the position that Beatrice was as Ada, where I think she is very skilled at this point. I think she can hold her own, but she is very short-sighted and maybe a little more pompous, right? I think that she's got this whole like, I pulled myself up from my bootstraps, and she really did, so she's kind of got that going for her, where Ada didn't at the time, so I think it's very much this feeling of like,
Yeah.
yeah, no, I'm like the best ever. So I think maybe she's very pompous, and I think Beatrice is like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me.
Allegra. So
And
Allegra resents Beatrice because, I mean, obviously she killed her and ate her. And
yeah,
then
and for Beatrice, this was like a sister that she always loved. She never really, like she had that
yeah,
same blind spot. So I think she's just kind of like, oh fuck, oh shit. I think she wants to make amends, and it's just not happening.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Best.
I think everybody with her is just like I think that her dreadful polycule is not on board with it.
Yeah, no.
She's like, no, guys, please.
The dreadful polycule.
Yeah.
Like attempts to recommend despite efforts Allegro will not be made. Is it revenge? No, it's spite.
It's
Okay.
definitely it's spite. It's spite more than anything. I think that I think that she's very I think she's kind of grateful to, be a fucking immortal monster. I think that she's probably the kind of person who's like, this is pretty sick. Really fucked up that you left me and murdered me though.
Yeah,
Because and she was specifically I think she's specifically like, I was like asking you for help. I was really freaked out, and it's coming from a bit of a selfish place, I
yeah,
think. But I think that she's very like, it's
yeah.
you can
I think
selfishness only runs so far as like, girl, it's not that bad when it's like she did murder their dad.
yeah. I think also as well of
Yeah.
like it'd be interesting if like she's like she while she has the same curse, her abilities are different because she's had to basically survive on her own. Like I imagine
Mm-hmm.
living in Venice for so long, however long it was, she essentially has developed a resistance to the effects of running water, and like she's not afraid of it.
I would think
Um,
so. Yes.
as well as like additional, maybe some additional powers on top of that, but we don't know yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
uh,
I feel like it still feels appropriate to say, since we're going for that, she is where Beatrice was kind of at the start of the story now.
yeah,
Where
yeah,
she's kind of become that, and it's like a look into who she was before.
yeah,
I think that it would be very interesting to me if, especially because she is coming back and she does not have the skill she does, I think it would be interesting if Allegra is not as powerful,
mm-hmm.
as in terms of like as a vampire, but she is much more adept at like speaking to people and being around
Yes,
people.
definitely. I like that. Yeah. So
Yeah.
we do. The final thing we need to do to resolve this prompt is we need to check a skill. So which skill are we checking?
Let's take a look at those skills.
So we have security, bloodthirsty, opportunism, and vampirism.
Hmm. I think in this case, it feels very weird to check security because this is not in the context that we had it originally. But I
Mm-hmm.
think nonetheless, she has very much regained it because she's kind of like, you know,
Yeah.
yeah. I
Yeah.
think that this is a sense of like she's thrown off base. This is a crazy thing to have happen, but even though she is sympathetic, she still has the upper hand in this situation, I think.
Definitely. I think that's a good use of the security skill.
Mhm.
Okay, so that is that prompt resolved. We have
Wait, no,
oh,
it's not resolved. What do they want from you?
oh,
What do
that's
they
a
want?
good question. I think they want to see you squirm, right? She just wants to
Yeah,
see
I
you.
think she just wants some vague vengeance that will be enacted
Yeah.
over time. Yeah.
I think
I think that
yeah. So
I
it
feel like immediately, I think that in terms of like what do they want from you, I think that like they meet at the party, she just embarrasses her or something, you
yeah,
know? Yeah, embarrasses her, saves her dreadful polycule, helps her save face.
yeah,
And it's all well and good, but it's, it doesn't bode well for the future.
yeah. At the ball and while I'm going to use your words here, dreadful polycule. Does their
I
best
love the term dreadful polycule.
face. Um, it has set in plans for revenge on perhaps a grander scale. Okay, so they survived death through the curse. They want just revenge. They want to see you brought down, I guess.
Yeah. It's
So
revenge. It's vengeance.
that is that prompt resolved. Roll the dice for me again, Rosie.
All right. Ah, where did it go? Oh, okay. It just rolled normally. We'll use that. That's good. And
Mm-hmm.
then, all right. 8 and a 6, so that's a 2.
In the six, so we're on prompt number 30. What social mores have you forgotten? Lose a checked skill.
Oh, this poor thing. Um. All right.
So the checked skills we have to lose are problem solving, security, and chameleon.
Hmm.
I do have a potential solution to this one because you've already stated that you're looking you're essentially joining more into the like vampire under society in Paris. You wouldn't necessarily need the chameleon skill from the Telmir anymore because you're not trying to blend in with your prey. You're trying to
I do think that is
vampire
a thing.
society.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say that's. I would say. I mean, here's the thing. I think that. I feel like that is very much a thing, but much more so. You know what? Yeah, I was thinking about it, and I was like, no, I don't see anything better. Because I was like, no, we've kind of. I was trying to think about it, and I was like, we've literally already established that she's not really equipped to enter high society. That would just be reiterating more of what we've already said, and that feels like cheating. So yeah, I would say that works. I think that makes sense.
Okay, if you're happy for me to do that, then I'll pull the trigger on that one.
Yeah,
so
especially because we said it's something that she's actively like regaining.
Yeah.
I feel like, and anything I was thinking about it, and there was like everything I was thinking of is just retreading ground. We already said that she's got a sister who's come back from the dead.
Yeah.
Who's trying to continually embarrass and upset her in high society. Which I do feel like, here's the thing. I'm not entirely decided on if I think she wants to kill her or not yet. I think it's one of those things where it's like, I think it was just she hated her for so long.
Yeah.
But that's still her sister, so I think she can't imagine killing her. I think she just kind of expects to hate her forever.
Yeah,
you know
I think.
What I mean?
Yeah, I don't. I never imagined that it would be like a threat to her life, but
yeah,
it is definitely something that is like going to linger over you as a constant problem.
I also specifically love the idea of Beatrice being like, I need to make amends. I killed her father. Like I killed her. She must be devastated. I didn't even know. And she's just like, yeah, you kind of just like left me alone. I don't even like. I'm not even like thinking about like the dad thing. Like, you know. Um, I think it's I like the idea of Beatrice thinking it's bigger than it is and wanting to resolve it and thinking that and hoping that she can. And then Allegra simultaneously being like, it's not that serious, but also refusing to resolve it because she's that petty. Does
Yeah.
that make sense?
Yeah. No, it does make sense. 100%. Finds herself no longer needing to blend in with her prey because the system works to bring her prey to. Welcome to the aristocracy.
Oh no, the French aristocracy. That's something nobody wants to be.
Also, this in a sense adds to the stuff from La Malaticia, because if there's like a series of like French nobles who are all vampires,
hey, wait a second. Why am I am kind of like close to getting involved with all of them. I'm like checking them off like boxes, the other vampires.
Let them eat cake, let them eat peasants.
Okay. keep talking about Melatitia though, because that's the furthest off one, and I need a refresher. I did not watch these before going into this.
So Malaticha, that's Toria's one. So this is
Which you have to make YouTube videos summarizing the other ones.
I do,
So that
yeah.
way you gotta do that. That would be great.
It's just 1,000-Year Vampire abridged.
Okay, these would be so good as stories though. I said it before, I'll say it again.
Mm-hmm.
These prompts are amazing because I'm like, I don't think I could write a story like this on my own. The prompts do a great job of challenging, because I think one of the hardest things about making characters like this is forcing yourself to put them in situations where their life sucks,
Yeah.
even though that's when the most interesting things happen to your characters. And I think this book does a really good job of making you do that against your will.
I forgot that fucking in the notes here it says that Austin art piece, so his close friend and now King of France, Louis the 14th, played by Willem Dafoe. Why was Willem Dafoe fucking everywhere in Toria's one? Oh my god!
Oh god, every character, it's a 2-person stage play. That's how hers is adapted, and Willem Dafoe has to be the other guy.
Yeah. That,
and it's like in like retracing the steps of these, you have to clarify when it's not an actor that looks like Willem Dafoe. Like there's a narrator and they have to say, by the way, this guy also looks like Willem Dafoe.
Yeah. So it was 1789 was the French Revolution, and we are currently
or it's a play and then all of these characters, because none of the characters intersect, so you can just have Willem Dafoe doing a bunch of quick changes.
True. I think very true. It's a one-man show with Willem Dafoe as the
no, because it's like a full cast, but Willem Dafoe keeps like revolving door being different characters. Like, because I thought about it and I was like, I do kind of need her weak-willed husband as a separate character.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah.
So 1789 is the start date of the French Revolution. So we're a couple of centuries off that at the moment. So, and
that's not an immediate worry. They can leave.
Malaticha is around, but I think she is in southern France at the moment. She's currently, I believe, she might be the Duchess of Lyon at this point.
I like to imagine they see her at a party at some point and they're like, what the fuck is going on there?
Yeah, so the Duke and Duchess of Lyon. Well, I think I don't know whether she's become La Malaticha yet. I think she might still be.
No, because it's like by the time she was nobility, she was actively slowly transitioning towards getting freakier and freakier the whole time.
But she was she was a noble for like I think at least a century, maybe 2 centuries. So it's gonna be in the forgotten section, I think. When did she become the Duchess? Established herself in the Duchy of Lyon. God, I don't know, but she is the Duchess of Lyon for a long time.
She's the Duchess of Lyon for a long time, and I love because here's the thing: even if she wasn't Malatitia yet, she was still like a little freak.
Mm-hmm.
She was a bit of an asshole.
She was a little freak, yeah.
Now, remind me, wasn't she actively feeding on their servants?
Oh yeah, 100%. And like the way that she feeds was not by draining them of their blood. She reached out with her hand and literally turned them to dust as she drained their life essence with a touch.
I like to imagine they meet when she's still kind of normal, and they kind of like clock each other and hang out, and she's like, hey, watch this, and she like grabs someone and kills them, and they're like, that is gross, girl. They're like, you play with your food like that? That is weird.
I love that even among the vampiric elite there are elites. Okay, so we've lost the skill, we've forgotten the thing, and we have so this memory is now crystallized, so nothing else can be added to this. Roll the dice again for me, Rosie.
Yay! All right, we got a 5 and a 1.
5 and a 1, so we are 34. Whoops, 34. That's 33. You destroy something important to you in a purposeless rage, lose a precious memory, or destroy a resource. Well, so the only resource you have left, I think, is the diary.
So I think we got to look at the memories. Can we
Yeah.
get the
Well, I'll bring it
cliff
up.
notes on those?
So the cliff notes is we have your backstory.
Backstory.
We have the memory of. So this first one is complicated. It's you breaking off the engagement with Amadeo.
It's not breaking it off. It's the moment where she decides.
The moment where she decides she's breaking it off.
Which I think is I think that's very important because I think that there are times in relationships where the breaking it off happens before it happens. You know what I mean? Where it's like when it happens, it's kind of more of a relief than anything. I think that's kind of what was going on
there. This is also the bit where he so later he then comes to her after she's like, it's been a few years, and he convinces her to leave with him. And then the final part of this memory is learning about the extent of her vampiric powers from the Voivode through the letters. There is this one which only has one bit thing in it that says, after two more weeks of isolation, Ada finally opens up the shop again and re-enters society. That's her talking with Adelaide and stuff.
Yeah.
There's this one which is them getting established in Brum, meeting the Telmere, and sort of establishing that feeding system and feeding on travelers. And then there is this one, which is the most recent one, which I don't think can really be touched.
Yeah. I think go back up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really torn because
What's interesting is this is one of the prompts that doesn't actually require a memory be added to it. This is literally a case of you're given this thing, you have to destroy, you have to lose something. Because the rage it's a purposeless rage. It's like a fit of rage. It happens in an instant.
I think more than anything, I think it is a rage at herself more than anything.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that it's like she's been here for a while. She's been continually, with everybody, with her sister. I think that she's I think that it's to this point where it's clear that her sister's just like super pissed at her. And again, she's taking it a lot more seriously than her sister is, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that she's I think I'm trying to decide what memory would be destroyed. I'm working backwards here on this. I think that she is like frustrated and upset with herself that things have gotten to this point with her sister.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I think I think she blames herself a lot because she chose to be turned into a vampire. I think that she's like for the most part happy with that choice, but I think that specifically in the way that it has ruined her relationship with her sister, I think that fucks her up a lot.
Yeah.
And I think that she's taking it again way too seriously, and I'm just trying to figure out like because we have the memory that's more about Amadeo than about Ada, and I feel like there is probably this point. I feel like she again like loves her sister, adores her. I think she's kind of like I bet part of this is like my sister made me realize that like I can't do this, and I think that there's just this I want to attach it to that, but it's kind of more about Amadeo, now Henry, than anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just don't know what would be fitting there because I feel like that's the way I want to go with it. That she's just like tearing herself apart over what's going on, but like whew, yeah.
It's a rough one either way. Like either way, because a lot of these memories are fully crystallized, you're gonna lose something, unless you get rid of the one with the sort of the thing with Adelaide, or you get rid of your backstory. But like,
I feel like, okay, here's the thing. I feel like we could figure out the thing with Adelaide, and I feel like it would be interesting to do that, but it would also it would be interesting because of, and it's also hard to do because it would require a lot of legwork to figure out how the hell she's doing that, you know?
yeah,
Why is she destroying this memory of all things, you know?
yeah,
Um and that's the thing that's like what's going on there. I think pulling at loose threads would make sense because that's happened a few times where like multiple times talking to you where I was like I don't really oh you know.
yeah.
um
So this one about this one with Amadeo is the one that gets forgotten.
uh I mean, here's the thing, I don't think so because it's like not about her. I think it would be more interesting to do. I do kind of want to like pull at that thread a little bit, just to see, you know.
Yeah,
I haven't decided yet. Um, so like, hmm, because like she's in mourning.
mm-hmm.
It's something to do with Adelaide, but like we haven't really talked about Adelaide that much. That was
No,
kind of her
Adelaide.
situation. She ended
Adelaide
up and
is like
left.
long dead. Yeah,
Um, I think I think it still comes back to Ada because again, it's Ada, or it comes back to Ada and Allegra because they are continually mirrors of each other.
yeah.
And that this is like this is a role that Adelaide served as, like, that was interesting. And actually no, I kind of like, I'm not sure how yet, but I do actually feel very interested in this all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
Um because we did kind of throw her away as a character. I feel bad about that.
A little bit, but I mean that happens. It's because
Yeah.
of the prompts. Like
It happens.
you could
I
have
mean,
gotten like
it's how it
a.
works.
To be honest, you could have just the way the prompts could have gone. You could have just stuck around in Venice for like 300 years.
It could have happened,
Yeah,
yeah. It's one of those things where it's like I'm not broken up about it, but I do kind of want to do something with her as a character. And it does end in her just not being relevant anymore because she is forgotten, but I
yeah.
do kind of want to do something with that where it's like it's not just kind of like there at least be a reason for why she's not around anymore. Hmm.
I think the reason, like, well, so I mean, sort of simply, the reason why she's not around anymore is because she's dead. Like she was.
Well, she's dead, but I more so mean in like a story context because I was kind of playing with her family, you know, like haunting the narrative and stuff, and it came
Yeah,
up a few times. But like, Adelaide did a whole lot of not haunting the narrative.
true.
Um, uh,
What if it's something that maybe
I want to hear
just
your idea. I also have an idea. I think.
I'm just trying to think, like, what if there was something that maybe it's not anything that we've been able to consider as a resource for now, but maybe it's like something that Adelaide would have given you while you had your frequent meetings with her, like in mourning, and like you've held on to it for centuries. But in this sort of
Hmm.
pointless,
Yeah.
so like you've held on to it particularly through your time as this sort of more humble. I'm not going to call you a peasant because you probably weren't a peasant, but you're like just above a peasant in Brum. But now that you're surrounded by this opulence and finer anymore, this like trinket that she gave you, it's like a almost like a handkerchief. I'm imagining like an embroidered handkerchief.
Yeah.
This
It does
actually
feel a bit like cheating to create an item just to destroy it, though.
well, it's not a resource though. Is the thing? It's like
Yeah.
sort of like a physical manifestation of the memory, and
Yeah.
in a
Because
rage,
what
it's
I was
gone.
thinking,
Hmm.
because what I was thinking is, um, and this is something, um, I'm weaving another tale here. My brain is spinning right now. Um, I think I think Beatrice as Ada,
Hmm.
in her mortal life, I think that she was very, again, she liked Allegra. I think she talked to her a lot. I
Yeah.
think they talked a lot. And I think one of the reasons that Allegra was so pissed at her is because I think she would be comfortable talking to her about things she wouldn't normally, like complaints with clients. Um, I think that she probably would have talked to Allegra about Adelaide. And I think that it pissed her off at the time because it's like, oh my god, you're you have everything I want and you're complaining about her,
Yeah.
right? Like like shut up. And I think that it would be very much this feeling of I think that Allegra would recognize like, hey, um I'm kind of I think she would taunt her by calling her Adelaide because I think she would resent the fact that Beatrice is at a much higher standing, kind of in that position now,
Yeah.
in in Adelaide's position. I think she'd call her that as both a reminder of her own name and how she's kind of like she doesn't care about becoming that person. I think it's much more specifically she's butthurt about the fact that she got what she wanted when she didn't even want it anymore, and it's part of what in her mind is ruining her relationship with her sister.
Yeah.
And so I think that like combining this with your idea, I think that this is like destruction of this handkerchief, and it's like, she has good memories of Adelaide. I think it near the end,
Yeah.
it's eventual situationship developed. I think that it's kind of this feeling of like I am destroying this. I am throwing you away because I'm so pissed off that the mere whispers of your memory of your existence 300 years ago are ruining this relationship with this person I thought I would never get to see again.
Okay. Yeah. I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
Um, so this is going to go into the forgotten section. And sort of I will tack in a new memory because I need to. We don't have any open ones at the moment. Um,
And I think adding on to this, I like this as her kind of like joining vampire high society. Like the more she doesn't
mhm.
want it, the more she does it because in doing this, this is another memory she forgets of herself when she was human.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no,
Or
yeah,
like, no,
definitely.
it's not. No, it's when she still had connections to people though. So it's still similar idea where it's like she is like falling into that more.
Yeah.
And it's like not necessarily like entirely a bad thing. I think she's kind of chilling with her dreadful polycule, but like, you know,
Yeah.
like it's really funny that like she's simultaneously like super suffering because she's a vampire, and also it's like not really much to do with the fact that she's a vampire. It's much more so to do with the fact that having family sucks, and
Yeah.
Thanksgiving is awful.
Yeah. Too much to bear. In Allegra, Beatrice sees herself when she was mortal. Beatrice sees herself when she was mortal. All the same struggles. All the same wants amplified to 11. In this situation, she sees herself more and more Adelaide on podium above. Well, on a podium above herself almost. um, and I guess like in that, so and it's in that frustration, sort of
I think
they
so.
that
I
the
think she's just
the
choosing
memory
not
is
to think
lost.
about it
Yeah.
anymore, and she's not thinking about it anymore.
Final memories of
Another.
mortal is lost. Uh, Perfect. So that is that. We do now. So a memory. So good news is we don't now have to get rid of another memory from the diary. Or memory from the bank because we
she,
we lost one and
she
gained
like
another
start
one.
creating goddamn memories. Like she's got 2 spaces.
Yeah, we lost one and gained another one. So we're fine.
Yeah.
That is that prompt resolved. Roll those dice for me again, Rosie.
All right. All right. All right. So we got our 2,
Mm-hmm.
3, and 1.
3 and 1, so that's a jump forward of 2. Um, the deceptions you practice fool even yourself. Combine any 3 traits to fabricate an experience that you believe to be true.
Well, this doesn't. Ooh, this is very confusing because she's actively like just fully entrenched in like vampire high society, and she's
Mm-hmm.
not really like. This is really weird because this is very much like
You're almost like creating a fake memory for yourself.
she's like you're creating a fake memory for yourself, but it's specifically the fact that like at this point in the story, I do not think she's the kind of person to do that.
We can re-roll this if you want. I can go back to prompt number 34 and you can re-roll it if because I did that with Mark, I think, because he got a prompt that doesn't really work for the narrative. So if you want to re-roll the dice, then we can veto and re-roll.
I'm gonna leave that up to chat. I think that's something that should be left up to them because I think that's uh veto for narrative's sake. I think it makes much more sense to ask them because I think that we're the ones I think we're the ones actually doing it.
Yeah,
So it's easy to just say let's do it because it's easy, but they're kind of just along for the show.
that's true.
Like I think we could very well have tried and vetoed the last one too, but then I went and I think that was actually
You
very
sort of
interesting.
thought it out, yeah.
Yeah, that like we kind of went out of our way to like, oh yeah, and then like we figured it out. So
Like you could force it, but I don't know if it would make the story better if you did. I think that's a very good thing.
yeah,
It's a very good point, Isaac.
yeah,
I'm all for I was saying veto just because like yes, I get the chat here for the ride, but we also want the story to be like narratively interesting. And if we sort of hit a dead end, we can just sort of re-roll from this point. Because I don't think sort of coming up with your own delusions or like falling for your own delusions is in character for Beatrice at this point.
yeah.
So I'm happy to let you re-roll it.
Yeah, I think go back. Let's re-roll it.
Yeah, so back to 34, re-roll.
Okay, well, it did the thing again. It fell. All right, camera's on. I'm just gonna turn the camera on every time. It fell like this on my plushie. Like this.
Hang on, wait, wait, wait.
You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. You gotta be fucking kidding me, man.
Pick it up and re-roll.
Yeah. And yeah, we're not just using it willy nilly. Exactly. All right. 7 and 6. So we're going 1 instead of 2.
1 instead of 2. Okay, 35.
This story will last forever.
You encounter the descendant of an old foe and help them in some way. Why did you do this? Check a skill, create a mortal character. Descendant of an old foe. You don't really have a foe
I mean, like, we have the opportunity to do the most interesting thing here.
Which is...
You know how we just destroyed a memory about our situationship who we hated for years before coming around to her?
Yeah.
I feel like that counts. I feel like that
Yeah.
counts. Here's what I think. I think that right now she is fully entrenched in vampire society, and I'm gonna be real with you. If you're just like a minor noble, and you're just like, I think it's a very interesting story. If I'm like, well, my several times great grandma, it's a story that's been passed down for years, was just like she really had the hots for this fucking vampire one time, you know? And
Yeah.
I think it would be like very interesting if like if serendipitous and coincidental, but if a story wasn't interesting, you wouldn't write about that person, right?
No, 100%.
I this is how we got Orion Palmer.
This
How do
is
you
how it...
mean?
So, Bex, basically, there was a... because Beck murdered so many people from the jump in his vampire in his vampire
Oh
session.
right,
So
it's the same prompt, right?
yeah, so there was basically there was a
Yeah,
hunter who tried to kill him, who Beck
that's right.
killed, and then his descendant came and basically
I remember that. I liked Orion.
yeah. He was there for a while, and then he was gone. I'll tell you what, while you're coming up with this, I'm gonna quickly nip to the bathroom again and grab some more water. I'll be right back.
Okay, okay. Have fun. I gotta parse through this. They basically had a coffee and talked about how shitty revenge is. Yeah. No, I'm trying to think about like what to say about this because it's like I think it would be interesting, but it also would have been it would have been even more interesting 2 prompts ago, right? Uh I think it's juicy that she doesn't remember, but it's like she doesn't remember. Um wow. I don't know, what are y'all thinking? You guys enjoying this so far? Yes, you're really enjoying this. I feel bad for taking Hero on so many detours because I think we've been going um for almost 6 hours now and we're not done yet. Making you think about your would-be character. I'm gonna be honest with you. Don't like make a character going into this. I'm so serious. I had several ideas like in my head rotating, and I think that none of them were as interesting as going into this relatively blind. I think you have a lot more history knowledge than me, so I think pick a time period, but like don't think about it beyond that, because that's like I was like I the only thing I used from anything that I wanted to do was the place. I didn't even have a time period in mind. I just did a place.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
Okay, so this descendant of the old foe is a granddaughter of Adelaide's, perhaps.
I
Um,
think a little more than just a granddaughter. It's been like 300 years.
that is true.
Uh um
Great, great,
but
great,
I
great, 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 great. How many generations can we tack onto this?
right? I think hmm uh I'm trying to think about this. So she's having this escalating relationship with her sister that's like getting progressively worse, and her sister's kind of like, oh my god, it's not that big a deal. I'm just gonna torture you forever about it. And she's just like genuinely very, very upset.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think that in the descendant of this old foe, I think that you know because it is Adelaide's descendant, I think that there's something that's just kind of like distantly familiar about her,
Mm-hmm.
both both in the fact that like she's I think it's a woman because I think I want it to be. There's so many ladies in this. It's like there's her husband and then there's everybody else and it's all ladies. Uh
I love as well that like all of the men who have like stuck around in the story, like very clearly like written by women. Like the dad is a single father of two daughters who he loves more than anything. And then the husband is like a hopeless romantic who would like follow her to the ends of the earth.
uh-huh, yeah. No, they all have written by women syndrome on account of being written by me, a woman.
That is true.
Uh the least like the least like that characters who show up who are in the story were explicitly not originally imagined by me.
Hmm.
So
You know what? Fair enough.
uh I I think that's just really funny.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, because you have the Telmir and then echoes of like, yeah, we almost met Beck's character, which doesn't count, but like that was explicitly like a whole several hour thing about that guy.
Mm-hmm.
But it is incredibly funny to me that most of the guy characters in this are like, um, yeah. I don't need to say more. You get it.
Mm-hmm.
That's besides the point. So I think here's what I think. I think that unlike Beatrice, who is in a really great place right now, aside from the whole "my sister hates me" thing,
Mm-hmm.
like she's kind of just dealing with like the vampire equivalent of like she's speaking to her father from beyond the grave. She's like, Dad. I like she sits in the front seat and she's like, Dad, Allegra won't stop kicking my chair.
Yeah.
Like it's pissing me off. Uh, so like the biggest problem in her life right now is just that her sister is like super petty.
Yeah.
I think it's complicated, but like for the most part, her biggest problem is just that her sister is the worst. Um, but I think that she's very sad about the fact that her relationship with her sister is deteriorating and it's not great. I
Mm-hmm.
think she meets this person who feels vaguely familiar and also very much being a descendant of Adelaide, she is thematically in a similar place. I think she's kind of like, you know, you kind of remind me of someone, and I don't know who, but you
Mm-hmm.
also kind of remind me of myself. Um, so it's I think that I think that this character is someone who is probably like, Adelaide was part of a noble house and she was elevated even higher in station, as we said. I think
Mm-hmm.
that she is not in the best position, and so maybe is traveling just as part of that. I don't know why, but I guess she's lost
Yeah.
that station, that standing, and is traveling, and by chance meets her. That meets Beatrice, and they become close, and she becomes kind of like, I guess, a mentor figure, like to her, like
Yeah.
helping her out and stuff.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. So,
Yeah.
almost like continuing on from this next memory of Carice is the next night she meets a young noblewoman at another event who bears a striking resemblance.
Which also, now that I'm thinking about it, is extremely funny because it's like she has her husband, she has her wife, and she now has her situationships baby from centuries apart.
um, so you capture the Senate Vidaltho, and you basically take her like under your wing. You like give her almost like protection because
Yeah.
the reason why she's traveling is because it's Paris. Like
Yeah.
you
I
debut
mean,
in
it's
Paris
pretty
high
nice there.
society, it's pretty fucking swish.
Pretty
Like
promiscuous.
you go out in the social season, you find a man, you get married. That's the whole point.
Yeah. And
um,
I think that for her, she's kind of like, whoa, this is just like those stories. I think she's aware too.
yeah,
I think she's like, this is like that story that about my great grandma.
yeah,
This is kind of in reverse, because she was taking care of her,
hmm
and now it's like without knowing it, she's kind of I should say, Adelaide was extending that care to Ada, and then by extension, it's kind of like she's extending that care to her descendants, and I think that's kind of neat. I think there's something nice about like I think there's something kind of neat about like she can't find that redemption herself, but she can kind of find that in someone else. Both in terms of like she can't forgive herself for not being the kind of person her sister can talk to, and she's kind of struggling with the fact that her sister just doesn't want to talk to her, and she misses her sister. She knows, and yeah, exactly. And it's like, Beatrice has a different name at this point, and is I think it's just kind of like, this reminds me of this story my grandma told me, and then she listens, she's like, and combined with the fact that she doesn't remember most of it, and also that details probably change, she's like, that is like so freaking cool that like happened to your great 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 grandma or whatever, like that's
yeah,
so crazy. Um, And I'm also additionally imagining like them talking this out and like possibly how do you say her name? I feel bad. I can't say her name.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Voivode. Uh,
Yeah.
says it's
Formerly.
Knechna.
Knechna. I like the idea of Knechna and Henry just being like, does she know? Because like Henry was there for most of it, and Konechna got letters. I think that they're just kind of like, does she know? And
I
it's
don't
just
think
like
she
really
knows.
fucking awkward. It's like at first they think it's a bit, and then it's like, oh, I think this is for real, and I think that's really funny.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
So what is the name of this person? This mortal
ooh,
character, descendant of Adelaide.
I don't know. Uh, do we want to go for something more Italian or more French?
We can go. I guess we can go sort of middle of the road.
Yeah,
Uh, um,
I I guess I guess it would depend on like is she immediately fleeing? Has she had this immediate issue in her family that's causing her to be from like kind of like a noble house that is kind of noble in name alone? Or has this been a thing that happened ages ago and they've been here for a while trying to reestablish themselves and failing?
I think it might be like this is her like last. This is her like efforts to try and restore
Oh,
something
so
to the
maybe
family.
maybe her family has been there for a couple generations and
Yeah,
like they've kind of given up on it. And she's like, "No, I can do it, guys.
yeah,
Trust me." And then she's found some like really crazy. She's like, "You're not gonna believe what happened, guys."
yeah,
Like, it's kind of funny because it's like, I think to her it's kind of like a guardian angel, right? It can't just be a coincidence, but it's also explicitly the opposite of that.
yeah. This name has caught my attention. Um,
Ooh,
Elisabetta. It's just like
Elisabetta.
yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Um, fuck, I just had it up. How do I spell it? Elisabetta.
My God is an oath. Ooh, and there's I think there's a bit of redemption in that too, because that comes back to her dad and what her dad's name meant,
Yeah,
right? And I think there's kind of like a this isn't her family, but this is kind of a redemption in there of like I'm kind of making amends for what happened with my family through someone else
yeah,
that I
definitely.
really like.
And you're like
Yeah.
you're seeking the redemption you can't get from your sister through this seemingly random
Mhm.
person.
Yeah,
Um,
seemingly random.
we also need to check a skill as part of
We
it.
need
So
to
that would
check
be
a
so you
skill.
have bloodthirsty opportunism or vampirism.
Um, hmm. I think I think this sucks because I can't think of anything that's entirely like because it
My
it doesn't quite
the
work for any of
the best thing I
these.
can think of is opportunism because
Hmm.
it's almost like you don't know why, but you want to leap at this chance to sort of redeem yourself a bit, and I think
I do
you're
like this,
seizing
yes.
opportunity. Yeah,
Yeah, I think so. I agree with that.
I will check opportunism. We have the memory added onto the bottom thing here, so there's 2 out of 3 experience slots in this memory. We've created the mortal character. We check the skill. Roll those dice. We are on to the next
Roll those
prompt.
dice. I, they fell again. Okay. I'm gonna roll them somewhere slightly different because this is getting fucking ridiculous. Well, no, I touched that with my hand when they rolled. That doesn't count. No. Interference. Okay, so we're going backwards, baby. We got a 3 and a 6.
We're going back 3 prompts.
Yeah.
32. You keep a prisoner. Why this particular person? Why don't you feed upon them? Create a character and a skill related to keeping them captive.
Create a character and a skill related to keeping them captive.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Okay. Whoa. Okay, so I don't have any immediate ideas. I do like this because I think that this is a very good opportunity to show, like, I think right now she feels too normal,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
I think this is an opportunity to create to like I think this is an opportunity to treat this as something normal that happens to be
Mm-hmm.
like okay, this feels normal because all the crazy freak shit they're doing is normal now,
Yeah.
right?
You've become like
Um,
desensitized to all the monster shit that vampires do because you hang around vampires constantly.
exactly. And it's like one of the only mortal characters you're talking to is like super on board for the vampire shit. She's
Mm-hmm.
like, yeah, she like does not give a fuck.
Yeah.
Um, she's like, yeah, you guys like murder people all the time. Like, it's whatever. Like I wouldn't be surprised if she's the kind of person who's like, um, not necessarily like for any reason other than she wants it in itself, but I
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't be surprised if she's like, I want to be a vampire just for the sake of being a vampire. So even then, that doesn't count because she's kind of like, okay, like if I want this, I gotta mentally prepare. So it's like she's just not really talking to anyone who can tell her girl murder is bad.
Yeah.
You know that. Um,
Girl, murder, not okay.
not chill.
um,
I'm feeling a little too human. Time for an afternoon on the pain train, which is ironic because it's kind of the opposite in the way that it sounds on the get-go. Like I know what you're getting at, but initially it's kind of like, oh, I'm too human. That sounds time for the pain train. Or that sounds kind of like you're saying, oh, I'm too happy. Time to be miserable. But all of the normal stuff is what's making her miserable, and it's the crazy vampire shit that's making her happy again.
yeah.
And I think that's just super neat.
So, okay,
uh,
why do you keep this person prisoner?
okay. Hmm.
Because it's not that because it specifically says you're not keeping them for food. So
Yeah.
what
So
what can they do for you that no one else can? Why do you keep them around?
part of me wants to say entertainment, but I don't want to go that far. I feel like there's got to be at least because here's the thing. I want there to be a reason for it because I think that if it's just entertainment, that's just like they're fucked up, and I don't want that to be the whole story beat. I want there to at least be a reason behind it so that there's a thread to pull at later.
Yeah,
Because I feel like that's the issue we've had with the last few prompts is that we keep going like, what the fuck are we supposed to do now? I
yeah,
don't know. I feel like there has to be a legitimate reason for it because I also just don't want to create a character who's too fucked up. I want to create a character. I want it to be like, like she'll do this without a second thought because it's just what makes sense. But I don't want to be like, yeah, go ahead, dance on the hot coals, you sick fuck.
yeah.
That's maybe a little too real. That's a little too no. That's a little too like things actual real people did.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and that does make me feel sick, and I don't want to do
Yeah,
that.
no.
Yeah.
Just like
Um,
inciting
hmm.
cruelty for the sake of for the sake of being cruel is a fucking horrific thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. Cruelty, like for the sake of it, is just not a fun thing to explore. All the time. It's. I don't think that's what I want with this character,
No,
especially
definitely
because,
not.
as I have shown in this game, right? I think it's significantly more interesting when you create. It's even if something isn't explored here, clearly that's something that can come up again later.
Yeah,
Um, for somebody else who plays down the line. So
definitely,
that's another thing
definitely.
that I'm kind of thinking about. I do think that part of it is perhaps she was maybe almost found out again.
Okay, yeah.
Um,
So
perhaps
you were maybe caught in the act of feeding by someone who wasn't supposed to see, and you are keeping them prisoner. So they
I think
basically
it
just
could
say
be.
they
I think
don't.
it could be that.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and here's I'm like going through like a couple different things. I don't want to like pull on one thing too much.
Mm-hmm.
I want to like see what our options are. Because the other thing that I'm thinking about is it could be like someone themselves has seen something they shouldn't, and you're keeping them prisoner. I also think it would be infinitely more interesting if there was either a vampire or a mortal character who is not the person that is being held prisoner, who perhaps cares about this person, and you are holding them for ransom.
Potentially, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Um.
Because like all we've really done in like vampire high society so far, and this is what I'm thinking about because she's like fully in that world right now, is all she's really done is get bullied by her sister and kind of suck at being in vampire high society.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I feel like we have to actually give her something to do that's not just getting bullied by her sister
That is true. You could
amongst
have
them.
it doesn't say the character has to be mortal. Very true. You can keep another vampire captive if you
I
want.
could keep another vampire captive. I was also thinking about the possibility of keeping, because here's the thing, right? Vampires are strong. I think it would be interesting if it's perhaps a more powerful vampire. And it's like, yeah, sure, if I just tried to face you directly myself alone, um, I think that's not a wise decision. But I know there's like this guy that you
Yeah.
like this, like I know you like this guy. Like it'd be a shame if something happened to them, and like you can't, like I can't take you, right? But like like you, there's like a whole dreadful polycule, man. Like there's three of us. We're like pretty close. We're pretty like uncomplicated, like chill at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Like we've had time to figure it out. Um,
Yeah.
great communication skills, you know. So I think it would specifically. I'm actually kind of like attached to the idea of like um giving her something else to do here,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure what. And so I'm throwing the ball in your court here.
So I think maybe this. So I'm just trying to think. Perhaps. So would okay. Potential point here. Um, did your sister come to Paris alone, or did she? Has she?
Hmm.
Does
Like
she
she's a
have?
sponsor.
Well, maybe not a sponsor, but is she like accompanied by perhaps another undead, another vampire, another cursed one? Because if Beatrice got essentially sick of being bullied by her sister the whole time, she could, and hear me out on this one. I feel like the dreadful polycule would be behind her on this one.
Not
Um,
yeah.
hold your
Yeah.
sister's partner hostage.
um no, I honestly ooh, I have ideas. What
Why it is.
was that? Okay. So let me try to work through this as best I can. Um Also, holy shit, you're at the 6 hour mark. I'm so sorry. Um
So it's like fully we are like so this is now the longest game we've had recorded. um and the thing
um
is like we are so I'm trying to think like what's the uh look away from the screen for a second. What's the
okay.
um what's the earliest like prompt or the earliest prompt that is like game over? It's like okay, 72 is the earliest prompt. We are currently at 32.
Oh
um
shit.
yeah. So
Did you maybe I should have bought more than just maybe I should have bought dinner too. uh
well, so here's the thing, right? I don't want to cut this off prematurely, but I might have to make this a two-parter basically because so full disclosure, it is 20 past 2 in the morning for me right now.
Oh my god, hero.
Look, time zones are wild, and
You
this has
know, like
been
I feel
this is
honored to be the game that this happens with.
yeah. I'm look. I
Uh
think it's great as well, like because this feels almost potentially like the start of like a season, or like the potentially end of season one of Thousand Year
yeah.
Vampire. If this is like the last Thousand Year Vampire game I do in 2025, this would be the hell. This would be like a hell of a season finale, and like it would be like a hell of a twist if we resolve this prompt. There's like because like there's the drama's kicking up. Like your sister, holy fuck, your sister's come back after 300 years. Like there's a whole vampire under society that might be about to be turned on its head by the French Revolution. But like holy shit, like we'd be going here for another like 3 hours at this point. I don't know if I can keep that up. We might need to
Oh
two
my
part of
god.
this.
Yeah, I think we might need to two-parter this. Yeah.
So we'll resolve this prompt and then
Yeah, I think we got to resolve this prompt because like end of a season, this is the end of the first half of the story.
yeah.
This is when things really start to ramp up, I feel like. This is we're ending on a high note. Season 2 is going to be
Mm-hmm.
good. Okay. So, here's what I'm thinking about. Um I think that at this point, I think that she's again, she doesn't want to fucking lay a finger on her sister. She just doesn't
Mm-hmm.
want to hurt a hair on her head. I don't think she has any problem hurting anyone her sister gives a shit about. I don't think she cares about that at all. She's kind of just like fully on board on the sister. She's like, I love my sister and I want to talk to her again, but like, I don't I don't give a fuck about you. Um, but I think even with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think she's still kind of like, I care too much about my sister to hurt you directly. Um, I think there's a bunch of stuff going on here. First of all, um, I think that she's kind of like, how do I word this? I think that she is very much like, I can't hurt you because my sister would be sad, and I want my sister to like me again. And I think the dreadful polycule's like, you know what? Fair,
Mm-hmm.
fair enough. Um, I think that that's a whole thing. However, I do think at the same time, I think she's like, I don't care about like the other guy though, which is a problem. She should because he's probably definitely stronger than her sister. I
Mm-hmm.
think probably part of the reason no one can lay a hand on her sister is because her sister is in league with that person for whatever reason. And I think she's kind of like, well, I don't give a fuck. I kind of just care about my sister. So I
Yeah.
think she kind of wants to fuck with them as a way to say like, listen man, if you don't get me on good terms with my sister again, right? All
Mm-hmm.
right, like I want to talk to my sister. I like my sister. It like if you can't back off and I think that she's just kind of like threatening someone unrelated to both her sister, that other more powerful vampire,
Mm-hmm.
and unrelated to her sister, but probably someone that other more powerful vampire cares about. Because she's kind of like, I kind of just want you to suffer because you're part of why my sister doesn't like me right now because you're encouraging this behavior and that's
Yeah.
like not cool of you. Um,
So I
and I
think
think that the dreadful polycule is like, this seems like a healthy way to deal with your anger. Uh,
by taking it out on a more powerful vampire who has connections to your sister.
yeah, like they're not like not the more powerful vampire. I think it's specifically, I think it's got to be a mortal or someone that they care about because I think it's one of those
Like
things
a
where
treasured ghoul or something.
yeah, like someone they really care about.
Mm-hmm.
Like perhaps um hmm like an entertainer or a business owner who's not necessarily a vampire but still someone they associate with closely,
Yeah.
who they greatly enjoy the company of. So it's kind of like um it's kind of like holding something that that vampire holds in high esteem for ransom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's so
And I
it's
think that I think the primary thing is she's just like, I want my sister back. But I think, and here's another thing that I think makes it really juicy and really important. I
mm-hmm.
think her primary motivation is the sister, but I think that also there's kind of the dreadful polycule. They haven't been doing much, so I need to give them something to do, and I feel bad. I feel bad
Yeah.
about that. They got to do something. I think there's separately also the fact that if it is another more powerful vampire, this could potentially be like a general rival in high society that they seek
Yeah.
to gain power or leverage over. And this could, like, if it goes well, this puts them in a good spot. If it goes poorly, her sister is even angrier at her. They probably stand to lose a lot. So I think it's a very risky move. So it's either everything is great or they need to flee.
It's
Which
probably
either way is very
so
interesting
the
to me.
reason why I was sort of leaning towards the more powerful vampire was because it would bring in the dreadful polycule a little bit because
Yeah.
um obviously I've lost her name again. Knechna, the Voivode,
Knechna.
is like an
Knechna. I need to say it 10
Knechna.
times fast so I remember it because that is a lovely name.
Knechna is like a potentially is a vampire who is like hundreds or like possibly even almost 1,000 years old.
I mean, They're
Like,
all hundreds of years old at this point, but like I
true,
get what
but
you
like
mean.
she
Probably
is
like
like
twice
a
their age.
she's like an ancient vampire, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
so I imagine that like basically if she went to Knejna with this like
But
desire,
I think my thing is here's another thing though
hmm
is Konechna's kind of just fucking around, you know? Like that's kind of
yeah,
explicitly a thing with her is that she's not necessarily as into politics. I guess maybe it's like Henry who's into politics. Maybe that's like a thing he's getting into. Like a
yeah,
girl needs hobbies and his is politics.
yeah.
Uh, and it's kind of like
I
he's kind
think
of like
he
I'm
might
doom
have
scrolling
taken
on
to
vampire Twitter, and she's kind of like I miss my sister, and Konechna's like you guys need to get better hobbies. But like I'll help, sure.
yeah, Knejna like actively in the middle of feeding from somebody who's just like you need better hobbies. um,
And I think that like I think that Beatrice and Henry have like decided on this together because he's like, well, I guess I'm into social climbing now more so like not because it's a pride thing, just because he needs something to do, and he's like, it's
yeah,
something to do. And she's kind of like, I miss my sister. So I think it's a plan they hatch together because they're like, oh my god, cute date idea. Sabotage our political rivals for personal reasons.
yeah,
I think I like the idea that like it's not something that they're like totally separate on. I like the idea of like I have this issue and they're like I have this issue and they're like your issue really fucking sucks. Do you want to like two birds one stone this? I like the idea that they get like really excited about this idea and connection is like
Knejna's like which of my cohort, like which of my peers, are you going to be keeping in the basement for the foreseeable
and
future?
she's like I don't know which one of you is doing this for worse reasons, but like I like you guys. Uh I think she's very much like, okay, guys, like
Yeah,
I think she's like, if it makes you happy, I think she's not broken up about it. She's like, this doesn't seem like the greatest idea, but like, okay, guys,
yeah.
that's cool, that's
So,
chill.
uh,
Yeah, you know what? Let's keep the vampire captive.
in a joint plan to kill two birds with one stone, Beatrice and Henry conspire to kidnap the elder vampire. What? Okay, what's the name? I like my fucking like fantasy pilled brain just wanted to go for the name like Manfred. Is the name of this vampire?
Manfred.
It's like a
I think he should. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Two
mhm,
things. One, it can be someone Konechna knows who has also traveled from there. So it's like someone she knows. Like
yeah.
she's not close with them, but it's like she's like, "Ah, guys, I've known this guy for like 800 years, right?
Can we not?
Like,
Yeah,
like it's just kind of awkward. Like it's gonna come up. Like I'm gonna meet someone that I've like seen, and I'll be like, it's been a while, and they're like, oh, how's this guy? And I'm like, oh, my wife and my husband wanted to kill him
yeah. They're
and
like
it's like it's just
they're
awkward bringing that up. Like it sours the whole experience.
they like take the bag off his head and he goes, "Wait a minute, I recognize this dungeon."
Hey, I didn't you like show this to me?
Yeah,
Like didn't I come over when you made
isn't
this? Like we were talking.
isn't this
Like you were
Knejna's place?
yeah, and he's like didn't you like have me over for tea? And you were like, oh my god, my husband and wife are like, they're coming over. They're like gonna stay with me. Like we're gonna like it's not just letters anymore. Like we're gonna hang
Yeah.
out. Um,
So we've got it's someone
and
that
it's like a whole
Knejna
awkward
knows.
thing.
So I'm just trying to think. So are they Wallachian? Are they German? Are they from somewhere else
Hmm.
in?
I do also just like okay, it's that the second idea because I did have a second idea. I also separately like the idea of it being someone who is like very specifically very French and very been here for a super long time and is perhaps like the head of this society by being born into it as opposed to like traveling to be a part of it.
Yeah.
And this is like someone who like and it's like Knetch is like and he's like, dude, I invited you here. Like, what are you doing? And she's like, I'm sorry, man. I
Yeah.
also think that's very funny.
Okay, so we're going
I
like
think I like that more
over like
actually.
French name. So Renaissance French male names.
Yeah, and my stupid ass was like in and out, quick vampire story spanning 300 years, 4 or 5 hours. We're only gonna need one
Yeah.
list of Italian names.
So the name that first name is come up with here is Jacques. Um, so let's quickly grab. So, so it'll probably. I imagine if he's like aristocracy, he's gonna be
I
like
like to imagine
a
that he's kind of like lower aristocracy and not the most important guy to people, but he's like a pulling the strings kind of guy, where he's like, like he's important
yeah.
in vampire society, which
Lord.
the status that they have doesn't necessarily translate to people, but they are definitely like
How,
the more important
so
ones,
Lord Jacques Montpellier.
Yeah, I like
um,
that.
lesser French aristocracy.
I like the idea right now though that like Knechna is like the
Host-
voice of reason in this, and they're both very gung ho about this, and she's like, okay, guys.
Hostage. Sponsor of your sister. That's the correct thing. Sponsor
Mm-hmm.
of uh, Allegra.
And it's like I love to imagine that it's like they both keep going back and forth during like a poorly planned interrogation. I don't necessarily think this is exactly how it would go, but I love to imagine like it is a terribly planned interrogation and they do not have like a through line on their demands, and he's like, I want more political power somehow, and she's like, yeah, and also my sister, and he's like, that too, yes, also I think you need to get her sister to like her again. I don't know how you do that, but you got to do that. And they're just like they're like switching between like making their own demands and like yes manning the other person. It's
That's
like
brilliant. Like he so Henry, God love him, is trying his hardest to learn the politics of the vampire society, but it's just he doesn't know enough.
yeah, like he was never like he was never really great at politics before. He was just kind of like, listen, when he was human, he was like, all right, so we're gonna get married, and then I'm gonna like do poetry, and you're gonna like do housewife.
He's a golden
Those are gonna be our
retriever.
jobs. Yeah, and like now he's kind of like, maybe. And I feel like this is maybe him being kind of like, I could have gotten into that. That was kind of a missed opportunity. And I think he's kind of getting into politics as like like, I could have done that. I missed out. I might as well try it. And he's just like not great at it. So he kidnaps someone about it.
So okay, in a joint plan to kill two birds with one stone, Beatrice and Henry conspire to kidnap elder vampire Lord Jacques Montpellier and keep him in the basement of the Voivode's estate. The interrogation is poorly executed and ultimately doesn't get very far.
So they just have him in their basement. They just leave him there.
So,
He just stays there.
Decide to simply keep him there until he gives up and gives them what they want. So, so okay, we have to create a skill related to keeping them captive. It's not going to be interrogation in this game.
It's not going to be interrogation.
I guess it's like containment, like vampire containment. Would it be, or would that be like?
I love the way you said it's not going to be interrogation. It is not. Shit, I don't know.
Kidnapping, is that the skill?
Kidnap. That was like the most seagull screech I have made in a long time. God, I'm having so much fun right now. This is incredible.
This is great. I love random prompts like this where you can afford to get a bit silly with it.
You can
Particularly
get a
because,
little
like,
silly with it.
yeah, particularly
Yeah,
because
it's
we've created horrific stereotypes. Secure, contain, provoke, SCP.
The only thing that I've lost that I feel sad about is the reason I wanted to do a mortal character, and I'm fully set on this. honestly. But like the reason I wanted to do a mortal character is because I wanted to lean into like they're willing to do freaky shit to people. I feel like kidnapping a vampire, torturing him a little bit, that's like okay, like that's not
Well,
great. But
well,
like vampires can get past that. With people, that's kind of like irreversible damage. And you do kind of miss that, but like I don't care, this is way better.
yeah. Secure, contain, poke with a stick every now and again.
Oh man, okay.
So this.
So first of all, I feel like they have some kind of leverage here because they do have someone who is ultimately quite important, who is like
Mm-hmm.
pulling the strings of high society, and that's a pretty big one. I feel like that's like bribery is a whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but what else? I feel
Because
like
it.
bribery is good. I feel like there's also just like a raw power. Perhaps there are other people who know they have them. No, I don't think
Yeah.
other people know they have them captive because that's like I'm sure there would be too many people for them to
Yeah.
deal with.
Because the
I do
skill.
feel like well,
The skill
they
is
do have.
related to keeping them captive as the thing. So it'd be like.
Oh,
It
okay.
would be like. I guess you like the I thought I had was maybe warding. So like you're essentially you've like bound him in magical chains that will like stop
Ooh,
him from using his
yeah.
powers to escape. So like if I go like put it down as warding, then or like binding perhaps like occult like binding.
Yeah.
Um
Yeah, I like that.
I sort of a binding occult. Because
Yeah.
basically like it's very difficult to keep a vampire captive because they will just like turn into mist or a bat and fly away. Um
A bat and
where
fly away. That's the way
fucking
you said that
fucking
is like
bat. Like
bat.
Laszlo from fucking
No, well, you said
What We
it
Do in the
very
Shadows.
differently, like a bat and fly away. Like you sounded like bored with it in a way that's like very animated but still very bored. And I'm like,
Yeah.
that's vocal stim material, which is funny because that means that's two different ways to say bat that make an excellent vocal stim in my brain now. Like
Fucking
into a bat
uh,
and fly away.
he turned into a bat and flew away.
Turn into a mist or a bat and fly away.
Oh, you can tell it's almost fucking it's 20 to 3 in the morning.
It's I can't believe we're still like only at 32 and like halfway through and we have gotten 6 hours through this story.
Yeah, well,
And
the first 2 hours of it was character creation, so we've been playing for 4 hours.
I
And
feel
it's
like in hindsight, yes, the first 2 hours were in fact a portent of things to come.
perhaps it was foolish of me to assume we would finish the game in one night, but that is that prompt resolved. Hey, not quite though, because we have 6 slots. We have 6 active memories and 5 slots. So either something's getting forgotten, or or something's going in the diary.
All right, let's look through. Let's look through and see if there's any diary material because we do have that diary. I think she would 100% be like, well, she's keeping a diary right now. She's
So
chilling. She's kind of like, I'm
yeah.
kind of annoyed with my sister and I'm kidnapping someone about it. Also, my husband said he wants politics. My husband's current job is politics, but somehow, despite the fact that it is in complete opposition to how Ken's job is beach, in theory, in practice, Henry's job being politics is the same as Ken's job being beach.
Hmm.
I'm gonna be honest.
So
Like honestly, their job for all of them, their job is beach right now.
basically, yeah. Uh,
Their jobs are beach.
so for you are currently in the thing of the French aristocracy where your job is just be wealthy,
Yeah,
like
good for her.
generational wealth, baby. Um,
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, her hot wife's generational wealth for sure.
hmm
I
So
think she's kind of just like, yeah, you can have some of that. I don't care.
so in terms of diary material, we have your backstory. We have the sort of complex multi one, which is the sort of the realization that you're going to break the engagement off, you and then Amadeo moving to England, and then the letters that you have with the voivode. Um, there's the memories of your time in Brom. Um, there's the memory of you moving to Paris and discovering your sister again. And then there's this one here, which is you destroying the thing and then helping Adelaide's descendant.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Can we do the earlier ones one more time?
So earlier ones, we have your backstory, which is like your life up until the point where you returned. The next earliest one after that is the realization that you're going to break off the engagement with Amadeo, Amadeo and you fleeing to England, and then the sort of recollection of some of the letters that you received from the Voivode in that time. The next one after that is your basically establishing yourself in Brum. So it's meeting with the Telmere, learning the chameleon thing, and so turning your husband and then basically establishing that feeding network. I think of all the memories, that's probably the most mundane one, and that's probably one that can be forgotten because you don't. So you gave up the engagement ring pretty quickly. You actually lost how to do the chameleon ability because you don't need to anymore.
Yeah, it's just not that important.
Yeah. So to be honest, if you were gonna lose a memory, I would say you could probably just forget this one rather than keep it in the diary.
Yeah, because like I can always create another diary later, but like this I don't need the diary. I can keep the spot.
Yeah. So just get rid of this one. Stick it in the forgotten memory pile.
Yeah, who gives a fuck?
All right. And with that,
it was like, she just does not care that much anymore. Like she did not care about that ring.
Mm-hmm.
She did not care about that ability, especially because it's not like she's a freaky fucking vampire, right?
Yeah.
Like she can wear a turtleneck or a choker, and then you can't see the bite mark anymore.
That is very true.
Not a big deal. And like for the most part, she seems like pretty normal, if a bit disconnected from what people act like. Like I think that once you talk to her for a while, you'd be like, "What is she on about?" But like at first, it's like this is a perfectly lovely member of the aristocracy, as lovely as most people would find a member of the aristocracy.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh god, and with that, part 1 of this stream is over at the 7 hour and 3 minute mark. Holy crap!
This is by far the longest stream, and it is still not over.
No, we are basically halfway through the book, and it entirely depends on how the dice go, because it might be like we might have like jumps of 1 or 2. We might go back a couple. Holy shit!
Yeah,
though.
no, I could entirely get a bunch of weird rolls and go backwards too, which is a crazy thought because of the fact that like, I do like that she's got like the fucking vampire I've lived multiple lives thing going on clearly already. She's on like number 3 already, right?
It's wild,
and
actually.
the fact of the matter is, like in all likelihood, there's gonna be at least one more set. And if the dice be willing, dice permit it, it's gonna happen again.
It's so I mean, well, I suppose we'll find out in part 2.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I'm probably gonna wind down and end the stream, go to bed. Before I end the stream though, where can once again, obviously most of the people here already know who you are, but for the VOD, where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitch. I am RosetteBloodthornVT. Hopefully that changes. Most likely we'll be changing it soon. Just removing the VT, cutting that off. Everything else is going to be the same. I am also on YouTube. I post shorts on there consistently. Also TikTok. But I also want to post more videos outside of just YouTube videos soon. That's a thing that's going to happen at some point. So like look out for that. Look out for that. Yeah, YouTube, TikTok, Twitch. Twitch is the big one. Anywhere else? Twitter, but I don't really use Twitter. Yeah, that's about it.
Sweet.
Those are the big ones.
It's been a whole ass like time of this, but I hope you've enjoyed the game so far. Is that?
This has been an incredible first experience with this game. The book is coming in on Monday. So
Amazing.
one of the things that's really exciting about that is you're doing this and I can physically look through the book when we do the second half.
You can. It'll be very cool.
Yeah.
But for now, we will obviously work on rescheduling the second part of this.
Yeah.
But for now, I need to end the stream. So thank you all. I'm going to. Thank you all very much for watching, everybody. Thank you so much for all the people who followed and everything. You're all amazing. Thank you so much for watching the stream. I will catch you all next time. See you later, everybody. Bye bye.